Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter manifested alchemy magic? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Just outside of a small house in Godric Hollows where an infant has just lost his parents to a tyrannical terrorist, and because of its mother's love, the tyrant was vanquished. A man wearing a red long leather coat, he has black hair with streaks of silver white going through it and fingerless gloves are seen just under the sleeves, makes his way into the house. He looks to the body of one James Potter with a shake of his head as he says a silent prayer to the man who sacrificed his life to buy his family time to get away. With his prayer done, he hears the soft sound of an infant crying, so he sprints up the stairs, taking 2 or 3 at a time. The man then enters the small bedroom and sees the body of a woman and a baby crying. Making his way to the body, he looks at the women in the highest regard. Picking up the infant, he cradles him, gently rocking him back to sleep. The stranger in red then hears a motorcycle roar down the street before it stops in front of the house. So carefully not to wake the baby, he moves to look out the window to seeing a scruffy young man quickly get off and make a mad dash to the house. He soon hears the other man's faint yell of anguish from downstairs. Without wasting any more time, he makes his way downstairs. He then sees the young man silently sobbing over the dead body of James Potter. "You stupid bastard, I know you're better than this. Why did you try and fight him without your wand? Damn it, prongs." As the new occupant of the house has this one-sided conversation, the silver-haired stranger silently waits. He can hear and feel the raw emotions from the young man in front of him as he makes an oath that will only be broken in death. "I'll protect Hadrian through it all. I will make sure he knows where he comes from and how amazing his parents were. This I promise you, brother of my soul." With that, the man stands up and turns around in seconds and has his wand pointed at the stranger that is Hadrian in his arms. Then, with a feral growl that rips through his throat, he speaks softly with a hard edge as to not wake Harry. "Release my godson, or I'll kill you where you stand." The man in the red trench coat gives a silent laugh before he keeps moving. "Hurry up, we haven't got much time before Dumbledore will try and take Harry, and we need to get you out of the country before your Auror try and hunt you down for leading Voldemort here." Sirius doesn't move. Instead, he goes into an attacking stance, ready to defend his godson. He then growls out, "Who are you? And why do you want Harry? You're a Death Eater, aren't you?" The man just clicks his tongue in annoyance before mumbling under his breath, "We don't have time for this. I'll explain when we are safe, so I'm sorry for this." With that, the stranger disappears in a burst of speed and knocks Sirius out cold. He then hears giggling and looks down to see the boy with emerald eyes looking up at him, giggling and full of laughter. The man smiles, touching Harry's nose and says, "You like that burst of speed, huh? Well, I'll be sure to teach you that as soon as you are old enough." With that, he lifts Sirius over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes without moving the infant around and heads to his bike. Time skip 13 years. In the cold outskirts of a small town, a young man wearing a long black coat with the hood up, shadowing his entire face, walks on a path headed towards where a flash dark and powerful magic was felt only a few seconds ago. "Wonder what that was," is the main thought of this young man. Then with an exasperated sigh, he says to himself, "Knowing my luck, probably something that's more trouble than it's worth." He then picks up his pace and begins to run in a full sprint towards a graveyard. Back at Hogwarts, the spectators await the arrival of the Triwizard Tournament's winner. It has already been a little over 2 hours since the start of this event, and the 3 champions had entered the maze. The crowd is beginning to wonder what's taking them so long, while the judges and teachers begin to worry. It has been 40 minutes since Fleur was brought out, and we haven't heard anything from either Victor or Cedric. This was the comment from the Gryffindor head of house, but before they send anyone to investigate and see what's happened, a loud pop is heard and 2 people are on the floor. On the field in front of the maze, the 2 figures land, with one of them landing on the other. The first one looks no older than 17, with short blonde hair, a black and yellow jersey with the Hogwarts crest, the Badger crest prominently symbolizing the Hufflepuff house on his left breast, looking pale and absolute horrified at what he has seen tonight, as well as speechless. The other person then sits up, pushing the other male off him. He's wearing a black, hooded long coat with a Celtic knot for longevity wrapping around the right wrist and a strange motif on the back. that looked to be a serpentine-type dragon circling a raven with its wings spread and ready to take flight in its talons what looks to be a dagger. Under this is a banner that reads, "Toujours peur." This man soon starts laughing with an insanity that brought chills down Cedric's spine. He then pulls something out of his pocket, and holding it up to the light of the moon, he calms himself while thinking, "Sorry, Tommy, old boy, guess today just wasn't your day." With that thought and another chuckle, the hooded figure stands up and begins to walk away. As the black figure stands and starts to leave, both him and the blonde male behind him get swarmed by the spectators and reporters, giving their congratulations to the older Hufflepuff and questioning who the black-clad figure is. As this is happening, the mysterious person notices two people, one who he knows as the pain in the ass who his godfather refers to as Sir Twinkle's Dumbledore, quickly making his way over to them. The second person who caught his eye is a blonde female, keeping a fair distance from the throngs of people trying to surround them, with her two friends at her side, talking in whispers. Just before the old man reached him, the black-clad figure vanishes into thin air. "Wow, I wonder who that is?" questioned a brown-haired girl. "I mean, he just appears from nowhere with Cedric, then proceeds to push the guy off him and starts laughing." A girl with blonde hair and ice-cold blue eyes glances at her best friend from the corner of her eye, then, with a practiced aloofness, replies, "Doesn't matter, Tracy, he's gone now, and we probably won't ever know." "Ah, come on, Daphne, you have to be somewhat curious who that guy was." Before Daphne can reply with a sarcastic response, she feels something being put in one of her robe pockets. So then, covertly looking around for a suspect and not seeing anyone around, she leaves, silently promising herself, if it was not she castrate the arrogant prat with the most painful curse she can think of. She then tells her friends that she is leaving and going back to the Slytherin common room. After all three say goodbye, Tracy, wanting to hear if Cedric saw or heard anything, and the other, a taller, tan-skinned male, decides to stay with his girlfriend. Once Daphne puts some distance between her and everyone, she pulls out the note. It only says, "When the snakes sleep, come to where the stars shine brightest." Daphne stares at the note strangely. She understands that the note means for her to go to the astronomy tower when her house is sleeping, but what she can't figure is who put this small note on her person. After all, there was no name or mark of any kind. In the end, her natural curiosity had got the better of her, so she makes her way down to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons of Hogwarts to prepare for a meeting with the unknown. Back with the Triwizard Champion and the judges, Cedric finally calms down, then proceeded to explain what happened in the maze, how he stunned Victor just before he reached the goblet, then how he was transported to a graveyard, and that you-know-whose Death Eaters had used him in a ritual to bring back their master. He then went on to explain how the black figure who arrived with him had saved his life, and that he must have caused you-know-who to retreat since he had passed out as Guy had walked past him to fight the monster. Then when he woke up, he saw no one except the black figure holding something to Lucius Malfoy's head, who was wearing Death Eater robes, begging for his life. Cedric then goes to say that he heard the boy's voice because he sounded no older than 15, saying, "For the promise of my little brother, I give you the gift of death." There was then a soft pop and Malfoy fell to the ground, his eyes open and lifeless, with a hole in his head and blood pooling around him. Everyone was shocked silent. The minister began claiming all of it lies, and that you-know-who is dead, and that the cloaked figure is to be captured, then kissed for killing a noble lord of Britain. Before Dumbledore or anyone could even try and protest, the minister runs off. Dumbledore then silently leads Cedric to his office, telling everyone he needs some rest and that they can ask whatever questions in the morning. Once they reach his office, Dumbledore moves to the opposite side of his desk and takes a seat. He then offers Cedric a lemon drop as he asks the young adult if he heard or saw anything else before or after he passed out. Cedric then just nods his head and takes a deep breath before asking Dumbledore. He called you-know-who a foolish and arrogant A-class half-blood, and that dancing with him would be a waste of time. What did he mean, Professor? Dumbledore showed the briefest hint of shock, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye, and put on a grandfatherly smile before he spoke in gentle voice. "He was just trying to shake Voldemort and get him make a mistake. If that's all, then you may go. You need to sleep. It's been a stressful night, my boy." With that dismissal, Cedric got up off his chair and left Dumbledore to his chaotic thoughts on how a child knows about the class system of the wizarding world when information is for high-ranking people in the ministry and the headmasters of the whole wizarding world. Dumbledore then pushes these thoughts to the back of his mind for the moment. When he looks down at the note that he had received earlier in the morning, it seems Harry Potter had finally been tracked down, and has accepted his Hogwarts letter. He couldn't help the smile that made its way to his face. He could finally begin the plans he had made for the boy all those years ago. Much later that night, Daphne Greengrass begins to make her way up to the astronomy tower. There's only silence as she heads up the stairs, while questioning her sanity for even considering following the instructions of the letter. She then steels her resolve and prepares, just in case of an ambush. She knows that she is one of the more beautiful girls in school. That much was clear with so many of the boys from all houses, and even some of the Furrigan students trying to win her affections for the Yule Ball, but she just walked away or hexed them when they tried to get a bit more forceful. However, even throughout it, her thoughts were always on one individual. Daphne comes back to her sense as she reaches the door leading into the observatory. Taking a breath, she opens the door. The sight that greets her is the person in the black long coat who had returned with Cedric, the Hufflepuff champion of Hogwarts, sitting on the window's ledge looking out to the side, watching the stars, one leg resting in front of his chest, the other dangling out the window. She cautiously takes in her surroundings when she sees no one else hiding in the shadows, and it's only the two of them. A soft voice is heard. "There's no one besides you and me here." Her observation being interrupted when the stranger finally decides to speak. When he spoke, it caused Daphne to jump in surprise, then trying to hide an embarrassed blush that stains her cheeks. She then hears a faint chuckle from the man sitting in front of her, his head still facing out the open window, looking at the stars like he is searching for an answer to a long-forgotten question. After she gets her blush under control, Daphne crosses her arms, raising her developing bust up, her eyes shining with deathly cold, and demands to know why he wanted to meet her at such a late hour and in such a secluded place. The stranger just chuckles as he turns to face her, then hopping off the ledge onto the floor in front of her with the grace of an apex predator. A soft smile hidden underneath his hood slowly forms on his lips as he gazes at her. Her radiantly golden blonde hair bathed in the moonlight from the window, giving it an almost ethereal glow. Her tundra cold blue eyes almost look like they are glowing with a hidden power and intelligence. The softest vibrant red lips, and finally the soft pink lightly dusting on her cheeks of her porcelain-like skin, like an angel fallen from heaven to torture mortal men and lead them to sin. The hidden smile never leaves his face as he slowly removes his hood and speaks with a slightly arrogant and playful tone. "It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other. Only 4 years if I remember correctly, but you have become so much more beautiful, my fallen angel." Daphne lets out a shocked gasp escape her lips when she registers who this man in front of her is. With his midnight black hair and emerald eyes with glowing purple pupils, she can only breath out a single word, a name that she has known for a very long time, one that can pull her from the coldness she usually shows to the world. "Harry?" Alright, so here the first chapter. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and again, I'm sorry I haven't updated the Flame of the Maelstrom, but I'm having problems getting back into it since I lost like 16 chapters while Liz was working abroad and had no internet or laptop. So it was all written anyways. Please read and review and give me feedback on this one. Chapter 2. So to all who have posted so far, I feel that this story has already been great success. So to those who have reviewed, keep it up and give your opinion, and to the rest of Start Review, give me some feedback. Now on to the story. Disclaimer: all Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 2. A few minutes after Harry had removed his hood and revealed his face to Daphne, she had not even blinked, her mouth still covered with her hand. So with a roll of his eyes, a cheeky grin spreads across his face, and with a mock saddened voice he put his right hand over his eyes and raised his left arm in the air. He says, "That's interesting. I seem to have caused the famed Hogwarts Ice Princess to become speechless, and here I was hoping our reunion would have involved dash." He was swiftly silenced by a set of lips pressed firmly to his own by the beautiful blonde Slytherin that had rushed and tackled into his chest. Once Harry had realized what was happening, he lowers his right arm and wraps Daphne into a tight embrace, and returns the kiss with just as much passion as Daphne. After a few minutes that feels like an eternity, the need for air becomes a necessity, and they break the kiss. Harry then places his forehead against Daphne's, while looking directly into her eyes, as if staring into her very soul with his piercing emerald eyes. He then whispers, "How I have missed you. I'm sorry for not writing to you, but Sirius and Dante didn't want to risk any letters or anything that could be traced back to us from being intercepted." Under his breath, he muttered, "Paranoids, bastards." Daphne just giggles and grips his coat even tighter, bringing him into an even tighter embrace as if trying to fuse their bodies together. not willing to let even a small amount of space between them. She then lowers her head and buries it into his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, reassuring herself that he truly is here in her arms. Then, in as stern and cold of a voice she could manage, that said in no terms of argument, "Your punishment for not even trying to send something to let me know you were okay is to hold me even tighter and to never let go until I say otherwise." She then closes her eyes, just intent to forever listen to the rhythmic beat of Harry's heart as it slowly lulls her into a safety she hasn't felt in a long time. While Harry can only chuckle before kissing the top of her head, breathing in the vanilla shampoo and the scent he always attributed to Daphne of the Sea. He then speaks softly into her hair. "Whatever my fallen angel wishes for is my desire." Bathing in the moonlight, both teens are unsure of how long they remain in each other's embrace. They have lost all sense of time and place in their own world. However, eventually Daphne opens her eyes and moves to look into his eyes without breaking some form of contact. She moves her hand to grab a hold of Harry's and begins to pull him with her towards the door leading out of the observatory and down the stairs. She turns his head and Harry takes notices of her mischievous blue eyes and the sinful smirk on her soft pink lips. During Harry's observations, he unconsciously licks his lips at the thought of how they tasted of mint and honey during their kiss. Daphne notices the hint of lust in his emerald eyes. As the pupil begins to gain an animistic slit from the corner of her eye, she turns and leans into him and purrs into his ear. "Come on, love, I'm tired, and I'm not letting you leave my sight for the rest of this evening, so you are coming to bed with me." Daphne finishes with a soft peck on the lips before she turns back around and begins to drag the stunned young man behind her towards the dungeons. Harry quickly gets his bearings back. Then, before Daphne can react, he pulls her back into his chest and wraps his arms around her waist. Harry then brings his mouth to her ear, and in a husky whisper, he chuckles, then asks, "We have just been reunited, and you are already taking me to bed for shame. What would your family think?" After he finishes, Daphne has an involuntary shiver run up her spine as his warm breath caresses her ear. She then wiggles her way around to look him in those beautiful pools of emerald that she would be happy to drown in, before Daphne then lightly pushes him a step back. "Not tonight, you perv. You are just going to have to deal with cuddling with me like when we were kids and I was visiting you and my godfather. After all, I still haven't forgiven you for not writing me yet. Be thankful I'm not making you sleep on the edge of the bed." She scolds him, then turning around she grabs his hand and begins the final bit of their journey towards the Slytherin dorms in the dungeons, Harry holding a pout throughout the last bit of the walk. When the two of them reach the dorms of the Slytherin house, Daphne is surprised that they had made it here without running into any of patrolling groups out in the halls, or that no one is in the common room either, celebrating the end of the school year, and in the 7th year's cases the end of school altogether. Harry just looks bored and unimpressed at the castle. Once they get into Daphne's dorm room and changed into their night clothes, Harry, having removed his long coat, reveals a pair of black with a white pinstripe dress pants and a blood red with black trim silk dress shirt that Daphne quickly commandeers, leaving the top 4 buttons undone, revealing a simple midnight blue bra covering her B-cup breasts, if Harry's guess is right, and panty set. They then get into bed and snuggle closer together, Daphne burrowing her nose into Harry's neck, taking in his scent of a forest during a raging storm, while Harry buries his face into her hair as his last passing thought before he allows sleep to take him is of the hint of vanilla and the sea. The next morning, Daphne is awoken by a soft, trilling sound coming from somewhere in her room. She then tries to turn around and go back to sleep since there are no classes today. She wants a lie-in. However, to her confusion, she is unable to move. Her eyes then snap open and freezes in terror of what had happened. It's then she takes in the face of her childhood friend and love, Harry Potter. Or is it Potter Black now? She mused. After all, no one but her and a very small group of people know that Sirius Black had fully adopted Harry and made him his heir. She then relaxed and buries herself deeper into his protective embrace. Remembering the previous night, her eyes soften even more at his peaceful face as he sleeps. Daphne then looks at her footboard to find that the source of the very soft trilling of a midnight black raven with a snow-white crown design on its forehead, watching them with what Daphne can only figure is an extreme amount of intelligence for an animal. Before she can react, Harry grumbles out, "Quiet, Candidam. You are going to wake Daphne and I'm trying to sleep." When Daphne hears this, she starts to softly snicker just before her mouth is covered in a searing kiss. Daphne lets out a soft moan escape her lips as Harry runs his left hand up and down her spine while his right hand begins to trace invisible circles and patterns on her stomach. Daphne, not being one to be outdone or outshined, then tangles her fingers into his hair and pulls the young man into a deeper kiss. She briefly notices that it is no longer the pure black from their childhood, but it now has a few streaks of silver weaved in it, and that it's also no longer untamable, but elegantly spiked back, proudly showing off his lightning bolt scar that looks a lot more faded than it did when she last saw him. With a mental shrug, she adds it to the already long list of questions that he has to answer for her. Harry lets out a low growl from the back of his throat as Daphne begins to scrap at his scalp with her nails from where she has tangled her fingers, but before the kiss can get even more heated, they hear Tracy call Daphne's name from the other side of the curtain where her bed is situated just across from her. With a silent groan from Harry at being interrupted, he breaks the kiss, and with a cocky grin gives a quiet whistle, and Candidam lands on the top of his head with Harry's coat in its beak. They vanish into thin air. With an irritated huff, Daphne moves the curtain and removes the silencing spell from her bed, then gets slowly out of bed to see Tracy. Finishing getting dressed and putting on her robes, Tracy looks at Daphne and raises an eyebrow at her. As Daphne makes her way towards the bathroom, she looks behind her as she enters the washroom with an innocent expression. She inquires, "Morning, Trace, why are you looking at me like that?" Tracy then shakes her head to clear her outrageous thoughts, and with a sly smirk growing on her face, and with a mock thoughtful look, she asks, "New shirt, Daph? It's nice, and has a regal elegance to it, and all, but it seems to me that it's kinda big, don't you think?" It's then that Daphne looks into the mirror and realizes what she is wearing and quickly discards Harry's shirt into her laundry hamper, then shuts the door quickly and jumps into the shower to hide the increasing blush. Tracy then begins laughing uproariously for a few more minutes before she sobers up and enters the bathroom to check herself one last time. Then, as innocently as possible with a few snicker in between, she asks, "Has my best friend, the famed Ice Princess of Hogwarts, finally found a guy that is worthy of her time and heart? I do hope that the world isn't coming to an end as the end of school feast is tonight, and I would hate to miss it." Daphne then looks out of the shower, giving Tracy her best icy glare before going back to finishing her shower. Tracy just giggles in response before, in a sing-song voice, says, "Not going to work, Daph. Now spill, who is it?" Daphne then lightly bangs her head on the wall of the shower stall she is in before groaning out, "I'll explain later," while mentally she prays that Harry gets her out of the situation that he has put her into and the interrogation that she will have to endure that is bound to happen with her two best friends. Throughout the entire day, rumors spread about the previous night about how you-know-who is alive, or that the unknown man in black is an assassin from a different ministry attempting to bring about the British ministry on the orders of a smaller nation in hopes of making a name for itself. In the eventual world takeover, Harry just shook his head at that one. Then there was the one, a blonde-haired girl with a dreamy look in her eyes, telling some first years that Humdringers and Nargles had convinced a shapeshifter to erase Cedric's memories cause he had overheard their plan to steal Christmas. Needless to say, the look of pure horror on those poor First Eyes' faces was hilarious. It was so ridiculous of a rumor that he had burst out laughing, scaring some poor second-year girl with brown hair. "So this was where my parents, Sirius and Remus, went to school. It looks so depressing and boring. No wonder the Marauders were formed. I wonder if Mammon is awake." Sigh. Probably best not to bother him. Don't much feel like dealing with the overly excited child at this moment, Harry mused to himself. Harry, for the most part, spent the last 5 years at the private boarding school Itermagorum, although how you end up on an island in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle from a hidden hot spring in the north of Canada still eludes him. With a shrug and an easy smile, makes his way back to the dungeons to pack up Daphne's stuff so they can leave tonight. His smile then broadens at the thought of how they will leave tonight. In Dumbledore's office, the old man is meeting with all 4 heads of the houses. They discuss what he had heard from Cedric when he talked to him the night before, and how he had finally gotten a response from Harry Potter. It was, after all, rather embarrassing for him when they tried calling his name at the sorting 4 years ago, and no one had come up at all. An older woman with a stern look in her eye and short brown hair with some gray beginning to show, who was the Transfiguration Professor and Gryffindor's head of house by the name Minerva McGonagall, had a small smile in the thoughts of finally seeing the son of her favorite 2 students. A man with greasy black hair, and a hook nose who was the potions professor and Slytherin's head of house, was known as Severus Snape, had a sneer set in place at the thought of his childhood rival's brat. Probably just as arrogant as his father was, were his thoughts, while the other two professors, one being much shorter than all the other there, and having some goblin features, was the charms professor and Ravenclaw's head of house Phileas Flitwick. The other was the herbology professor and Hufflepuff's head of house Pomona Sprout. They had wondered where he had been for the last 14 years, but decided it was really none of their business. Later that evening at dinner, Daphne was sitting in the Great Hall for the leaving feast with her two best friends Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. Both had been constantly badgering her about the shirt that Tracy caught her wearing. Then a regal black horned owl had distracted them by landing right in front of Draco Malfoy, its leg stretched out for him, presenting a small letter for him to take. Slowly Draco reaches out and takes it from the owl, then absently giving it a piece of roast. As thanks, the owl takes flight and begins its return to his owner. Draco opens the note and begins to read it silently. "Dearest Dragon, I have been just given word that your father has been murdered by some unknown bastard. I know if you haven't heard of this yet, then it must come as a shock to you as it did to me. However, it is with some joy that I tell you that the new Lord Black has offered his support and a place to stay at Black Manor to mourn with family. We will see you tomorrow on the platform. With love, your mother." After reading the small note from his mother, a small smirk forms at the very edge of his mouth before faster than anyone notices Draco hardens his facial features and quickly walks out of the Great Hall, followed by the whispers of what the letter could have said. A few hours later, after the feast, Daphne returns to her dorm room to see her trunk open and already packed on her bed with a note on top of the packed contents. Meet where you begin your life with your new family and feast at the beginning and end of the year. With an exasperated sigh, Daphne can't help but wonder why Harry keeps giving her these notes when he could just come up to her and say what he needs. But with a small smile causing her features to glow at seeing him one more time before they part ways again, and not seeing each other till her 18th birthday, she sets an alarm for 1:30 a.m. and casts a privacy and silence spell around her bed that drifts off to sleep. When the alarm that Daphne had set begins ringing, she slowly crawls out of bed, shrinks, and pockets her trunks, then makes her way to the Great Hall. When Daphne arrives and begins to look around and seeing no sign of Harry after 5 minutes, she begins to worry that something may have happened to him when she then feels a familiar pair of arms wrap around her waist and warm lips, tracing her neck, a ghost of a smile on her lips, as leans back and closes her eyes in bliss as Harry's strange-looking raven, Candidam, if she remembers, properly perched on his left shoulder, trilling a soft and happy tune. "You're late, my love," she whispers in front of her. With a deep chuckle, Harry moves his lips to her ear, softly caressing it with his warm breath before, in a low whisper, "Sorry, took a little longer to get our transportation ready than I had originally thought it would." Daphne then turns her head to look into his eyes with a look of confusion in her features. Harry then takes her hand and leads them outside the castle, where a strange metal beast with two glowing eyes in the front and one in the back is deeply purring. She knows that this thing is what the Muggles call a motorcycle. After all, Sirius Black and her godfather, Dante, both love these Muggle creations. Harry then brings a hesitant Daphne to it before constantly reassuring her that he would keep her safe, and he was a better driver than either Sirius or Dante, and would explain how he got it here later. He then helps her onto it and gets in front of her before revving the engine. Choking the throttle, he turns his head and tells Daphne to hold on tight. She then complies just as they shoot off to the gate, heading wherever Harry is taking her, but she can't help but feel incredibly happy that Harry is taking her with him, that he wouldn't disappear for another 3 years without her seeing him. So with that thought, she cuddles closer into him, her head buried into his back, absorbing his warmth and presence as she is lulled back to sleep. Iter Magorum, Journey of the Magi, Candidam, White Crown. And there we have it, the second chapter. Not much happens in this one, but give it time, there will be a confrontation in the next chapter, so look forward to it. And I'm kind of surprised that people seem to enjoy this. However, I ask, please, for all that is good, a few more reviews would be nice. I would like to know what you all think. Right now, I have 2 other chapters somewhat planned and another one at the beginning process of planning. So give me some ideas as well. Thanks, you all. Look forward to next week. Also, I'm sure you noticed a difference bet one this chapter, and the last one. Tell what you think. Chapter 3. Jeff said, yes, Dante is the one that took Harry at the beginning, and it will be explained later on in the story on what happened during his childhood. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter-related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 3. During the trip back to London, Daphne had fallen asleep, tightly holding on to Harry with her face burrowed into his back. Harry, for the last hour, had let his mind drift. Voldemort had returned, and although he wasn't at his full strength, because of the ritual used, had caused himself to release the restriction rune that was placed on him. Dante was right, that power is too dangerous right now. I'm going to need to learn to control it this summer, even if it just partially. And Sirius is going to be pissed when he finds out that I only brought judgment with me on this little adventure. With a hiss of pain, Harry's vision doubles for a second as blood starts dripping down from his left eye and nose before returning to normal, his focus coming back to reality. Harry then concentrates on getting the both of them home safely before he passes out. So with that thought, Harry kicks the bike into high gear and shoots off like a bolt of lightning, the wind whistling the tune of freedom from the speed they are traveling at. A few hours later, the sun begins peeking over the horizon. Harry begins to slow down. He had landed at the edge of the city and drove down the quiet streets of a sleeping city until he stopped in front of the two-story house of number 12 Grimmauld Place. Gently, without waking Daphne, Harry slowly moves out of her tight hold and gets off the bike, then turns around and picks her up bridal style. Daphne subconsciously grabs his coat and buries her head into his chest, taking a deep breath of his scent as he makes his way up the stairs and then into the house. Harry can vaguely hear voices in the kitchen, but ignores them and heads up to his room to let Daphne sleep more comfortably. As he reaches the end of the hall where his room is located, he hears a throat being cleared behind him. So turning his head, Harry looks into the eyes of his godfather, one of the two that rescued him that fateful night, Sirius Black. Sirius Black notices the long blonde hair dangling on Harry's right side, begins to say something with a mischievous smirk, before stopping himself at the look his godson gives him before entering his room. Locking and silencing his room, he walks over to the queen-sized bed and lays Daphne down, pulling her shoes off and tucking her in. Harry then looks at her and decides that because of what he heard from his contact at Hogwarts, Daphne will need to finish her training if they are to start dating. He then turns on his heel and walks over to his small desk and removing his dragon hide boots. He then shrugs his coat off, revealing his athletically toned body. On his left bicep, an alchemical seal tattoo, and on the nape of his neck, a strange runic glyph. Harry then heads over to his bed and crawls in, and as if sensing his presence, Daphne turns around and cuddles into him, absorbing his warmth into her. Harry silently chuckles at her behavior as he remembers her being at times very cold and standoffish when they were younger, and from what his favorite cousin/ferret, Harry won't ever let him live that down, has told him she has become even more cold and has been nicknamed the Ice Princess of Slytherin. Looking down to the beautiful creature at his side, Harry snakes his arms around her waist, pulling her even closer to him before kissing her hair. The events of today finally taking over, Harry falls into the darkness of sleep, a content and peaceful look on the young couple's faces as they sleep. In the kitchen, just before Harry and Daphne arrive, a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix was occurring, with Dumbledore saying Harry needs to go to his relatives so Voldemort won't find him for the greater good, and you shouldn't have taken him in the first place. What if something had happened? While pointing at Sirius, who just looks up and rolls his eyes before picking up the Daily Prophet and continuing to ignore the pointless rambling of a useless order. How did the Marauders end up falling for this shit during the last war? Sirius muses. It's then that he sees the headline of a Prophet article. Liars and murderers.
Ritos Kéter.
Fudge has given his statement of he who must not be named, has not returned, and that it is all lies fabricated by an overly stressed Hogwarts student during the Triwizard Tournament when Dumbledore sent him to a different location. But this brings the question, why did Dumbledore send him somewhere else, and who was the black figure that has been accused of killing Lord Lucius Malfoy, a prominent lord in the Wizengamot? Fudge has declared that he is to be captured and kissed on sight. Anyone who knows anything is to tell the Ministry right away, and that harboring this criminal is an automatic life sentence in Azkaban. This reporter believes that Sirius Black is behind this whole thing in an attempt to take the Malfoy fortune and to silence him for his Dark Lord. To see more info on Sirius Black, see page 7. To see the theories of the Black Coat guy, see page 8 to 9. To see more info on Lucius Malfoy, see page 10. Sirius then grits his teeth in frustration. Those morons are going to get everyone killed and start a world war that they can't win if they actually try and kiss either of us. His anger is then cut short when the matriarch of the Weasley family, Molly Weasley comes in and started bustling around the kitchen, talking to herself about how skinny young Harry must be and how they had to make a good impression for the boy who lived, how he must be a sweet, caring young boy, and how he and her son Ronald will be the best of friends. With that, Sirius couldn't help it and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. A few moments later, he get a hold of himself, and with a few calming breaths, he looks to the matriarch of Clan Weasley with a look of complete seriousness. Keep your kids away from Harry unless he comes to them. With that, Sirius gets up to check, who just entered the wards of the family floor of Black Manor. Just as Sirius leaves the kitchen, the matriarch of Clan Weasley goes on a tirade. Who does he think he is telling me what to do? The poor boy probably doesn't have any friends. Merlin knows where that criminal took him, and he definitely needs him. Before she can go any further in her rant, a young woman with bubblegum pink hair, wearing aura robes, slams a palm on the table, startling everyone before her hair turns fiery red and hisses out. Be careful with what you say. Remember, you are guest in this house, nothing more. With that, she gets up and heads to the exit before stopping at the doorway before saying, "And you are unwelcome. Remember that." She then walks out the kitchen door and leaves the house for work. It was a few hours later before Harry woke up. As he opens his eyes, he sees Daphne buttoning up one of his silk dress shirts, her hair still a little damp and clinging to her from a recent shower. She is also wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans that accented her hips and legs. With a devious smirk adorning his face, Harry stretches his body before sitting up. "You know, I can't decide what's better, waking up with you pressed up to me, or watching you get dressed in one of my shirts after a shower." His smirk becomes a predatory smile as he speaks. Daphne slowly turns around, letting her hips sway just a little more than usual as she makes her way towards Harry, a smile of innocence on her face, while her eyes shine with a hint of lust. She reaches the side Harry is on and leans down, giving Harry a perfect view cleavage and the edges of her breasts before firmly kissing him on the lips. She then moves to his ear and purrs, "Go have a shower and get ready. I'm hungry and want to see Sirius again." With that said, Daphne straightens out and turns around, and with that little extra sway in her hips, walk out of their bedroom and down towards the kitchen. A frustrated look pulls at Harry's lips because of Daphne's tease before he gets up to have a shower and plan how to get back at her for that. As he finishes and gets dressed, he puts on a black with emerald green trimmed button-down shirt and a pair of dark blue jeans, then heads to the kitchen. As he gets closer, he hears yelling, so picking up the pace a bit, he reaches the door to the kitchen. Harry then silently opens the door. Inside, he sees a red-headed woman silently yelling at the other two occupants while gesturing wildly, her face going redder by the second. Raising an eyebrow, Harry makes his presence known. "So I take it the red-faced woman over there is a banshee you have been complaining about, Sirius." Both Sirius and Daphne start snickering while Mrs. Weasley looks like a tomato, then trying to remove the silencing charm again to the amusement of the others. "So Kit, you and Daphne finally decided to start dating?" Sirius asks, and a massive grin stretches his features as both teens begin to blush and look away from each other, though both have matching smiles before Sirius starts laughing. "Looks like both Dante and Moony owe me 100 galleons each. Oh, happy days." Sirius then gets up to make some flu calls and collect some money. Both teens look at each other before shrugging. Harry then looks over at Mrs. Weasley, who looked beyond shocked with her mouth hanging open before asking, "So what did the banshee say that had Sirius use a head of house silencing charm on her?" Daphne giggles at the banshee comment before her eyes become ice and all emotion leaves her face. "She said I wasn't welcome in this house and that my family are all evil Death Eater scum. When Sirius told her that I was an invited guest of both the Lord Black and his heir, she started saying I was using the Imperious Curse on you both, and that I would reveal the location to Voldemort, so Sirius silenced her." Harry then pulls Daphne into a tight hug before looking over to Mrs. Weasley, his eyes glowing a menacing green while the pupil become a full animistic slit and begins the glow an unearthly purple as well. The hatred in his eyes causes Molly's eyes to widen in fear before she takes off out the kitchen. Harry then breaths deeply, catching Daphne's scent as he does, causing him to calm down even faster, and whispers into her ear reassurances that she would never be like her bastard of a father, and that he would be at her side till she told him to leave. Daphne visibly softens in his embrace, then looks up at him, tear tracks still visible, then she kisses his neck. Daphne then softly thanks him before turning in her seat to finish lunch, while Creature brings Harry his. They fall into companionable silence while they eat. After lunch, both teens move to the sitting room where Harry sits in a soft plush armchair and Daphne unceremoniously falls into his lap. Harry reaches over the side of the chair, hidden from anyone's view, and pulls up a really ancient-looking book and hands it to her. There was no title or author. Daphne looks at him with a confused look on her face that Harry can't help but think of as cute. He then shrugs, saying, "It was written before even the time of Merlin and Morgana, and was from what gathered it was written by a priestess that was fascinated by the runes they had found of the lost cities of Atlantis and Mu." Daphne then gave him her most radiant smile before giving him a kiss that curled his toes and darkened his eyes with a spark of lust, before she wiggled around on his lap to get more comfy and began to read. Harry then leans over the side and picks up another book that is titled Alchemy of the Living. Then leaning into Daphne's ear, he whispers, "You, my love, are insensible and a bloody tease." Harry then nips her ear, causing Daphne to shiver in pleasure before he goes back to reading. Daphne lets a small growl, but before anything else could happen, the sound of a throat being cleared causes both teens to look up from their reading and teasing with a raised eyebrow. Harry speaks, "Yes, Sirius, how can we help you, you old mutt?" Sirius just shakes his head before sitting in the opposite chair, grumbling about smart-ass kids and bad influences, then letting out an annoyed sigh. He begins, "Dumbledore wants more people to stay here because he believes they aren't safe from the Snaky. He also wants you to go to your aunt and uncle's." Harry just scoffs at this while Daphne tightens her hold on him. "First off, the old bastard can try and I will put a bullet in his head before he can do anything." He then starts to rub Daphne's back in comfort, then continues on. "Secondly, who does the ancient moron think he is by telling us who stays here? The Weasley children and some muggle-born named Hermione Granger, and much later the Longbottom heir will be visiting. And he can because I unfortunately owe him a favor for keeping me out of Azkaban when I was a child. I didn't know any better, however. After this we are square, and I won't have to worry about him again." With an annoyed sigh, just as his godfather had given at the beginning of this conversation. "I saw them during my wanderings of Hogwarts. The Weasley twins amused me. They have potential to be good apprentices to you and Remus." Then with a devious smirk, Harry says, "Maybe even to bring back the Marauders. The girl Weasley is a fangirl at best and a delusional fool at worst." Daphne then interrupts with a possessive growl, tightening her hold on Harry again. "The youngest son is in the nicest terms a lazy, mannerless idiot, and the muggle-born I didn't see, but I'm not inclined to care." Daphne then pipes up with her 2 cents. She is, according to Snape, a know-it-all. She can only regurgitate what she reads in books. No real skill when it comes to going out into the real world. She most likely will end up pissing off the wrong person. Harry nods his head before turning back to Sirius. "As for Longbottom, I believe we should back the Trinity Alliance of the old days, so have Creature bring him to the library when he arrives." Harry then take a moment to consider something before saying, "Also activate the full wards on the Black family quarters and the library. We don't want them snooping around either place and trying to destroy what those light bigots consider dark, or the slim chance that they think they can come and go and research our family legacy and not understand it. After all, the Muggles do say, those who know nothing can understand nothing." Daphne just tilts her head in confusion, while Sirius only grins. "Already done, Kit. Both Dumbledore and the Banshee have met the wards. They were not happy." Both now sporting similar sadistic grins. At that, Daphne finally pokes Harry in the ribs. "That reminds me, you owe me an explanation of why you ended up at Hogwarts with Cedric, and I have a few questions for you, mister." Harry just groans at the reminder while Sirius snickers and stands up, walking over to the exit. He then stops and turns around with a Cheshire Cat grin. "I'll just leave you 2 kids alone, and don't worry, I will set up the wards so only a Black can enter, and I'll also silence the room, so good luck, Kit." With that, Sirius leaves Harry to his fate. When the door closes, Daphne turns her head, her sapphire blue eyes colder than the tundra. "Explain. Why were you out there? Then I will ask my questions," she exclaims, and with a sigh, Harry mutters out, "Never could resist how hot you look like that." Daphne beams at the compliment while Harry takes a deep breath and begins his tale. "All right, there you have it. Hopefully it's good. I wrote most of this really hungover from partying all Halloween weekend. So anyways, enjoy. I think this might be one of the longest chapters one have done, and once again, I'm very happy with the overall opinion of this story, but let's see if I can get more reviews. Help me make this better, so enjoy the next chapter. A lot of things will happen, like Harry's battle with Voldemort, as well as a few other things that will hopefully. Chapter 4. Alright, so because some people think I need to get a beta reader, and I'm honestly too lazy to go out and actively search for one, cause I'm doing this as something to occupy what little time I have, so if someone wants to be my beta reader, PM me. Now without further ado, the next chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter-related stuff in this is owned by Jay. Not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 4. Looking at a dilapidated shack just on the outskirts of the village called Little Hangleton, Harry just shakes his head. What kinda idiot hides a deathly hollow in such a run-down and destroyed shack? He then looks around before speaking in Parseltongue. Release all wards for your lord and master. Harry then casually walks into the shack and begins his search for his prize. It's while in the living room that he feels a very dark magical signature underneath the floorboards of where he is standing. So, Harry then pulls out the floorboards to investigate, and what he finds causes his right eyebrow to twitch in irritation. He then pulls out a ring with a simple black stone on the top. Looking at it for a second, Harry then puts it into his coat pocket, then walks out of the house just as the wards reactivate. Harry then begins his journey back towards where he came from and where his transportation is located. As he is walking towards where he can safely use his portkey, Harry feels a pulse of dark magic in the area. With an annoyed sigh, he absently wonders what that was, then turns and heads in the direction of the dark magic. He then lets out a sigh while muttering under his breath, "Knowing my luck, probably something that's more trouble than it's worth." He then picks up his pace and begins to run in a full sprint towards the graveyard. Just as he arrives, Harry sees a bunch of robed figures kneeling in front of some bald head knows less thing. His wand trained on a person who seems to be bruised, bloody, and looks about to collapse and pass out. So drawing a pitch-black gun from the inside of his coat, he then pulls the slide back, loading the weapon, and then fires at the acid-green spell that is known everywhere as the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. When both attacks meet, the resulting explosion draws stunned silence from everyone in the graveyard. Now this is an unwelcome surprise. Looks like a cult party, however. I don't see nearly enough virgins, or that special punch you people seem to like to use. Everyone in the graveyard's attention turns to the black-cloaked figure of Harry approaching them. The Death Eaters are not sure what to do. Looking around, Harry sees the face of Lucius Malfoy kneeling beside Voldemort. He hides his smile. Then with another quick look, he sees the traitor and killer of his parents cowering behind Voldemort, and Harry's hidden smile turns absolutely feral. Harry then continues to walk towards everyone. Just as he passes Cedric, he mutters, "Arrogant A-class half-blood." Harry then puts his hand on Cedric's shoulder, who promptly falls to the ground unconscious. Harry's "I never leave Peter." Before any can speak, Harry yells out, "Wormtail, I have a message for you from the Marauders." Pettigrew perks up at this, but before he can respond, a soft crack is heard and Peter falls to the ground. His face is unrecognizable. Burn in hell. While the rest of the Death Eaters and Voldemort are shocked at seeing such a bloody death, Harry fires another shot, causing Lucius slump to the ground. His emergency portkey flies towards Harry, who then crushes it, and dropping the destroyed portkey onto the ground. It is at this time Voldemort pulls himself out of a shocked and disgusted state from the weakness of two of his supporters and begins to fire all sorts of curses and hexes at Harry. Harry, having kept an eye on Voldemort at all times, starts to dodge all that is fired at his, moving around the graveyard and ducking behind gravestones. After the short assault from Voldemort, Harry stands up and looks in Voldemort's red snake-like eyes. He gives a mock bow. "Very well, let's us dance, little Tommy." Harry then fires 3 quick shots at Voldemort, who quickly conjures a stone wall in front of him. Harry just smirks at this defense as the bullet's trajectory changes and hits 3 different Death Eaters before he begins to move again. He weaves around the graveyard while Voldemort sneers at him, firing a few more spells. But just as Harry dodges another killing curse, he is hit by a hidden defendo. Voldemort smirks, but before he can say anything, Harry's body pulls apart into a murder of crows that fly in all directions. Voldemort looks around in confusion before, in his frustration, fires a killing curse at one of his followers. Just as he fires the killing curse, he moves out of the way by instinct and sees a glowing blue object go past his face, heading towards a group of 3 of his followers. As it hits one of them, it explodes, killing all 3 and injuring another. "Damn it, missed. Well, I guess killing 3 of your heel-biters is all right." Voldemort turned towards the cloaked Harry and snarls out, "Who the are you?" Harry then drops to the ground, slamming his hand onto the ground, and pushes his magic into it as a strange symbol appears around him. "Just a simple hunter, old moldy one," is his only reply as the earth of the graveyard begins to shake and move, and before the rest of the Death Eaters can make a move, the earth open up and conglomerate of midnight black chains come from the opened earth, striking at all that their master commands. Harry then launches himself at Voldemort. He fires another shot that Voldemort dodges, but before he can retaliate, Harry kicks him in the side of the head, sending him to the ground. Their fight then becomes more intense as both combatants use all they have. While Harry and Voldemort are in the heat of battle, the rest of the Death Eaters struggle with the chains that Harry has created. They are unsure of what to do because every time one of the chains are destroyed, another two take its place. One of the Death Eaters grit his teeth, and with some hesitation he shouts out a command. Retreat! Leave the dead and anyone you can't save. With that, all the Death Eaters grab hold of their portkeys and disappear. Back with Harry and Voldemort, both are feeling the effects of their exhaustion, and Voldemort becomes very worried. His body was just recreated and is beginning to have problem keeping up and adjusting. He glares at the man in front of him, and he can feel his eye on him. How can someone just by touching it turn it into something else like that? Even transfiguration can't do that and last as long as his half, are some of Voldemort's thought, but all of that is interrupted by the hot, painful sensation in his shoulder as the cold metal of whatever that thing this cloaked figure is shooting pierces him. Then he feels another one lodging into his stomach. Before Harry can fire another one, Voldemort disappears with apparition. As Voldemort disappears, Harry falls to the ground, holding his arm, while breathing heavy blood drips onto the ground from inside his hood. He mutters out between coughing. Used to much power creating and controlling those chains. Getting up, he stumbles a bit, heading towards the body of the unconscious body of Lucius Malfoy. Should have brought Yamato. Harry then grits his teeth, still muttering. Didn't think using that magic would hurt this much. Harry coughs up some more blood as he reaches Lucius and the re-innovates him. Harry places his gun to Lucius's temple, and amongst his begging, Harry says, "For the promise of my little brother, I give you a swift death." And with that, soft crack is heard throughout the silent graveyard. Harry then walks up to Cedric and summons the Goblet of Fire as they port key back towards Hogwarts. After Harry finishes his retelling of the past days' events, there was only stunned silence from Daphne as she processes what she has been told. The idiot actually fought the Dark Wanker to the point that he needed to retreat. Granted, Harry did say that he was still in a weakened state from the revival ritual that he had pre-formed. All right, I need to calm down. I'll kick his ass for his stupidity after he answers all my questions. As Daphne takes a calming breath, Harry continues to look into her eyes as he slowly falls into their endless depths. He can clearly see hints of her emotions, even though her mask of ice. Daphne finally speaks up after what feels like hours when in reality, probably only 5 minutes. All right, I have a few questions that you will answer, or my hexing you for your idiocy will be the least of your worries. Harry slightly cringes at the thought of Daphne's threat of causing pain for him, fighting Voldemort in silent confirmation. Yep, she's pissed. All I guess I can do is answer truthfully and hope that she doesn't kill me. Harry then nods his head in silent confirmation, never breaking his gaze into Daphne's deep ice blue eyes. Daphne then begins her inquisition. First, how did you vanish into thin air at the tournament grounds? Simple, the coat that I was wearing is the true invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows. And before you ask anything from that, it's Death's cloak. It can become almost anything as long as you have the magic and will to transform it. Daphne is fairly surprised at that, considering the last time she saw Harry when they were just about to turn 10, and he had just got his acceptance letter to Itermagorm. His invisibility cloak had looked almost like a blanket to hide the both of them while they wandered around, or pranked Sirius and Dante. Oh, Kay, and the thing you used in your fight with Voldemort, what did you call it? Judgment, I think it was. Harry has smiles brightly at that question with a lot of pride in his voice. That, my love, is my greatest alchemical achievement so far. It's a 357 Desert Eagle with an extended silencing barrel. He then notices the confused, glazed look in Daphne's eyes, so he tries to simplify of the guns that Dante taught us to shoot. But that isn't why it's my greatest creation. It's because it can fire a few different kinds of curses. Unfortunately, it requires a lot of concentration, so I generally just stick with the bullets that are imbued with my magic, which is why I can change the trajectory of them, or cause them to explode. Daphne nods her head at that. After all, her godfather loved teaching her how to shoot one of those strange and loud items. She then rolls her eye at her boyfriend. He loved shooting as much as her godfather. All right, and how the hell did you get a motorcycle? Not to mention get it onto the Hogwarts grounds. Harry just shrugs at the question, but his eyes shine with untold amounts of mischief. Birthday present from mine and your godfather. It's a Kawasaki GPZ 1100. but they enchanted it to be unnoticed by the muggles and can fly. How I got it here simple, I always carry it with me, gotta love specialty shrinking enchantments. Daphne nods her head, remembering her mother almost had a heart attack when Dante first took her on a joyride and how Astoria wanted to go, but her mom started yelling at him about it being unsafe and how irresponsible he was. Daphne's whole attitude then changes as another question come to mind, and with a soul-piercing glare that chills his very being. What did you mean when you mentioned that magic? The one that I assume had you coughing up blood? Harry winces at the venom and coldness of her voice, then mentally curses himself for mentioning that part. He hadn't even realized he did. Can you stand up for a moment, love? And I need to show you something before I can explain what it is. Daphne nods her head, then stands up, still keeping her cold glare on the boy in front of he. Harry then closes his eye in concentration. He then transforms, leaving Daphne wide-eyed. Daphne, for her part, is at a loss for words, for what is in front of her shouldn't be possible. A beautiful and regal-looking silver and black fox with the yin-yang symbol on its forehead, but the interesting part is the fact that it looks to have two tails. Daphne lets out a tiny squeal before picking him up and cuddling him into her still-developing bust. Harry then makes what sounds like a contented sigh before wiggling around so his front paws are bracing itself on her chest and reaches up to lick her nose. Harry then jumps out of her arms and back onto the chair, and transforming back while chuckling to himself at Daphne's cute-looking pout. Damn, she looks cute doing that, and I'm probably the only one that has seen this side. Must resist turning back into tails. With a smile, Harry motions for Daphne to sit back down. She agrees only after getting a promise out of him that she can cuddle with his foxy form tonight. So now to explain some things. First off, that wasn't a normal fox. From my research, it's called a kitsune, and the older and more powerful they get, the more tails will appear. Those tails also represents how close they are to nature. They are also masters of illusions, to the point that legend says that if there ever is a nine-tails, they can turn illusions and dreams into reality. Daphne looks at him in curiosity. Harry then further explains, the magic I used was pure, undiluted from nature and the very earth itself. I have had very little experience and training in doing that, and have never used that much. So the backlash was much more severe than I had originally anticipated. Daphne just stared at him, unblinking, before she slaps him hard enough that his head moves back. When he turns his head to face her again in stunned shock, she then kisses the cheek that she had slapped, then softly kisses his lips, leaning her forehead on his so their noses touch. Never do that again. I just got you back and I refuse to lose you now. Daphne scolds him about his recklessness. She holds her scowl for a few more moments before her eyes soften and a small smile tugs at her lips before she wraps her arms around his neck and brings her lips up to lightly peck his nose. Then she moves to firmly plant her lips onto his. Harry, for his part, remained silent during Daphne's rant, knowing from experience that interrupting would get him into even more trouble. He then looks into her beautiful sapphire blue eyes as they soften, and he knew that he was somewhat forgiven for now. So when he felt her lips firmly on his, he tightens his arms around Daphne's waist, bring her even closer to him. He slightly parts his mouth and moves his tongue to brush her own lips, silently asking for entrance, which she readily agrees. Their tongues shyly meets at first before they become more confident and begin to explore each other's mouths. Harry then breaks the kiss and moves to Daphne's neck, where he begins his ministrations by licking, sucking, and gently nipping at the tender porcelain skin. Daphne leans her head back and gives a tiny moan and giggle of pleasure at Harry's enthusiasm while giving him more access. Her hands begin to explore his body, while one becomes tangled in his hair, and massaging his scalp, the other is tracing and kneading the forming abs on his stomach. Then, before they can go any farther, their heated embrace is interrupted and ruined by the front door opening and slamming shut, and a piercing voice starts yelling about a family of blood traitors and a mudblood have ruined the sanctity of the ancestral black family's home, and that they are to leave this moment. Hearing the loud voice of Sirius's mother's painting yelling, Harry can only give a mirthless chuckle, then moving to get up while taking Daphne with him before lightly putting her onto her feet, then scrubbing his hand through his messed up hair to try and fix it. He looks at Daphne, who is scowling at the door for a few seconds before heaving a heavy sigh of frustration. Harry briefly takes notice of the forming mark on Daphne's neck and hides a self-satisfied smirk from her. and starts to move towards the annoyance of a lion's den, then looking back at the girl he has known since he was 2 years old. Harry says, "Well, let's go meet the forced guests." Daphne then, with all the grace of a true pure-blood princess, curtsies before replying, "Certainly, my lord. After all, we must show them proper manners for two most ancient and noble houses." She then hooks her arm with his as they exit the room, and towards where the start of a commotion has already begun. Chapter 5. So I posted the rough draft of this chapter a little while ago, sorry about that. Here the chapter that has been edited of spelling mistakes, so enjoy the chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 5. As the young couple makes their way towards the shouting voices in the front parlor right beside the stairs where Walburga Black's portrait hangs, the sight they come to is of Molly Weasley ranting, and behind her are four red heads, one of them being female and a bushy-haired girl. Mrs. Weasley looks to be in a heated argument with a snickering Sirius. However, his snickering soon becomes just an insane grin as Harry and Daphne come into view. As Harry and Daphne come into the parlor, Daphne instantly has in place her mask of cold indifference. Sirius still remembers that mask from her childhood, and he unconscionably clenches his hand into a tight fist that his nails break skin. The reason for her mask, a byproduct of her Death Eater father's attempts to turn her into a perfect pure-blood bride to sell to the highest bidder and earn favor with the other dark families. With that thought in mind, Sirius lets slip his control, and Padfoot snarls in his mindscape. Sirius calms himself as he remembers his, Dante, and Harry's plan for dear old Cygnus Greengrass. He would live to regret his transgression on the sweet little girl who comforted his godson with just her bright presence when Harry felt alone in the middle of the night. Sirius then focuses on Harry, and with overflowing pride at how his heir and godson holds himself a true pure-blood prince. Although he has a bored expression, if closely noticed, he has both confidence and pride, his body ready to strike anyone in a moment's notice. But the main point of pride is what Harry has done in his short life. Sirius' eyes light up with both mischief and satisfaction, although unsure what actually happened when Harry finally snapped about Daphne's coldness and dragged her into paradise. But when they came out later that evening, both looked beaten. Harry's shirt held only by a few seams, and Daphne looking far happier than she had for the last 2 years, even if her dress was torn and dirty. That was just before she went to Hogwarts and Harry began his second year, and the start of his apprenticeship. As Sirius comes out of his reminiscing that had only lasted a couple of moments, he sees the hint of irritation of Harry's face, and Sirius snickers at the thought, probably enjoying his alone time to catch up with the lovely and beautiful girl on his arm. Damn, they look so much like a royal pure blood couple. Can't resist urge to tease them. Sirius is interrupted by the thought of teasing the young couple, and brought back to reality by the high-pitched squeal of Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, Harry dear, I didn't see you there. Here, come along, I must introduce you to my children and a lovely muggle-born girl." She then gives Daphne a hard look as the red-headed mother gushes about Harry meeting her children, causing Sirius and the couple to cringe at the sound. Mrs. Weasley then heads back towards the kitchen saying, "I'll just leave you kids to get to know each other and become friends." Before anyone can say anything, the youngest Weasley male steps in front of Harry, his hand outstretched. "Hi, I'm Ron Weasley. I can already tell we are going to be the best of friends. And when you get sorted into Gryffindor, we can play Quidditch on the house team and play wizard chess. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to play both, since I'm sure you haven't been able to play." Harry raises a single eyebrow before looking down at Daphne, who is trying very hard not burst out in peals of laughter. He then pokes her in the side, causing a small squeak and getting her attention. "You know, I find it amusing that he hasn't even given a proper greeting to us, or that he instantly assumes I will be in the house of cannon fodder," is Harry's remark while Daphne sobers her hidden laughter. She places a finger to her lower lip in a cute and innocent, thoughtful look. "Maybe he thinks because of those stupid books that tell about your great and noble adventures, and I guess also the fact that Potters have been going to Gryffindor for the last 200 years. Though I don't understand why, considering who your family is descended from." Harry then holds his right elbow, while his hand covers his left eye in mock concentration. Good point, but I don't see why he thinks we are going to be best of friends. He looks like he might eat my hand." Ron soon becomes Weasley red as they ignore him for their own conversation. He then takes notice of who Daphne actually is and points at her, yelling, "You're a Slytherin." Daphne raises he perfectly manicured eyebrow, but before she can retort, Ron turns back to Harry. "They're evil. Why in one latched onto your arm like a parasite? I bet she is using love potions on you, but don't worry my mo dash. Ron didn't get to finish that sentence as Harry grabbed him by his neck and lifted him into the air with one arm. Harry then hisses out, "Congratulations, fool, you have earned a full-time sentence of cleaning the basement and the attic while you stay here." Harry then tosses him onto his ass a couple feet in front of him. Harry then stares at the rest of the guests and calls out, "Creature." With a soft pop, Creature appears and bows towards Harry. "What can Creature do for the little master?" the old elf asks in a raspy voice. Harry then responds with the utmost authority from his training as a pure-blood prince. "Show these people where they will be staying for the summer, then explain to them what they will be doing to help the most ancient and noble House of Black," is Harry's response. And just before Creature begins to usher the Weasley and Granger to their living quarters, Harry asks, "Also, is the other guest rooms ready for our morning family?" Creature then bows towards Harry before answering, "Yes, little master." Creature makes sure everything was ready for other guests. Harry's anger then leaves his faces as he gives a warm smile towards the old elf. "That's good to hear. Thank you, Creature. You may go escort them to their living arrangements now. And don't forget to grab their mother as well." Creature then proceeds to start pushing the Weasley family and the bushy-haired Muggleborn out of the parlor towards where they will be staying. But before he can stop her, Granger turns on her heel and with a false sense of righteous fury shouts at the couple, "You are barbaric. How can you enslave a poor creature like this? You're just like Malfoy." Harry just looks right though her like she isn't even there before answering, his voice deathly cold, "You're right." However, that can be said for the Muggle world as well, since they still have human trafficking. You know nothing, so you can understand nothing. This is symbiotic relationship. They need us as much as we need them. Both Ron and the female Weasley shout out in defense of their longtime friend. "Hey, don't you dare insult Hermione. She's the smartest witch in our generation," is the red-head female's defense, while her brother pipes up with, "Yes, she is better than that evil, filthy snake whore on your arm. And you are going to come begging us for help when we go to school. So at you who knows nothing." Sirius, who is strangely silent throughout this whole show, finally burst out into loud laughter before leaving to go pick up the other summer guests. Loud chuckles from Sirius can still be heard all the way to the Floo, and then they stop at the sound of a quiet roar of the Floo network. Both Weasley children look towards where Sirius went with a confused look, till they hear Daphne and Harry snickering into each other's shoulder while they support each other from falling to the ground in laughter. An angry pang of jealousy goes through the female Weasley as she inwardly seethes at the contact these two have. "Who does that snake bitch think she is hanging off him? Harry is mine. My mother said it was my destiny. After all, I look just like his mother." But it goes unnoticed to all but Daphne, who mentally scoffs and thinks, "So the little kitten thinks that she can have my fox? Please, like he would go for someone that looks like his mother. That's disturbingly close to being incest." Harry finally gets his laughter under control and responds, "Then I pray for England's future generations. 'Cause if she's the smartest in your generation, I give it a year after you chuckleheads graduate before England collapses on itself, or is destroyed and tossed into the wind." Harry gives another deep chuckle, and before they can rebut or say anything else, Harry continues, "Besides, just because she flaunts and regurgitates what comes out of books doesn't mean she's the smartest. All it proves is she is petty and an attention-seeking teacher's pet. Nothing more and nothing less." Harry then looks to Daphne and leans down to nibble on her ear and whispers, "Come on, our actual guests will want to unpack and rest a bit when they arrive. So let's go to the library until dinner, so we can be alone for a little while longer." Daphne looks a little confused by the other guest's comment, but gives a soft, content sultry purr into Harry's ear. "Why, what could be going through that teenage head of yours?" Harry chuckles deeply, causing a shiver to run up Daphne's back as Ho's warm breath tickles her ear. She then gets an under control at the thought of going to the Black family's legendary library. Hermione quickly gets over the insult Harry gave her and begins to follow him to give him a piece of her mind, but Creature grabs her arm and with a scowl on his features sneers, "Disgusting girl, Little Master did not invite you. You all are to follow Creature as was Little Master's orders." With that, Creature all but drags Hermione and leads the rest to where they will be staying for the summer holidays. When Harry and Daphne entered the Black library, they separated and went into different sections. Harry had ventured into runes while Daphne had ventured into the charms area. However, she passed one section that piqued her interest. She couldn't begin to describe it, but it had felt like something in that shadowed section was whispering a sweet temptation into her very soul and magic. She was able to slam her occlumency shields down before the temptation became too alluring, but that call was still there if muffled by her occlumency shields. So before she lost herself into the seductive call of the ancient and shadowed section, she moved quickly towards where Harry told her to meet him once she found a book. When Daphne came out of the charms section, she came to the view of Harry lounging in a smooth and soft-looking chair, a fire crackling beside him in the hearth. Daphne keeps moving towards him from behind and wraps her arms around his neck, then leans over the chair at his ear and begins to nibble at his ear like he did to her just a few minutes ago and giving a sultry purr. "What are you reading so intently, my love?" Harry then turns his head, lightly pecking Daphne on the lips as a small smirk forms as they kiss. Harry then moves his head, breaking the kiss. It's on rune carving into weaponry and the effects. Daphne raises an eyebrow before moving around the chair and gracefully into his lap before opening the book she grabbed, Charms of the Dark Age. 20 minutes go by as Harry absently run his free hand through Daphne's hair, while they read before ether break the companionable silence that has fallen on the lovers. When Daphne, without taking her eye off the book, asks, "So I noticed an interesting section in the back, behind the charms area." Trying to act as nonchalant as he can without taking his eye off his book, Harry asks, "Oh, and pray tell, why was it so interesting?" Daphne answered, just like she is commenting on the weather, replies with, "Nothing really, it just felt like it was reaching out to my magic." It's then that Harry's hand stops running through her hair as he looks up from his book. "You aren't serious, are you?" "Yeah, it was strange, like a small whispers in the corner of my mind." After a silence that felt far longer, Harry, with an exasperated sigh, begins to stand up. Daphne, feeling him start to move, hops off his lap, her head looking down at her feet. Harry turns to face her and lifts her chin to look into her eyes, then slowly grabs her right hand with the other. Harry then kisses her lips before giving her an encouraging smile. "I am not angry, just surprised that you had felt a pull towards that section." He then turns on his heel and makes his way towards the back of the library, his hand never letting go of Daphne's. With the Weasley clan and Granger, Creature leads them down a set of stairs while explaining that as long as Lord Black and the Little Master say so, they would be acting as the house's caretakers. Needless to say, not one of them was happy about this arrangement. The most vocal of the group started yelling at him. Dumbledore will not agree with this, then going on to say that her family will be sleeping in the family quarters with her and her husband taking the master bedroom. Creature just gives a hollow chuckle that causes them all a brief shudder before replying, "Only those with black blood and have been invited may enter the family quarters. Anyone else will end in various states of..." Creature stops while contemplating his next words before turning to the family with a wicked grin forming on his face. "Unrest," before he continues to lead the group to their living arrangements for the rest of their stay, all the while mumbling about stupid masters owing debts and letting blood traders and mudbloods into the Grand House of Black. Both Ron and had heard his mumbling and began separate rants. No one noticed the Weasley twins had slipped away while the two angry redheads were yelling at the old house elf, who was completely ignoring them. Hermione then spoke up while Ron and his mother had began to catch their breaths. "What if we refuse? He can't make us do anything we don't want to. There are laws now that abolish slavery, and you shouldn't have to either." The little house elf just sneers at her but replies anyways, "Stupid mudblood, there are no such laws in this world. As such, Lord Black could sell you to the highest bidder, and all he would have to say is you were an intruder trying to steal from a most ancient and noble house." Hermione looks at the house in disgust before she screech, "That's even more barbaric than having slavery. He can't get any with doing that." Creature just stops in front of a dark hallway and points, "Pick any of these rooms, or the floor." Creature doesn't care. With that said, the house elf pops away to begin dinner. They are all stunned at this, with silently fuming. She promises herself that Albus Dumbledore will hear of this and will get that bastard Black to open the family quarters to her family and vacate the master bedroom for her and her husband. Ron begins to his planning on how to convince the boy who lived be his friend and dropping that snake whore. Ginny also begins to contemplate how she can seduce Harry away from that Slytherin slag's claws. Hermione is still unable to think of anything but what Creature had said. Harry wouldn't do that. All the books I read said that he was a champion of the light, and he was Dumbledore's apprentice. So Black can't do anything to us or Harry, and Dumbledore will send him to Azkaban. If it wasn't for the fact that this is his house, I'm sure would have already. After all, he did betray Harry's parents to you-know-who. I need to talk to him. I'm sure we can capture him without losing ownership of the house. With that thought, Hermione gives a silent nod of her head before entering an empty room to unpack and prepare for her plan to get Harry from the evil influence of that mass murderer and that Slytherin girl. All right, thank you all for reading this story so far. I'm happy with the favorite and following for only 4 chapters. However, that being said, come on guys, let's have some more reviews. Also, I will say this once more, I am not actively searching for a beta. If you want to be it, then PM me. If not, I'm not overly fussed. I am doing this for fun, nothing more, nothing less. So with that said, thank for the support. Chapter 6. Wow, so I get to answer a few comments before this chapter begins, which is kinda exciting because it shows there are lots of people enjoying this creation. Created boredom, lack of Daphne/Harry fix, and quite a bit of booze. I love holiday season. It's almost like a 1-month blackout. Cat Eagle. Besides the Weasleys, Blacks, and the professors, no one knows Harry's back, and the people who do know think he just got back. Dan Frogger. No, I'm not going to bash everyone. Quite honestly, after the summer finishes, Harry will be trying to avoid them like the plague. Hunter 792. I have already given a hint to Harry's lineage in Chapter 1, and there is another hint in this chapter below, and Harry doesn't use a wand. His focus is judgment and his 2 swords. However, one of them won't make an appearance till DOM. Free Trader Beowulf. Dumbledore actually hasn't said anything. All he said was Harry was hidden away to protect him. The publishers of the Adventure of Harry Potter books made it all up to make a profit. Now on to the chapter O, and let me know what you think of my twins speak. It was my first time writing it, and I'm not sure. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 6. Harry and Daphne had just arrived at the section in the library that had called to her, and as Daphne moves closer, Harry grabs her arm and pulls her back. She then looks up at him questioningly, but Harry just shakes his head before walking to a painting of a raven in flight. Some feathers are seen floating just below it. But the most entrancing part of the painting is the beautiful violet moon bathing the raven in its radiant glow. Harry reaches out to touch the moon with a single finger, and the moon begins to glow from the bit of magic Harry had put in it. It's like his eyes. I can't help but feel like I'm drowning. It's like, I can't describe it, is Daphne's thought while slowly beginning to be enraptured by the glow. The steady beating of a drum that she can only hear is pumping in her ears. She takes no notice of the world around her until she feels a light pressure on her lips as Harry kisses her. Daphne blinks a few times to clear that has clouded her mind. Harry takes notice that the glazed look in Daphne's eyes has receded as she slowly blinks it away. He then gives a lopsided smile before taking her hand and leading her down the 2 flights of stairs that Harry explained only came into existence when the head or his heir put their magic into the painting. Daphne just nods her head, while still looking down in embarrassment for falling into a trance like that because of that painting. It's scary how easily that painting can enthrall you. After all, a violet moon represents the balance of the 3 fundamental existences. Daphne then looks up at the sound of Harry's voice and asks, "What do you mean, the balance?" Harry looks up to the ceiling, a small, sad smile that Daphne has never seen before show on his face, while his eyes shine with a wisdom from a lost age. The 3 existences are natural, or the outer energy represents the 4 prime elements. Then there is chi, the inner energy and balance between light and darkness. And lastly, magical, or the binder of both. Daphne is unsure of what to say. She has always been taught that magic was the only thing worth mentioning, but before she can say anything, Harry speaks up again. There have only been 2 people that have fully achieved a perfect balance, and that was Merlin and Morgana. Daphne is stunned, speechless. The 2 greatest magicals had obtained this so-called balance. Is that why they were known as the greatest magical beings in history? But before she can question him, she sees something that she has only seen once before when they were kids. Harry has a single tear stream down his left cheek, but it almost looks red. She blinks and it's gone. Then Harry's easygoing smile is back in place like it had never left. They stop in front of a door, the symbol that's on the back of Harry's coat that looked to be forged from the blackest metal Daphne has ever seen placed in the middle. Harry then places his whole hand on it, and the symbol begins to move. The dragon circles the raven closer, and the bird gives a powerful stroke of its wings. The moon then glows a blood red. The doors slowly part in the middle, sliding to each side, and then the torches flare to life, giving light to the darkness that surrounds them. The light reveals a single bookshelf of the most ancient-looking tomes and scrolls that Daphne has ever seen in her life. However, it's not the very old books that grabs her full attention. but it's a single dagger on a table in front of the bookcase. Harry's eyes widen. The paracinti has never glowed before, and it is no longer leaking a suffocating amount of malevolence or that hungry cry for blood. It almost feels like the blade is reaching out for its mother. During his musings, Daphne had kept walking towards it. A warmth spreads through her chest. She slowly reaches out and picks it up. The gold chain on the sheath jingles like it is happy to be picked up. Daphne runs a finger slowly over the rough yet smooth texture of the black sheath. Daphne then tightens her grip on the circular hilt of the dagger and removing the blade. The dagger is 2 feet in length from hilt to blade, and the metal is a glistening black that is softly glowing purple. However, if you looked closely, you could make out 3 cuts around the blade, sectioning it off into 4 pieces. Almost instinctively, like that blade had coaxed her to, Daphne lets her magic flow into the dagger and slashes at the empty air, and the blade, like a whip or a coiled snake, lashes out, reaching to roughly 8 feet. Both teens' eyes widen at this, and Daphne drops the dagger out of surprise. The blade then retracts before it even hits the ground. The room is silent for a few minutes. Neither knows what to say. Daphne then bends down, grabbing the strange dagger's hilt and sheathing it. Harry then slowly walks up to her and softly kisses her lips before moving to her ear, giving the lobe a quick nip. He whispers, "I knew we're an amazing witch, but I would never have guessed you were to be this blade's chosen wielder." Daphne smirks at him, running a finger slowly up his chest before wrapping her hand behind his neck, moving his head so she can kiss him fully. However, before anything else can happen, a house elf pops in. "Please forgive Dobby. He didn't know great Harry Potter, and his greenie we're in the middle of something. Dobby, punish himself now, bad Dobby." The elf is about to bash his head on the stone floor when Harry reaches out and grabs him to the scruff of his rags and lifts him to eye level, then sighing in mock annoyance. "Hello, Dobby. Now how many times have I told you not to punish yourself and to call me Harry?" Dobby looks at his with big, watery, and wide eyes. "At least once more, great Harry Potter, sir." Harry's eyebrow twitches in irritation, and Daphne has to cover her mouth with her hand to help hold back a snicker, but still ends up giving a soft snort. She then ducks her head to hide a noticeable blush with her hair, while Harry turns his head towards her and raises an amused eyebrow. "I thought proper pure blood ladies shouldn't snort." After successfully suppressing her blush, she looks at him and retorts, "Yes, and they also shouldn't know how to kick 4 grown men's asses either." She shrugs, "Blame my godfather and his love of a good fight." Harry softly chuckles at the memory of a 10-year-old Daphne, shattering that poor bastard's kneecap, then stomping on his crown jewels and walking away like nothing ever happened. Dante had ended up laughing his ass off when he heard and then bought her a custom-crafted wand. Harry's musings were interrupted when he feels Dobby starting to squirm in his hand, so he turned back to look at him. "So what do you need, my little friend?" Dobby's smile grows till it's about to split his face, and then starts to cry. "Great, Harry Potter's friends." Dobby is so happy. Dobby is told that dinner be ready. With that, Dobby pops away. The 2 teens look at each other strangely before they start heading up towards dinner, laughing about the little elf's interesting behavior. In another part of the manor, Sirius is walking down the hall towards a meeting room after showing his cousin Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, and her son Draco Malfoy their rooms. He enters to the amusing sight of his longtime friend and fellow marauder Remus. Moony Lupin calmly drinking a cup of tea and reading a newspaper. The Quibbler behind him, hanging upside down, is a blue-skinned Fred, while his twin brother is stuck on the roof, stark naked, with the section of the Daily Prophet about Fudge giving his speech about the ending events of the Tri-Wizard Tournament covering his shame. With a wave of his hand, Sirius undoes both spells, causing both boys to fall to the floor. "Evening, gents, have a seat. We have much to discuss, and so very little time." Sirius then looks to Remus with a questioning look. "So how they do?" Remus just shrugs before turning his head, showing the Slytherin symbol shaved on the back of his head. "They have definitely got potential." Sirius then smiles like the cat ate the canary and regards both boys. George, with his cloths back on, begins. "So what can we do for you, gents, today?" They both finish. Both Sirius and Remus' eyebrows lift, and they look at each other and begin to laugh. "I like these two," Sirius exclaims. "Now sit and let us properly introduce ourselves." "We already know who you are," one of the twins points out. "Yes, you are the fearsome betrayer of the Potter family." The other points at Sirius. "Fiends," pipes out the other, then goes on to say, "And he was our data professor last year." Very good, Gred. Thank you, Forge. Wait, aren't I Gred and you're Forge? No, that was last day I'm Gred and you were Forge. I see, dear twin of mine, I was confused there. During their antics, Sirius clears his throat to get their attention. Yes, as interesting as this is, dinner will be ready soon. So let's get down to the chase. You may have heard of our reputation, so allow me to introduce myself. Then with an exaggerated bow, the name's Padfoot, the pleasure is all yours. Remus take that as his K, and tipping an invisible hat, Remus drawls. Moony charmed, I'm sure. In a blink of an eye, both of the Weasley twins are on hand and knees in front of the two adults. We are not worthy, exclaims both Fred and George. Yes, I know we are fantastic. Now sit down. Again, in a blink of an eye, the twins are seated properly. Sirius then shakes his head, not wanting to figure out how they keep doing that. Anyways, me and Moony here want to make you both an offer. Needless to say, your pranking is strictly amateur. Before the twin can protest, Remus puts up his hand, stopping them. We want to know if you boys wanted to go pro. The twin becomes starstruck. Does this mean you will be teaching us? They both finish in perfect unison. Once again, both Marauders are speechless. I suppose we are, however, you must first answer a single question for us. The twins look about to burst, and George is the first to answer. What is it, almighty kings of pranking? Sirius smirks and raises his hands at his sides, like he about to embrace them both, and yells, "What do you solemnly swear?" Dawning shine upon the twins, and together both bow as if they were in front of a king, which to the twins they wear as two of the legends, and in perfect unison they reply, "We solemnly swear I'm up to no good." Remus snickers at his best friend's antics, but also can't help but remember those times at Hogwarts where the Marauders ran free with no worries for the outside world. Sirius then claps his hands to get everyone's attention. "Excellent, boys. Welcome to the House of Black. I will be showing you both to your new accommodations later. Now I'm starving, and you both need your first lesson." The twins look on in expectation. "What's that, Master Padfoot?" Sirius snickers and Remus shakes his head in exasperation, but a hidden mischievous smile curls on his mouth. Sirius then throws his arms over the two teens' shoulders. "Why, my cute little apprentices, the art of teasing my godson and his future lady." Remus groans at this, his hand covering his eyes. "Sirius, do keep it to a minimum tonight. I don't want to dodge both bullets and hexes." Sirius looks over his shoulder with a look of mock horror at his best friend. What's life without a little danger? Besides, the little missus couldn't have had that much practice since Hogwarts has been going downhill for a long time now. Actually, she's known as the Ice Queen for freezing poor blokes' bits. Pipes up Fred. "Well said, dear brother of mine, but you forgot that one seventh-year girl in Ravenclaw that was left in her knickers on the potion lab roof," adds George. "Really, I thought that there was no evidence that she was even involved in that unfortunate accident." "Very true. I still wonder who could have pulled that one off. It was impressive." "Oh well, my mistake." As this small conversation between the twins is happening, Sirius begins to pale, while Remus just rubs the bridge of his nose in frustration and prays to all that are listening to let dinner happen without a problem. Or at least that Sirius keeps him out of this whole thing. "I regret teaching her those spells and how not to get caught." With all these thoughts by everyone, they all head to the dining room where dinner will be served, and all hell will break loose. So there's you all go. The next chapter, remember to review. And until next time. Now to explain two main things in this chapter. The first is Daphne's new dagger Parasini is Finnish and means original sin Dante and Harry's master, who I'm keeping under wraps for a few more chapter, but he is an OC, but like Dante doesn't play a big role, just mentioned here, and there we'll talk to her about it later when she begins to train with it. The second thing is Padfoot and Moony's introduction. It's my belief that the Marauders did have some kind of insult towards the pure blood greetings and such, so we'll be explaining what all four are. Padfoot, an exaggerated bow and a wink. The name's Padfoot, the pleasure is all yours. Sirius, for very obvious reason. Moony, tipping an invisible hat, Remus drawls. Moony charmed, I'm sure, because he has always been the level-headed gentleman of the four. Prongs, covering his left eye with his right hand and an arrogant smirk. The name's Prongs, don't forget it. Also for obvious reason. Wormtail, curtsying with an invisible dress. Wormtail, how do you do? He was always the weakest all the four, and they needed to poke fun of the female side of pure blood culture, so they had him the delicate princess. Chapter 7. Your new chapter, hopefully everyone enjoys it. Was kinda hoping to finish it like 8 hours ago, but thing kept coming up, so without further ado, here it is. Also, yay me for hitting the 20K mark in this chapter, so proud of myself. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter-related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 7. As Daphne and Harry enter the dining room, they see that only the Weasley family and Granger are seated at the table, discussing about summer plans and what the next year will bring. Without even the hint of acknowledgement of the red-headed family, Harry sits down with Daphne on his right side. The both of them start to talk in whispers. While Harry takes her left hand under the table and begins to play with her fingers, Daphne softly giggles at his restlessness, while Harry softly smiles at her. Ginny sees this and begins to see that the interaction between the Slytherin bitch on Harry's right and her Harry. That should be me. I'm the only that's destined to be the future Lady Potter, not that blonde slut. Before Ginny can shout at Daphne to get away from her man, the doors open, and the two remaining marauders with the Weasley twins beside them enter the dining room. All four are sporting the very same mischievous grin as they sit at the table. The twins sit across from Harry and Daphne, while Remus sits on Daphne's other side with Sirius across from him. Harry looks to his father's two best friends, then to the twins, then back to Sirius and Remus. He then raises an eyebrow, but if looked closely, his eye were dancing with mischief. I take it the two on them passed your little initiation and have impressed you too. The twins nod their heads excitedly, and both Remus and Sirius have matching smiles of pride stretching across their faces. They would finally be able to pass on the legacy of the Marauders, even if it's only for a single year for now. I see. Well then, gentlemen, welcome to the start of what promises to be a very interesting year. Finally releasing Daphne's hand, which hasn't gone unnoticed by both adults, Harry leans on the table, then covers his left eye with right hand. The son of prongs, but you can call me Tails, got it mesmerized. Their quiet conversation is soon interrupted by a shout from Ron Weasley as Ginny, Hermione, and himself draw their wands on the two new quests who have just entered the dining room. Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, entered the dining room of her childhood home with her son at her side. She notices the reaction from the three children, then looks over to see her cousin and his friend trying to hold back their laughter. With a small smirk, she lifts a perfectly manicured eyebrow in confusion, and she then turns to her son and drawls out, "Friends of yours, little dragon." Draco scoffs at that thought before taking notice of the Ice Queen of Slytherin herself, sitting beside someone he has considered a brother for the last few years. Both are looking at him, trying to hold back an outburst of laughter at the thought of Draco being friends with any Gryffindors. Harry then stands up and walks over to them both. "Lady Malfoy, or is it now Black once again? Welcome to our home." He then takes Narcissa's hand, and the ghost of his lips brush the top of her hand. "I believe I speak for the rest of the family and myself that have our most sincere condolences on your loss, so please don't hesitate to ask us for anything." A sad smile crosses the features of Narcissa's face as Draco shows no emotion as a proper pure blood, but if looked closely, his eyes were dancing with a hidden joy to be free from the influence of his bigoted father. "Now you two must be hungry, so please sit. You must join us for dinner." Draco smiles at the looks he is getting from the other end of the table. To his amazement, none of them have said anything about him and his mother joining for dinner. "Are you sure your other guests look most unhappy at the thought of us having dinner with you?" Harry waves off his comment while he escorts Narcissa to a seat at the table. "No worries, they can piss and moan till the end of days, and it will still go unheard." Harry then moves to pull out a chair for the former Lady Malfoy. He then goes back to sit beside Daphne, kissing her cheek as he sits down. The Weasleys and Hermione are silent for the whole exchange before Ron bursts and points at Draco and his mother and exclaims, "You let even more slimy snakes and Death Eaters into this house. They will kill us in our sleep or give our location the you-know-who." Harry looks towards the red-faced pig, a little irritated that this cretin is interrupting the beginnings of the first family meal in years, and asks, "I actually don't know who. Do you mean Voldemort?" The Weasleys, Hermione, and Draco all flinch at the name. Harry sighs and gives a look of disgust before repeating the name 4 more times with the same reactions from all but Draco. The banshee that is Mrs. Weasley even faints, and both Harry and Draco snort is disgust at that. "It's a name. Why fear it when most of you were either too young or not even born yet?" Harry then stares at Hermione. "Or even knew existed at all until 4 years ago. You all sicken me fearing something that was made up. What a joke." Before anyone can ask what he means, dinner appears in front of everyone. Dinner goes silently besides the hateful glares from Ron and Hermione towards Draco, and in Ron's case, both Draco and Harry, all the while he is shoving food in his mouth like it's his last meal. The adults of the Black family seize this in the corner of their eyes and give a look of disgust. This will be the last meal that the red-headed pig will be having anywhere besides the servant quarters. There is also the jealous scowl from Ginny towards Daphne as she and Harry playfully feed each other, but it goes unnoticed to the rest of the occupants. Halfway through dinner, Sirius decides to tempt his fate, as it were. "So, Harry, when are you going to take this lovely and beautiful angel on your first date? Or is it you both just can't keep your hands off each other to be able to go out in public?" Sirius asks with as much innocence as he can muster whole, waggling his eyebrows at the couple in question. Daphne actually blushes and hides her face in Harry's neck, while Harry scowls at the old mutt before responding. "Don't be jealous, mutt. I'm sure you will find someone." Harry pauses for a second in thought before continuing. Eventually, Sirius looks affronted, then responding with mock sorrow. "When did the little fox get so vicious? Prongs, Lily, you must be rolling in your graves at how hurtful your son is to his awesome godfather." Harry just rolls his eyes at his godfather's antics. Before anyone could give a retort, a clearing of the throat is heard in the entranceway of the dining hall. There, standing at the doorway, is Nymphadora Tonks, Arthur Weasley, his two oldest sons, Bill Weasley, a cursebreaker for Gringotts, and Charlie Weasley, who works at a dragon preserve in Romania. Harry is the first to respond with a cheeky smile. "Evening, Nymphia. I see you brought some more helpers." Tonks' eye twitches and her hair darkens a few shades at the name, but replies nonetheless. "Watch your little tails. I suppose so, but they kind of followed me home. Think the old mutt would let me keep them." As Sirius begins to grumble about not being that old and the disrespect of kids these days, Tonks moves to take a seat beside Remus. Dobby then pops in with another 3 plates of food for the new arrivals. Hermione gives a pointed look at the entire Black family before looking over at Harry with a pleading look. "How can you let them enslave these poor creatures? I read about your exploits. You've helped free the enslaved." Draco sneers at the bookworm, but before he can comment, Harry responds, "Ah yes, those lovely stories. All lies, and they paid for it." Hermione looks slandered before yelling, "They said that it was the true stories of your adventures. And what do you mean they paid for it?" "Simple, really. I shut them down by forcing them with legal action to pay me a substantial amount of money. In other words, I bankrupted them." Looking at Hermione for another few seconds, with a cold look, he then continues, "Although I'm disappointed that there are a few more books still out there." Hermione looks at Harry, horrified that he would get an entire publishing company shut down for writing a few books about him. She then sees a vicious smile on his features. "And to answer your other question, it's rather simple. Try doing your research on house elf bondings before you start preaching. After all, it's all you're good at." It's after this comment that Ron stands up. His face is as red as his hair and points at Harry. "That wasn't called for. Hermione is the brightest witch of our time, and you are dark wizard. I bet we could kick your ass in your snake whore. After all, we go to the greatest school in the magical world." Harry snorts in amusement at that comment, but then his eyes begin to glow with unrestrained anger and power. It is then that Bill's eyes widen before grabbing Ron and pushing him into a kneeling position with his forehead to the ground. This happens all within seconds of Ron opening his big mouth. Before any of the other Weasleys can say anything, Bill speaks up. "Please forgive my foolish little brother." He spoke before he thought. "So as heir Weasley, I beg your forgiveness." The next words out of Bill's mouth are no more than a whisper, but in the silence it echoed across the room. "Beast Hunter, Leviathan, Hadrian L. Harry's piercing glare stops him mid-sentence as he looks at the 2 redheads kneeling on the floor, the youngest struggling to lift his head up in his oldest brother's death-like grip. The rest of the room is as silent as a grave until Harry releases a sigh. "Cursebreaker, Weasley, you know our quota price must be paid for his transgression and the insult to mine and my girlfriend's honor." "I know, but please, I beg of you, spare his life." The frozen stare of the Potterblack heir keeps all other occupants of the room from either moving or speaking. "Very well, however, he will be chained to Creature as his underling for the remainder of your summer here. Thank you so much for sparing my brother's life, Hunter." Harry puts up a hand in a stopping gesture. "I'm not finished. Furthermore, you will acquire me the resources and supplies to help gain access into 2 tombs at a later date." Bill looks into Harry's eyes and sees a fire of determination and an unbreakable resolve. "Very well, I accept those terms as the heir Weasley." Bill then punches Ron in the side, causing the redhead to yelp in pain and hisses. "Now apologize to the both of them for your words this instant." As Ron rubs his side where Bill had punched him, he mutters out a begrudging apology, all the while glaring at the two of them. He is then released by his older brother and storms out, followed by Ginny and Hermione. The silence continues for a few more minutes before Molly Weasley shrieks at her oldest son. "Why did you do that to my poor baby?" He was defending his friend from the hurtful things of this ungrateful boy. She sends a hateful glare towards Harry, who proceeds to ignore her and keeps on eating. Through clenched teeth, Bill replies, "I just saved his life, as well as kept us from being forcibly removed out of this house, Mother." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth to respond, but Bill was faster and interrupted her before she could say anything else to piss off their hosts. "Before you say anything else, I will say this: Harry over there could have had Ron executed either right here or by taking him to Gringotts. The best case scenario is he took Ron on his challenge, and maybe, just maybe, he would leave Ron alive, even if he just took his wand arm and his tongue. You have no idea what the title Beast Hunter and Beast Slayer means. Just remember this: no one ever insults their honor. It's a death sentence." Harry smirks at this and gives Mrs. Weasley a hard look. "Don't forget you have been forcefully shoved into our laps because my godfather was an idiot when he was younger." An indigent cry of "Hey" comes from Sirius as the others remain silent. Harry then stands up, stretching his arm into the air, then holds his hand out for Daphne. "Care to join me in the library with Draco? We have much to discuss." With a slight nod of her head, she takes Harry's offered hand and allows him to help her up. They then begin to head towards the Black family library, Draco following right behind them, a few questions rolling in his head. As they get to the library, the three teens hear a shout behind them asking them to hold up. Turning towards the shout, they see Hermione running towards them, waving her arms in the air frantically. Well, she got over that whole scene rather quickly, Draco muses. Harry just shrugs, and with Daphne's left arm resting around his waist and his right hand lightly on her ass, they walk into the library. Draco gives Hermione a mock salute before entering as well and shutting the door into the bushy-haired girl's face. The three teens then sit around the fireplace in the middle of the expansive room that is the Black Archives. Draco becomes serious instantly, but before the boy can speak, Harry begins their conversation himself. "Thank you, Draco, for what you did before your school's Yule Ball." Draco actually blushes at Harry's comment and scratches the back of his head in embarrassment, then mutters, "You heard about that, did you? How the hell did you hear about that?" Both Daphne and Harry snicker at his reaction, and Harry responds as if it's the most obvious answer in the world. "Your mother and Sirius both wrote to me about that particular event. Apparently took Sirius paying Dante's bar tab for the weekend plus a month's worth of pizza, so he didn't kill everyone involved." Daphne goes white at the prospect of the obscene amount of money Sirius had to fork over, but is confused about what the two boys are talking about, so she asks, "What are you boys talking about? What happened before the Yule Ball that Dante almost went on a bloodbath?" Draco once again scratches the back of his head. You remember when Not couldn't take no for an answer?" Daphne thought about it for a few seconds, then realized what event the boys were talking about. It was the beginning of November, and the Yule Ball had been just announced. Already Daphne had been asked by a number of guys from all houses, even one or two Gryffindors had asked her. Needless to say, she was incredibly annoyed, mostly at the idiot boy who didn't even go to her school. As she headed towards the Slytherin dorms, all she wanted to do was have a shower and finish her homework before going to bed. Once she had entered the common room, Daphne could already tell something was wrong. Almost no one was in the common room, and the few that are working quietly in the back areas. Daphne ignores this and continues to walk towards her dorm room, that is until she hears a whispered "Petrificus Tatalius." She then falls to the ground as a boy with black hair and brown eyes approaches her with two older-looking boys. Daphne speaks with a deadpan tone. "Hello, Not. Lovely night. Greengrass, you should feel honored. I'm giving you the privilege of being my date for the Yule Ball," exclaims Theodore Not. Daphne just looks at him like he is an idiot. "You're not interested, so you can go find another tramp," answers Daphne in the same deadpan tone. "Unfortunately for you, I wasn't asking, you don't have a choice. After all, our father are already in discussions for your betrothal contract, so we might as well get to know each other better." Daphne's eyes widen for a split second, then a memory that sounds like Harry passes through her mind. "I will always be your sword and shield. I'll protect you from harm and kill those who seek to harm you." Daphne smiles at the thought. Had it already been 4.5 years since she last saw the boy who had stolen her heart? Her thoughts were cut off by two grunts before both of Knott's henchmen fell to the ground unconscious. Knott squeaks out a girlish yelp as he is blasted towards a nearby wall. When he gets back his bearings and looks up, he sees an angry Draco standing over him and glares at him in anger. "She's going to be mine, Draco. You already have one." Draco just shakes his head, pitying the poor delusional moron on the ground. "Fool, this is the only warning I can give you. That girl is off limits to everyone." Draco then lifts his leg, putting his foot and pushing it into Knott's throat, pinning him to the wall. He whispers for only Knott to hear, "Or come heaven and hell, they will not save you from my brother's wrath." Draco then releases the pressure from Knott's throat, but before the boy can say anything otherwise, Draco lifts his leg higher and drops his heel into the top of Knott's skull, and with a whispered "Obliviate," he walks away. Daphne's eyes widen and her mouth hangs open in shock, which causes both boys to start snickering. Harry then lightly pecks her on the cheek and lightly closes her mouth. Daphne shakes her head, looking at Harry with a raised brow, and asks, "So Draco has been my secret guardian for how long now?" Harry tilts his head in thought for a few seconds before shrugging. "Since your second year, I think." Draco can only shrug before responding. "Something like that. I'm not sure. We met just before I started my second year." Harry chuckles as he remembers his first meeting with the Malfoy heir, then rubbing his chin. "Ah yes, I remember throwing you through the glass door, 'cause you were acting like a pompous asshole." Draco then begins to absently rub his left shoulder, then grumbles, "I already apologized for that, so stop bringing it up." "Yes, you did. Then you wouldn't leave me alone till I taught you how to do that." Draco then smiles at Harry in gratitude. "Yeah, and I'm happy that you started to teach me a few things. After all, I have even more magic and a better understanding on how to control it than I would if you hadn't. Of course, I helped you. I know Daphne is damn powerful already, but I still felt a lot better knowing someone had her back from the shadows just in case." At Daphne's glare at being thought of as a princess that needs protecting, Harry gives her a kiss and lightly nips at her lower lip. He then whispers for only her to hear, causing the girl to lightly shiver in pleasure. "I know you are powerful, and the only one that will ever be able to stand at my side as an equal. My other half." Harry then moves back to face both people in the room. "I just felt more secure with that arrangement, but no need to worry anymore because I will be entering Hogwarts this year." Then with a sadistic grin spreading across his features. Now Draco looks about to burst with questions. "Then we will discuss our training for the next 2 months." Alright, so this was chapter 7. I hope you all enjoyed it. Seriously, this chapter took bloody forever to write a rough outline for, but the next chapter hopefully will be out for Christmas Day. However, I won't promise anything because I want to have a rough outline of at least chapter 9 and maybe 10 before I post it, but I don't work for the rest of this week, so fingers crossed. Anyways, the next chapter will explain more on the Beast Hunter / Slayer title, and in my opinion, a good fight between Harry and his master. It will also explain a few other things about the magical world for this story. Hopefully, anyways, look forward to it. Also, come on guys, let's see some more reviews. I believe in you. One last thing, you all probably noticed Harry changed his father's Marauder intro line. Well, simple really, he's part of the new generation, and the other will their own as well, which I haven't thought of yet. Chapter 8. Alright, so this came out a lot later than I had planned for a Christmas surprise, mainly because I have been at both my family's place for lunch and had dinner at my second family's, but please enjoy and review what you think of it. Happy holidays. Also, please read the bottom part as it will explain some of the things that have happened in this chapter without giving some of the content of future chapters. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 8. Draco just stares wide-eyed at the couple in front of him and still can't believe what he is seeing. He had first met Daphne in their first year, and she has always acted in front of the whole school as a cold-hearted bitch. The only two people that he had ever noticed that she was close to was Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. But right now here, in front of him at the Black family home, she is smiling with such a heartwarming look on her features, her eyes shining with so much love and an untold amount of warmth at the man that she is sitting on. It's then that a thought crosses his mind that causes his eyes to minded and to begin to go pale, and without thinking he blurts out, "Is this why you tossed me through that glass door? 'Cause I tried hitting on Greengrass throughout our whole first year. Look man, I didn't know, and my father was trying to get a marriage contract for her at the time." Harry and Daphne look at him strangely before bursting out laughing at his jumble of words. In between their laughing at Draco's reaction, Harry manages to reply, "Not at all. The only reason I had at the time was that you were being a pompous ass and needed an attitude adjustment. I was unaware that you were attempted to do that. Maybe I should see how far you can fly unassisted. Draco just groans at that statement, then pales further at hearing that. So are you going to tell me how long you two have actually known each other and how you met? Because I'm going to guess that this isn't a whirlwind romance. You both are way too comfortable with each other. Draco looks pointedly at both Hadrian and Daphne during his statement. Daphne just shrugs before she responds. We have known each other since we were like 2 years old, I guess. Harry then picks up the next part of the conversation and poking Daphne's side while she squirms in his embrace with a teasing tone. This one's godfather was the one that took me in serious with him after my parents were killed by Voldemort. Before Draco can ask Harry why Daphne's godfather would come and take him in or how he knew that his parents were going to be killed, Harry raises his hand, and almost like he read Draco's mind. Apparently, Dante's family has been the Potter Guardian since the first of the Potter family. They also were to watch over a different man's offspring in the hopes that eventually the two families would come together like they should have. Draco nods and is about to question what Hadrian is talking about when he sees the sad look in his eyes and decides that he shouldn't go any further with this train of conversation. It is then that he notices Daphne is rubbing soothing circles on Harry's arm while her other hand is wrapped around his neck, and her head is leaning into the crook of his neck. Draco chooses not to comment. Instead, he asks the next question that had interested him since the end of dinner. So what was that whole thing with the oldest weasel? He actually looked afraid a few seconds at the end of dinner. Harry give a vicious smile as the event of dinner go through his mind. Daphne lifts her head from his neck and looks at him with a mix of curiosity and mirth shining in her icy blue eyes. Simple, really. You see, at Itermagorum we start a year earlier than most of the other magical schools of the world, and it's an 8-year education. Now, I can't actually talk about a lot of what we learn, or even where it is located. However, I can say this. During our education, at some point we must find a master that is willing to take us on for an apprenticeship, whether that is a teacher, or the lucky ones pique the interest of someone else outside of the school professors. Daphne and Draco both look at him like he has grown a second head. Daphne shakes her head and responds, "So let me see if I understand this. You are saying that to even graduate you need to be apprenticed to someone." Harry then shrugs, then stretches out his back. Yeah, pretty much, but there are a few other conditions. For example, both the headmaster and the academy board needs to approve of the master. Then a test is needed to be taken by both the apprentice and their master hopeful, amongst other things. Both Hogwarts students nod their heads in understanding. Then Draco asks, "Why do you guys go through so much to graduate from school? I mean, at Hogwarts, all you have to do is go to your classes and pass the given end of your finals. The only reason someone would need to gain an apprenticeship is if they want to get their mastery." Harry just rolls his eyes at that statement from Draco, then considers the best way to respond to it. Because that's the difference between the Canadian system and the European system. We aren't stuck into the Dark Ages. We have gone with the times to the point that even though we have the smallest magical population, our training and wizards far outclass all others. Before Draco can retort, Harry holds out a hand in a placating manner and give him a soul-piercing stare. I know there's tradition and all that. Now, don't get me wrong, that is important. However, when people like Voldemort stroll in and take advantage of them and the stupidity of it all, then it becomes a problem that needs to be changed. Both Daphne and Draco nod in agreement of that, and Harry then continues with his speech and his point. People like Voldemort will eventually start to get a big head and think they are unbeatable. Now, the problem with that is right now the three kings think of Voldemort as an annoyance at best. But if any of them dub him an actual threat, all of magical England will be bathed in a sea of blood and fire. During the whole of Harry's speech, both Daphne and Draco begin to pale and gain a horrified expression on their features, while Daphne tightens her hold onto the love of her life in search of comfort, and he begins to whispers reassurance softly into her ear. Draco gives an uncontrolled shudder, while subconsciously tightening his hand into a fist until it's a ghostly white at the thought of his home being destroyed. After his reassurance that nothing would ever happen to her or her sister, Daphne had begun to lessen her grip on him. Harry then starts to talk again. As I was saying before we got onto this dark and morbid topic, back in my second year we had ended up having a substitute professor halfway in because she had gone on to maternity leave. He was in the nicest way a sadistic bastard, but we had learned a great deal from him. And then at the end of the year, the man takes me to the headmaster's office and says, "I'm taking this one as my apprentice, so suck it, old man." Next thing I know, we are in the middle of nowhere during a bloody blizzard. He then tells me I have to survive for the next 2 weeks, and he disappears into thin air. Draco and Daphne both look extremely horrified at the thought of this. Then Daphne's eye hardened and blazed with righteous fury that some crazy bastard would tell a almost 13-year-old child to survive in a blizzard for 2 weeks. Especially when that child is her man. Oh yes, he would live to regret it. She would make damn sure of that. Anyways, I end up surviving mainly thanks to my animagus form, which I had later realized that was probably the asshole's main goal in the first place. Draco then interrupts Harry with a question about that. Wait, I thought you needed a potion that would help reveal your animagus form, then you would slowly work on the transformation part. Harry then shrugs, and then gives a small shivers. Well, yeah, that's one way, but not the fastest, I guess. Granted, I never want to go the quick route again. It's not a lot of fun going to sleep human and waking up as an animal. Under his breath, Harry whispers, "Stupid polar bear almost ate me, that kinda sucked." Daphne's head snaps to look at him in the eyes with a hard look. Harry then instantly buries his whole face into her neck in an attempt to distract her, so he doesn't get yelled at for that. Daphne harshly whispers in his ear that they will be talking about life-threatening ideas later. Harry just nods in resignation. Anyways, I know the guy actually does care about me. After all, he won't make me do anything that will actually kill me. Well, unless he thinks it will help push me to the next level. Truthfully, I think that's half the reason. The other half, he probably gets some kind of sick amusement out of watching me run for my life and fight for my survival. The other two occupants of the room stare wide-eyed at him as Harry closes his eyes and smiles at some of the better memories. Daphne then asks the question that has been burning on her tongue since she heard that Harry had become someone's apprentice. What's his name? Harry then opens his eyes. The smile never leaves his lips. Beast Slayer, Leviathan, Luciferal of the Celestial Mercenaries. Back with the rest of the occupants of the house in the dining hall, there is a stunned silence as the three children leave, to everyone but Remus and Sirius, who are softly snickering behind their hands. Finally, after several minutes, the silence is broken by a screech from Mrs. Weasley. "Bill Weasley, what did you think you were doing pushing my baby into a kneeling position and begging to that menace for forgiveness?" Bill looks at his mother with a hard stare and responds through clenched teeth and no emotion at all in his voice. "Saving my foolish little brother's life, because he would have been torn apart and tossed into the wind before the concept that he was going to die would have hit him." The whole room remains speechless at that realization, while Sirius looks on in boredom and asks, "I'm curious, Cursebreaker, how you know Hadrian's title, or what he is capable of doing." Molly looks about to burst once again with a rant about how Leviathans don't exist, that they are bedtime stories for naughty children, and how Harry is a defender of the light and would never hurt her son, cause they are to be the best of friends once he dumps that Slytherin whore. But Bill answers Sirius's question before she can start. "As you said, I'm a curse breaker for Gringotts, and I have met both the Hunter and the Slayer. Hell, I even witnessed a spar between the two before I returned to England." Bill's eyes gain a look of fear and admiration to them both as he tells the room what he witnessed. Bill Weasley, oldest son of Molly and Ortha Weasley, had just returned to a Gringotts branch on the coast of Florida to report about the rumors he heard about a Mayan temple that is said to be somehow located in the Persian Gulf. However, upon his arrival and on his way to the artifact manager's office, he notices that a fair amount of the goblins not working the tills heading in the same direction and a moderately fast pace. Quickly deciding to follow them out of curiosity, he walks beside one of them while respectfully asking, "Master Goblin, why is almost all the Gringotts employees heading in this direction? Has the bank manager of this location requested a full meeting?" The goblin looks up at Bill without breaking his quick stride and sneers up at him and answers, "No, we have not, foolish wizard. A duel is about to happen between Beast Hunter and Beast Slayer, Leviathan, an event that even Lord Ragnarok is coming to watch." Bill's eyes widen for a second at that news. After all, the Goblin King almost never leaves the underbelly of the Goblin capital. He then thanks the goblin for the information and quickens his pace, a single thought running through his head. Whatever is about to happen is going to be big. The goblins rarely get excited over a duel between wizards, even if they earn the title Beast Hunter or Slayer. Maybe I can convince them to help, for when Voldemort returns, we need all the help we can get. The end of his thought saddens him for a second before his eyes burn with an incredible determination. "I won't let that psychotic bastard put my home and family into danger." Bill enters into the arena in the bellows of Gringotts. He sits in the audience stand. Both fighters are already standing in the middle of the area, looking at each other, neither moving a muscle. The taller of the two, wearing a long black coat with blood-red shoulder-length spiky hair, and a black jester's mask covering the right side of his face, while the shorter one wearing smooth and slick jacket with a strange motif that he can't make out from where he is sitting. The coat looks oddly like dragon hide, but he has never heard of or seen a dragon with such an endless black hide before. Bill makes a mental note to talk to his younger brother Charlie about any such dragons. When he sees a goblin that is slightly bigger than all others stand from a golden throne. Greeting fellow goblins and employees of Gringotts, as I'm sure you all know I am Ragnarok, King of the Goblins, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce these two amazing and noble fighters. On the right, we have the Beast Slayer, Leviathan, Luciferal leader of the Celestial Mercenaries, and on the left his talented apprentice Beast Hunter, Leviathan, Hadrian Leafy. What? Shouted almost everyone in the dining hall besides Sirius, Remus, and Nymphadora. The later two talking in hushed whispers, having already known and gotten bored of this story, much to Sirius and Narcissa's amusement. Sirius, on the other hand, had started to doodle on a conjured scrap of paper, his left hand holding up his head, the board look still never leaving his features. Charlie remains quiet and looks thoughtful on the type of dragon the hide of Hadrian's coat must have come from. Bill gains a look of annoyance at being interrupted so loudly. Yes, apparently that's the boy's name as a beast hunter. Now let me finish and I will try and explain from what I have gathered. Molly then points at her oldest son with an accusing tone. Why haven't you told Professor Dumbledore about something this important? Are you betraying us? Sirius then yawns loudly behind his hand, getting everyone's attention. Iter Magorum somehow enchanted all information involving anything about Hadrian and all other students, so that it can never be heard or known by any professors or teachers of any other institute besides them. Also, if he was somehow able to tell Dumbledore, Bill would die and Dumbledore would forget anyways, and now that curse also affects you all as well. Now shut up, I want to hear about this fight. Bill slightly pales and thanks every god that he decided against telling Dumbledore what he witnessed and that Dumbledore didn't need to know this information. He then swallows the lump in his throat and returns to his tale. Now, without further ado, let the battle commence. Ragnarok then sits back into his throne as the deafening cheers of the Gringotts employees. Luciferal smirks at Hadrian. Well, foolish apprentice, show me what you got. Hadrian's eyes begin to glow with his magic as he gives a mock bow. Then let us dance, stupid master. Hadrian then burst into a murder of crows and ravens, while Luciferal raises an eyebrow before moving a step to his right side, dodging 2 bullets from Hadrian's judgment. Interesting, your illusions have become even more smooth since the last spar. He then turns on his left heel and lashes out with his right foot, hitting what looks like thin air until Hadrian appears in the air, going backwards a few feet away, a trickle of blood at his lip. However, you still can't fool my eyes yet. The crowd watches as the Beast Slayer attacks with not a single wasted movement and gets first blood. Before Hadrian hits the ground, he catches himself with his right and pushes himself forward to get a little closer to Luciferal. He then drops and goes for a leg sweep, but the Slayer jumps over him, and his leg lashes out like a whip, aiming for Hadrian's head. Hadrian sees this in the corner of his eye, and out of pure instinct he grabs his leg and throws him away to get some breathing room. Hadrian then fires off 3 quick shots at the still airborne Luciferal, who then bends his body in midair, dodging 2, but the third grazes his left side. When Luciferal lands on his feet, he begins to laugh manically. He then moves his jacket to the side and unsheathes his Blade Reaper, a pitch-black long sword with no guard at all, and the handle is wrapped in blood-red bandages the same color like his hair. He then charges with a downward slash that Hadrian is barely able to dodge. This happens in the matter of a split second, and as his blade hits the ground it causes an explosion of dust and debris. Luciferal scoffs at this, but his eyes become colder, almost uncaring as he gets ready for his next attack. Hadrian slowly gets up from where he had landed when he dodged that attack and yells at his master. You crazy bastard, you almost killed me, and you would have destroyed this entire area had you put any more into that attack. Luciferal merely moves his blade to the side as he steps into another battle stance. Draw your blade, let's see if you can handle the pressure of that borrowed blade of yours. After all, if you can't even handle that lesser blade, how do you expect to handle Babylon's treasure? Hadrian closes his eyes and breathes in deeply. He then begins to draw a silver blade from its sheath, and for a few moments all that can be heard is a buzzing sound. Soon after, both fighters charge at each other. A deadly dance begins as they fight for dominance. The sound of metal on metal is heard rings throughout the stadium. Hadrian dodges a strike from the Beast Slayer that is his master. Just as Luciferal steps out of the way of Hadrian's strike that hits the ground, however, unlike Luciferal's attack that caused everything in the proximity of the blade to explode, Hadrian's strike cuts through the ground for 10 feet in front of the blade. Luciferal's smile widens even more than grabbing Hadrian by the arm. He slams him into the ground, where he turns into another murder of crows and ravens. Luciferal feels the cold metal of judgment on the back of his skull and hears Hadrian's smug voice. "I win, master." Luciferal closes his eyes and smirks. "No, you lose, stupid apprentice." He then disperses into shadows, shooting all around the arena floor. Hadrian looks all around for him, but then looks up after hearing a whistling sound, and before he can react, Luciferal slams his heel into the top of Hadrian's skull. The entire hall is silent, but the Blacks and Remus are beaming with pride. Ron chooses to make his presence known at this time, having come back in with Hermione. At some point halfway through Bill's tale, he sneers. "So he lost to some wizard none of us have ever heard of. How does that mean that he can get away with killing me or anyone? He's an arrogant prat who will come begging for our forgiveness and friendship." Bill shakes his head at Ron's comment and sighs. Foolish little brother, he was able to fight an S-class mage on equal footing, even if that mage was toying with him, and that full use of magic was forbidden. Hermione then raises her hand and speaks up. "What do you mean S-class mage? I haven't read anything about that." Bill looks over to the bushy-haired bookworm and answers. "It isn't in any book, because the Ministry doesn't want any of the civilians to know about it." Hermione looks appalled that the Ministry wouldn't allow this kind of information, or any kind of information be published in a book. But before she can start in a triad, Sirius cuts it off. "It's not really that important to know the class system unless you become an Auror or a mercenary. But for the record, the loud moth redhead and his sister are both D-class. You are D-class on the border of C-class." Hermione looks rather proud, or that, while Ron glares at Sirius for that comment, but doesn't say anything. Sirius then points at the twins. These two are in the middle C-class, but for their age group, it's pretty good. The twins are sticking their tongues out at Ron after that, and Ron glares at his brothers but grits out. "So those slimy snakes are D-class as well?" Sirius just scoffs at this, but corrects him. "No, Malfoy has just attained C-class at the end of this semester, and Daphne had reached the B-class at some point in the last 2 weeks." Sirius' voice is full of pride for his unofficial goddaughter-in-law, the girl that holds his godson's heart in the palm of her hand, just as he has hers. But it probably has more to do with the fact that he had a hand in her training back when she and Harry were kids. Remus just rolls his eyes at his best friend. Before anyone can say anything, both marauders get up and leave while silently telling the twins to follow them. As the twins exit the dining hall and arm wraps around each of their necks, they look to see Sirius while Remus leads them upstairs. "Well, boys, as fun as that was, let us show you where your new accommodations for your stay in the House of Black." 1. Alright, so let's get started. I replaced the chapter, as some of you have noticed, and the like. However, that's because I wasn't paying attention and hit delete, and not the replace chapter thing. So on this note, a new OC. And so we get this out of the way first. There are 5 heads of the Celestial Mercenaries, and they each eventually has to take on an apprentice, someone who will take that name. And that has been their tradition for the last 300 years. 2. Yes, eventually all 5 will be brought in, but they all have very small parts because they are all high S-class, and that would probably take from the story. 3. Obviously, Daphne is going to be a lot stronger than the rest of them because she was trained by both Dante and Sirius until she went to Hogwarts, and her father pretty much forbid her from going there again, and we will touch more on that at some in the next 2 or 3 chapters. 4. The reason that Ragnar calls Harry Hadrian is cause that's his full name and is a show of respect to his title. As a hunter, it's the same about using the last name Lufay, and to hide his identity from everyone that may hear rumors of him. 5. Finally, Lee having 2 ideas for Daphne's Animagus. I was thinking either a Hellhound to go with Harry's Kitsune or a Snowpord. Let me know what you all think in a PM or a review. Thank you. 6. Oh, and before I forget and post this, I got my first real flame a day ago. So yay, kinda surprised it took this long. However, unfortunately, it was just a guest, so it means less than dirt to me, and I won't be explaining myself, which is a shame because it was a really stupid flame and looked like he read 1 paragraph and it doesn't have the golden trio, which I guess in his opinion make this a shitty FICO. Well, also, if you see any spelling errors, let me know. I posted this at like 11:55. And I have had a few winter cocktails, so Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. Chapter 9. Alright, yeah, Chapter 9, and I even have the next chapter's story points complete, and hopefully I can get 11 done before next Sunday. So I'll be back to once a week deal. So I've had a couple people ask me about the class system. Honestly, has no one played DMC, Mega Man? or seen most anime that do a letter class system, so I'll explain from lowest to highest. E-class, generally first years, and lower they are aware of magic, but can barely use it. D-class, generally from years 2 to 5 has basic magical skills, and a grasp on their magical core. C-class, generally from years 6, graduate has passed their schooling with at least an EE grade, has a good grasp of magic, average adult wizard. B-class, someone who has had aura training and has a good physical condition as well as a strong magical core. A-class, a highly trained wizard with both a high physical condition and magical core, and has incredible control of their magical core. Very basic understanding and tapping into the Earth's energy, but has great backlash. S-class, a wizard in top physical and magical condition. Their control of their core is to the point where they don't need any magical focal and their magic is seen as an aura around constantly. They also have a spiritual connection to the world and her balance. I hope this explains it. By the way, there's only a handful of S-class in the whole world, and all of them are generally loners and have no desire to be involved in the world conflicts. The only two that will have a few appearances is Luciferal and one other that I won't spoil, but they are to show how lazy, selfish, and apart from the world they actually are. Disclaimer: all Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by Jay. Not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 9. After Remus and Sirius had shown the Weasley twins to their new room in the guest quarters, Sirius told Remus to take them to the Black Garden. "Pray tell Padfoot, where are you going when I take these two to the Black Garden?" Remus inquires, then looks thoughtful. "Actually, I still can't believe we had it made in this decrypted place." Sirius gives a small shrug before he walks off, while giving a small wave behind him. "Wasn't me who had the idea, I just helped with the magic needed to speed up the growth." Remus just shakes his head at his friend and leads both boys the other way towards the Black Garden. "Excuse me, Master Mooney, but why exactly are we going to this Black Garden?" "Yes, and if it's to begin our apprenticeship, wouldn't our family be able to stop it?" the twins ask as Remus just shrugs, as he is also unsure what his brother in All But Blood has planned. "No, the garden is warded the same way as the Black family library. It is unlikely of that. Besides, it was just created and a well-guarded secret." Remus then thinks back as he has helped care for these plants for the last 2 years, and it's not so much a garden but a forest now. It is then that his eye both widen and sparkle with the realization of what Sirius is planning. Remus loudly groans his displeasure, then begins to chuckle softly at the thought of the kids' future frustrations and for what Sirius also has planned for the poor bastards. A couple minutes after Sirius and Remus part, Sirius reaches the Black family library doors. He then pushes them open and walks through an aisle towards the center where he can hear soft female giggling. Once he reaches the center of the library, he leans on one of the bookshelves, watching his godson chuckling as he mercilessly tickles his girlfriend, Daphne, giggling as she tries to squirm out of his embrace, while Draco sits in a chair across from them reading. But Sirius notices how the book is lighting, moving up and down in a sign of hidden mirth at the couple's antics. A soft smile crosses Sirius's features, his eyes shining with so much warmth as he remembers his youth and childhood with his closest friends and the only 3 people that he loved of his family. Sirius just silently watches the teens for the next 10 minutes until he decides that it's time to put this show of the innocence of youth on hold and begin with James' plans for the Marauders Phase 2. Ravagers. So clearing his throat in an attempt to gain the 3 teens' attention, Harry stops tickling Daphne while she then turns and punches him in the chest and calls him a prat. It's then that Sirius becomes serious. "It's time you and your friends ready for this, kid. 'Cause you of all people know that this path won't be easy." All 3 teens stand up and Harry grabs Daphne's hand, bring it to his lips. He kisses her knuckles and inferno burns in his eyes. "I believe we are ready for this path of carnage we will take. So where is everyone else?" Sirius smiles, then turns on his heel and heads towards the exit. "Follow me, we're going to the garden." Harry takes his K and follows his godfather Daphne right beside him, never letting go of his hand. She squeezes it in reassurance as Harry does the same. Draco soon moves in step on Harry's other side. Draco looks to his side and catches Daphne's eye in Mouth's garden. She just shrugs, not understanding either. Harry catches the exchange at both ends of his peripheral vision and smirks. "It was made as a sort of relaxation point. However, we ended up using a little too much magic, and then Remus took a lot more care into them than we had originally planned. Now, it has become a sort of playground to our animagus forms. Enter Remus when he turns into his furry little problem. Draco and Daphne nod their heads, but don't say anything as Sirius leads them towards the garden. A couple minutes later, all four stand in front of a black oak door with three animals that looks to be a wolf, a big dog, and a stag. Then, what looks like a lily flower on separate corners of the double doors. Sirius places his hand on the door before calling out, "Mischief managed." The doors slowly open to reveal a beautiful lush forest. In the background, you can make out the song of several birds. As the four make their way through the small forest, a midnight black raven with a white crown on its forehead lands on Harry's shoulder. A soft trill is heard as Harry scratches its neck. "Hey Candidam, how's my beautiful girl? Enjoying the peacefulness of the forest, I see." Another happy trill is her answer as she bobs her head. Harry chuckles at the carefree nature of his familiar. "All right, girl, enjoy it for now. I'll have 2 letters for you to take in the morning." Candidam puffs out her chest, then nods her head, then nips the finger he's using to stroke her neck and takes off to once Aegean hunt for her dinner. The 2 other teens look at Harry, then to where the raven was just a moment ago, and Daphne asks, "Harry, I have been meaning to ask, what kind of bird is Candidam?" Harry looks over at Daphne after the raven disappears into the trees. Candidam has been the Potter family's familiar since the very first Potter. She is very special. Before either of the teens could ask what he means by that, Sirius starts to wave to the 3, sitting in a clearing to get their attention. "You're late, Padfoot, so what took you so long?" "Well, you see, I got to the library, then I saw such an interesting sight." Remus raises an eyebrow in curiosity, but Sirius waves him off. "I'll tell you later." Harry just shakes his head at his godfather and uncle's antics, but motions everyone to have a seat. "All right, so you all are probably wondering why we are all in this hidden forest?" The rest of the teens nod in confirmation. "Well, before we all turn in for the night, there is a question that must be asked, and you will have till tomorrow evening to answer." The teens once again nod in understanding. "Would you all attempt, if given the opportunity, to become animagus?" Daphne and Draco's eyes widen in shock, while the twins grin manically. "Before you answer, know that you may not be one. However, if you are, it won't be easy, and even after you get it down, you will be continually pushed till you can fully utilize it in all battle situations." The twins shiver in both fear and excitement at this opportunity. Daphne's blue eyes begin to burn with a azure fire as she stands up and walks over to Harry. She wraps her arms around his neck and loosely hangs off him as he wraps his arms around her waist. Daphne slowly brings her face closer to his ear and whisper for only him to hear, "You never have to wait for my answer, for I will be by your side no matter where or what you do, my love." She then kisses Harry's cheek and turns her body so her chest is pushed on his back and chin is resting on his right shoulder. As she watches the others, who instantly stop their catcalling and wolf whistles, Harry chuckles deeply at how she can silence them all with a simple look. With the hint of a blush on his cheeks, he brings a hand up to trace her cheek with a finger, then kisses it softly. Harry then reluctantly turns his attention back to the others. "Now the transformation will be your first and main priority. However, there will be a physical training regimen as well, and I expect it to be kept even during school." A series of groans and complaints from the rest of the teens is heard. "Enough now, it's starting to get very late, and we are going to be getting up early tomorrow to begin our training." With that said, both Harry and Daphne turn to leave, all while never losing contact with each other. Just before the couple leaves the clearing, Sirius shouts out, "Kid, I forgot to mention this earlier, but Old Man Whitebeard is coming sometime tomorrow. Not sure when, though." The couple stops and turns to face Sirius. Harry, with an uncaring look, answers, "Oh, did he happen to mention why? After all, I was under the impression he wouldn't be here for another week." When the old man realized that the Dursleys no longer live in England anymore, Sirius shrugs and shakes his head. "No, he is still under the impression that they are on vacation and will be back in the coming week." Sirius sighs in annoyance. "I believe he is coming to talk about how poorly I'm treating the unwanted house guests." Daphne's eye twitches at the mention of them, while Harry rubs the bridge of his nose in irritation. "Well, that's a real shame. I wonder what he will have to say when we actually start the plans for summer. Which reminds me, how the preparation of the Azkaban Shuffle coming along?" Sirius' eye twitches at the name, then grumbles about devil's luck and never drinking strange neon green drinks again, much to the curiosity and amusement of everyone else. "You know that's a stupid name for a plan, right?" Harry snorts in distaste. Nut replies anyways.
No, ah.
"You prison is the completely idiotic name, Mutt." Daphne punches Harry in the side and hisses out, "Language, Harry." Harry gives her a lopsided smile, then quickly kisses her lips. Then with as much seriousness and innocence as he can muster, he replies, "English Daff." Harry then dodges another swipe from Daphne and morphs into Tails. However, unlike the last time Daphne saw this form, Harry now has 4 tails and is now at her waist in height. One of his tails attempts to cup one of her breasts, but she playfully smacks it away. Daphne cocks her hip to the side with a hand on it and looks at the snickering fox before he turns around and runs. Daphne then, hot on his heels, chases him. Harry then skids to a sudden stop and pounces on Daphne, pinning her on the ground. When she looks up, she is horrified at the mischievous glint in his eyes, and just as she feared, all 4 tails begin to tickle her. Daphne shrieks in uncontrollable giggling and laughter as Tails rests his head on her. Once in a while, he lifts his head up to give a quick lick to her neck or a spot on her face. When the others finally catch up to them, Harry had stopped his tickle torture, and both just laid there in comfortable silence. Daphne softy, stroking and running her hand through the soft fur of his head. Sirius then notices something on Daphne's shoulder that until now had been perfectly concealed and burst out laughing. Remus looks at him strangely till Sirius points it out to everyone else, who all are either slightly confused, or in Remus's case, covers his eye with his hand and groans. Padfoot grow up their hormonal teenagers. He then points at Harry, who is still transformed as Tails. "And you, young man, should know better than to do that when we have so many people staying here." Daphne tilts her head in confusion. She then turns to look at the much too innocent and very proud expression her kitsune-formed boyfriend has. Her eyes narrow till they are eyelash-framed slits, and with a chillingly soft voice she asks, "What did you do?" Tails whimpers and licks her shoulder where a very light bruise is. Daphne instantly turns scarlet at the implications and buries her face into his fur in embarrassment. She then feels some movement, and feeling a pair of arms holding her thighs and upper back, she looks up into Harry's emerald green eyes that are staring at her with a loving warmth. They both ignore the renewed catcalls and wolf whistles from the spectators as they head towards the exit. Just before they leave, Harry gives a sharp whistle and Candidam flies towards them, landing on Harry's shoulder, then nuzzles his cheek. Candidam then hops onto Daphne's stomach and looks at Daphne sharply as they go to the family quarters. After a few minutes of her sharp, piercing stare, Candidam nods her head just as Harry opens the door to their room. Harry smiles at Daphne as he lightly drops her onto the bed and walks over to his desk and calls over Candidam and strokes her feathers. "I know I said tomorrow morning, but do you think you could take them tonight?" Candidam gives what sounds like an insulted trill, then nips his finger before puffing out her chest and giving a sharp nod in confirmation. Harry chuckles at her, then ties both letter to her foot and lightly kisses the white crown. "Somehow I knew you could." "Thank you, Candidam. Be safe and come home soon." With one last trill, Candidam turns into a black mist and vanishes. After watching that exchange, Daphne gets up and heads towards the bathroom after grabbing some night clothes to change into. Harry doesn't notice the evil glint in her eye as she closes the door. While Daphne is in the in-suit, Harry removes his shirt and pants, then quickly puts on a pair of plain black sweatpants. With Daphne in the bathroom with Daphne, she strips off her clothing and then notices a light bruise on her shoulder that Sirius brought to everyone's attention in the garden. While on the outside, Daphne was a little miffed at this. Internally, she was fairly pleased that the love of her life had in a way marked her as his. Then with a wicked grin, Daphne thought, "Guess I'll just have to return the favor." She then takes off her bra and puts on a loose-fitting t-shirt that she swiped from Harry's dresser. Daphne then walks out of the bathroom towards their bed. Harry turns from staring at a pitch-black object with a red and purple wrapped handle at the sound of the door opening. As soon as he turns, he freezes at the sight of a goddess in flesh, leaning forwards to lift the bedding. That she isn't wearing a bra, or that it's taking much longer than it should, is all but lost to him. As he sees the dip of her cleavage, or when she moves just right, he can make out the half of one of her C-cup breasts. Daphne looks up with a devious smirk as she enters the sheets. She then hooks her finger in a come-hither motion. "So you going to come to bed? Or do you want to just fantasize about my boobs all night from there?" Harry is instantly under the covers of his bed as soon as Daphne finishes her sentence. She then rolls over and straddles Harry's hips. She leans down to kiss him for a few minutes. Their tongues dance together as Harry massages her firm, peach-shaped ass. She moans into the kiss, but quickly gets a hold of herself from going any further yet. Right now, she needs to know what Candidam is after all. She seems to be way too intelligent to be just a normal bird. She breaks the kiss much to both of their annoyances. Tell me about Candidam. You know, I was rather enjoying that kiss, my love, was Harry's frustrated response. Daphne gives a shiver in pleasure as she feels Harry's hand move to the waistband of her panties. But then give Harry a smoldering look and starts to rock her hips into his, but stops after a couple moments as she starts to feel him beginning to get hard. Harry growls and deep in his throat, and in an instant he flips them so he is on top. Damn it, my love, stop trying to break my resolve, cause I like sleeping in the same bed as you. Daphne tilts her head in confusion and pouts. Explain. Harry groans at the cute look she is giving him and kisses her deeply for a few more moments. I promised both Sirius and Remus, well, mainly Remus, nothing explicit would happen between us if they let you sleep with me in here. Harry breathes in her scent and continues. That is the only reason that they aren't going to say anything right now about our living arrangements, but right now you are a beautiful temptation. Harry's training of thought is broken when Daphne leans up and starts to bite and suck at Harry's neck for a few moments. She soon after releases his neck and smirks up at him. There, now we are even, my kitsune. Harry groans and falls to the side. Daphne decides to take advantage of this and lifts his hand. She slides into snuggles until her back is pushed into his front. Then, kissing the inside of the wrist, she softly whispers, "Good night, my love." Harry smiles and, tightening the embrace, he kisses the top of her head and whispers, just as softly, into her hair, "Sweet dreams, my beautiful vixen, the keeper of my heart." They both then fall into a blissful sleep, the worries of tomorrow all but forgotten. Alright, hope you all enjoyed this new chapter, so please review, they make me feel special, and I hope this interests you. So the next chapter we learn about Candidam, who plays a very important part as the story goes on, and looks like Dumbles will be coming in the next 2 chapters. Now, I have only had a handful of people think Daphne should be a hellhound, so I'll give you readers the opportunity to give some suggestion on Draco, the twins, and Daphne's 2 friends Animagus, mainly cause I'm lazy. If I like it, then I'll give you a thanks in the next chapter. If not, mainly people say much about it, that's cool too. Now, my final question for 10 points, who can tell me what drink Sirius was mumbling about? Chapter 10. Alright, chapter 10 is out and I have hit the 30k mark. How about that? I'm impressed with myself, but I disgrace. So I have a few things to say before we get started on this chapter. So first, congratulations to Fullmetal Alchemist 26 for actually guessing that vague reference to absinthe. I was rather surprised. Now, Yuki Asuna-chan, when the hell did I say anything about a mate mark? And also, Remus even says after they notice it that they are hormonal teenagers, it's just a simple hickey. Harry was looking for a reaction and Daphne was getting him back. Although teenagers do seem to think it could be marking their territory, but meh. Next to 2 people who ask if this is a Naruto crossover. Hell no, I already said I would be going more in depth of the magical world than just a small part of Europe, so I choose a kitsune as Harry's Animagus, because honestly in Japanese mythology kitsune are known to be tricksters and pranksters, and being the son and godson of the top pranksters, it seemed rather obvious. For him, using chains against the Death Eaters in the graveyard, Harry was using some alchemy. There will be more of it, but at that time he was aiming for capture over kill. Besides, chains in Naruto was touched on such a small amount, I wouldn't call it canon anyways. Now this goes to him being a kitsune Animagus. Harry can use illusion, which is also stated in mythology. They can use him choosing crows as part of his illusion, is part of his ancestry, and the story that I have touched on already, and will be a bit more in this chapter, and the rest I won't spoil for you lot. Then to the idiot who said I took the letter class system from Naruto, just wow. For one, you do realize that Canadian elementary system uses a letter grade system, and also a lot of games and some animes use the letter class system. It's not original. Alright, finally, so to those who suggested Animagus forms for the others, thank you, they have been taken under consideration, and you will find who I choose when that chapter comes out. So without further ado, enjoy this chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 10. With the rest of the people in the Black Garden, watches both Harry and Daphne leave. Draco is the first to break the silence and sneers. So someone want to explain why there are 2 weasels in the Black Secret Garden? The twins then glare at Draco, and with a mocking tone, "That's cute coming from the bouncing ferret. Why don't you go cry to daddy?" Oh wait, we forgot that Black Avatar snuffed him out. Draco scoffs at this, but replies with venom lacing his voice. "My father was a disgrace to the Malfoy name. However, he was useful in the upcoming plans that me and Hadrian have." Both the twins' jaws drop when Draco calls his father a disgrace, but soon become confused at the mention of his and their new hero's future plans. They are about to question him about it, but then Sirius barks out, "Enough, you 3. Now before we all leave and can go to bed, we need to discuss your training with us. The twins look to their new mentor, and George raises his hand. Shouldn't we be discussing this with the lovebirds as well? Sirius just shakes his head. No, Harry has some different plans for their training. Because Daphne's fighting style and magic is different than mine and Remus's. So unfortunately, they are on their own until after some of our plans come to fruition. All three young adults nod their heads in acceptance, while Draco shoots a glare at the twins. That still doesn't explain why they are here right now. The twins then stick out their tongues at the Malfoy heir. Sirius then sighs in exasperation and rubs his eyes, because these two have the potential to become a very annoying and extremely dangerous tag team. And it reminds me of myself and James Potter. All three look at Sirius in confusion at his statement. Sirius heaves a low sigh before he explains. We were good in our own rights. Hell, James even caused Voldemort to retreat once. Then twins' eyes sparkle at the possibility of hearing about one of their greatest hero's achievements. How did he do that, Master? Sirius scratches his chin and thought then begins. It was our third year out of Hogwarts. Some of us had just finished at the Aurus Academy. However, James had disappeared after his parents were killed. Not even me or Lily knew where he went, but the Aurors had got a call that the Death Eaters had started to attack the Hogwarts train. But when we arrived, James was already there, and he was riding on the top of a bloody basilisk head. Apparently, he transfigured the Hogwarts Express into it. Sirius holds his hand up, because for the others to remain silent till he is finished caused the teens look about to burst with questions. Voldemort was floating in the air in front of it, and he tried to speak to it in Parseltongue. But before he could get a few hisses in, the thing lashes out with its tail and slams the bastard into the ground below. Before we knew it, him and the 4 Death Eaters that survived retreated. All 3 teens look at Sirius with gobsmacked expressions and are stunned. Silent. Hadrian's father caused that much damage and was that powerful. Draco then breaks the silence and asks, what happened to him after Voldemort had retreated? Sirius has a Cheshire grin stretch across his face. Why, my dear ferret, he went into a month-long coma because of magical exhaustion. So this is what we will be teaching you, in the end feats like this will be possible. The twins look at Sirius with untold amounts of revelation at the power of the Marauder. But they also look on in confusion. Padfoot, how is Prongs able to do that? It seems impossible to have the amount of power that must have taken to do that kind of transfiguration. Sirius nods his head at that. You are correct, however, that is why the first magical families in England hold the Potter family in such high esteem. Because when magical England started to really flourish, a Potter had become a Dark Lord and almost succeed in covering the world in perfect darkness. No one knew what to say to that, but they still seem not to understand, so Sirius tries to explain it better. The Potter family is a mystery. Even I don't know everything, and I was a surrogate son to them, but they are known for having powerful elementals, warders, and battle mages. The teens nod their head in perfect sync, then look at Remus for any kind of clarification. Remus simply shrugs his shoulders at his new charges, while Sirius becomes lost in his memories of the past. What my hot-blooded friend was trying to explain till he went off track is that the two of them were even better together than alone, because it was almost like watching someone have 2 bodies and a single mind. They covered each other's weaknesses and their backs. Sirius shakes his head to clear it and come back to reality. Yes, thank you, Moony, and what that means is that I see the same potential in the two of you, even by just the way you two sometimes speak. Remus nods his head in acceptance of Sirius's thanks, then turns to face the Malfoy heir. Now when Sirius works with the twins on their teamwork, I will be helping train Draco. Because it seems Sirius thinks I'll be the best person to help beat the rest of that arrogance out of him. The twins begin to snicker at that comment, while Draco scowls at the 3 of them. Sirius chuckles at Draco's look and comments. Yes, well, as funny as that sounds, the main reason is Draco has a better affinity to the more darker spells. Remus then shakes his head and grumbles out, you make it sound like I'm some sort of dark wizard, Padfoot. Sirius just stares at him, then shrugs his shoulders. It's the wolf inside you after all. Neither of you cares what the method or means used to protect those you consider part of your pack. Sirius then looks back to Draco and stares into his eyes. Draco, I want you to listen to me carefully, cause under all that shite that Lucius has force-fed you over the years, I can see in your eyes that very same fierce mentality to protect what's important to you. Draco looks down, breaking eye contact with Sirius with a look of contemplation at the faith his uncle has in him. Could he do that? Could he protect his family by any means necessary? Draco's thoughts come to Mother and his surrogate brother, and come to a halt at a simple realization. Yes, for my family, no matter the cost or the consequence, I'll gladly pay it. Draco then lifts his head to look Sirius in the eyes with a look of unchained and relentless determination. A wide grin stretches across Sirius' face. He's becoming more like his mother every day. Soon that part of Lucius in him will die. That's a good look in your eyes, boy, so show me what your determination will bring. Sirius then turns to leave, and is soon followed by Remus. Show me what you three can do tomorrow. Now remember, be up and ready at 6 o'clock in the morning, or your wake-up call will be very unpleasant. All three boys begin to pale as the sound of Sirius's maniacal laughter and Remus's dark chuckles echo is the garden. Once both adults are out of sight, the twins stand and brush the dirt off themselves before turning to face Draco. Both then hold out a hand for him to take. We would like to offer a truce and a heartfelt apology. Draco smile, a very small smile, and chuckles behind his hand. He then reaches out and takes both their hands and responds, apology accepted, and I extend a truce to you both. So let's become a better than team than Sirius and James, or even that sickening sweet couple that we call friends. The twins both sport matching grins at that thought, then pull Draco up. So comrade, what do you think the training will involve? Draco gives an involuntary shudder at the thought. Not sure. When Hadrian first started mine, we had a small fight to see where I was, so maybe that, but I can't tell you for sure. We see. And what can you think is going to happen with old breaded one coming tomorrow? Draco sighs loudly and shakes his head. Not sure. Honestly, I think Hadrian will tell him where he can go and how to get there. Daphne will most likely explain in vivid detail how certain pleasant objects will be put in some not very nice places, all with a smile on her face. The twins raise both eyebrows as their eyes widen and stop moving. Draco notices and then turns to face them. He looks at the fascinating sight of mirrored horror and intrigue on the twins' faces with mild amusement as their imaginations run away with them. But just before they let their curiosity burst through, Draco shakes his head. What happens in Slytherin stays in Slytherin. The twins pout, but accept it, and the three leave to their rooms in silence. The next morning, as the sun begins to rise, the light shines through the window of Harry and Daphne's room. As the light shines in his face, Harry groans and tries to move away. However, he is unable. As he opens his eyes, he sees the top of a head of blonde hair. The smell of vanilla wafts in his nose. Harry then takes note that their positions must have changed during the night. He is now on his back with Daphne cuddling halfway on top on him, her head using his shoulder as a pillow. Harry smiles and kisses the top of her head and takes in her scent. He can feel tails purr and content vibrate in his magical core. Daphne subconsciously snuggles in closer and sighs in content bliss. Harry continues to smile at the beautiful creature whose body is draped on top of him. He then moves his head down to kiss her lips. Harry then softly speaks into her ear, Daph, my love, it's time to wake up if we want to get in a workout and have breakfast before the fire chicken lover comes to visit. Daphne grumbles something incoherently and continues to sleep. Harry rolls his eyes and pokes her in the side, causing Daphne to twitch out of the way. A mischievous twinkle comes to Harry's eye as he starts to slowly tickle her. Daphne shrieks in laughter and struggles to get out of his embrace. In between her laughter, she calls out, Mercy, I'm up. Please stop. Uncle, I'm up. I can't. Breath. Harry stops his tickle attack, but both continue to laugh for a few more moments until Daphne punches his arm. With a mock pout, Harry states, that wasn't very nice. Daphne then smiles up at him with an angel's innocence. What wasn't nice, hun? But just so you know, you shouldn't be a prat. Harry's pout vanishes instantly and is replaced with a devilish smile. Oh, maybe my beautiful vixen didn't like her wake-up call and punishment for last night. Daphne's angelic smile never leaves her features. I don't know what you mean. She then moves her body so she is saddling his waist, and as she lightly scraps her nails in his chest, Daphne leans down, her lips a few inches from his own, and in a sultry voice, now please tell me what Candidam actually is. Harry tears his eyes away from those lush, red, pouty lips of hers, but soon falls into the trap that is her eyes that have darkened with the hint of lust. Harry can't help but let himself happily drown in the endless sapphires that are Daphne Greengrass's eyes. Both lose all track of time as they look in each other's eyes. After what feels like an eternity to the both passes, Harry blinks, and the spell is broken. Then with a sigh he responds, very well, my love. What Candidam is rather simple. She is a royal raven. Daphne looks at him strangely. After all, who has ever heard of a royal raven before? Harry sees her look of doubt and continues his explanation. It's true that royal raven don't necessarily exist, however Candidam is special in that she was Morgana Le Fay's familiar, and right before she died Morgana used one of her last remaining breath to tap into the world's balance and merge it with some of her very essence into Candidam just before she died in her heart's desire's arms. A sad smile spread on his lips. Candidam transformed and became the most beautiful bird, just as Morgana was said to be one of the most beautiful women of that era. Daphne leans down and kisses him softly on the lips and runs a hand through his hair. Harry wraps his arms around her waist to keep her in place. A couple minutes later, they break for much-needed air, and Daphne leans her forehead on Harry's and softly smiles at him. Harry then moves one of his hands to take one of hers and brings it to his lips. He kisses each finger and then her palm. He holds it there for a moment, then speaks. "Thank you, I'm glad I told you." Harry then starts to sit up with Daphne coming up with him. "Now we need to go meet the others before Sirius comes to try and wake us." Daphne pouts at the thought of leaving the warmth of both the bed and Harry, but nods in agreement and slowly moves off him. She then puts an extra sway in her hip as she walks to the bathroom. Harry watches her ass sway to and fro, falling into a trance until she turns a little to look behind her. Harry's head snaps to look at her in the eye, just in time to see her give him a sensual wink, then the door closes. Harry falls onto his back and covers his eyes with an arm, and then gives a silent prayer to the gods and mutters out, "Bloody tease. She's going to kill my self-control." Harry then rolls out of bed and gets dressed in a pair of blood-red shorts and a plain black t-shirt and waits for Daphne. Not long after, Daphne comes out in a black tank top and dark blue short shorts. Harry subconsciously rubs his tongue along one of his upper canines, and his eyes darken for a split second. Daphne beams internally with pride at Harry's reaction. She then feels his lips crash into her own hungrily. Daphne moans as his tongue runs across her lower lip, begging for entrance. But before it can go any further, Daphne pushes on his chest, breaking the kiss. Harry growls at the contact being broken, but Daphne interrupts him. "Later, my kitsune, but right now we need to meet Sirius." With that, she takes his hand and drags him out of the door towards the black garden, much to his displeasure. The house is still very silent, as no one wants to be up at this moment or have gone to work. The only sound is the couple's footsteps as they reach the black garden doors and softly open them. A few minutes later, they reach the clearing to see the other teens in different stages of wakefulness. Then there is Remus and Sirius, who are leaning on separate trees. Sirius is the first to notice them and grins. "About time you two showed up. We were just about to come and get you." Sirius then notices the small bruise on Harry's neck, and he gains a shit-eating grin. "Well, now, I didn't know the little missus had it in her to do that to you, but I do hope you didn't go farther than that." Sirius waggles his eyebrows with that comment, while Harry groans in annoyance and Daphne giggles into her hand. The rest of the group start laughing as well until Sirius lifts his hand and cuts them all of his shit-eating grins soon become feral. "Now are you five ready to get started your hell on Earth?" So what did you all think of that? So yes, Candidam is Morgana's Le Fay's familiar, which is more proof that she is Harry's ancestor, and Candidam's origins will play a bigger part later on. And so we are clear it's well believed as fact in English folklore that Morgana Le Fay's familiar is a raven. Anyways, please review the next chapter. Will hopefully be out next Monday. Have a good week. Chapter 11. Here it is, Chapter 11. I actually don't have really anything to say besides once again thank you for the support so far, and then next chapter might be delayed some, hopefully not, but just a warning. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 11. The teens' first training session was, in most of their honest opinions, a true hell. The first thing that Sirius had them do was an hour and 20-minute run with Sirius chasing them as Padfoot, where every time he tagged you, they would have to add an extra minute to their time. Needless to say, none of them were happy besides Daphne, who was only tagged for an extra 7 minutes, and Harry, who was only tagged with 4 minutes. Alright, besides the cheating couple, I have to say there is a need of a lot of improvement. Daphne and Harry both snicker at the cheating couple comment. It's not their fault. Sirius didn't say they couldn't retaliate. The rest don't say anything as they are still trying to catch their breaths. A few minutes later, Sirius decides they have rested enough and motions for them all to get up. The two of them stand from sitting under a tree talking in quiet whispers to each other. The others soon follow after shakily rising to their feet. The twins look to be holding each other up. Sirius just keeps grinning at them, then claps his hands and starts to explain what they will be doing next. After another hour of sit-ups, push-ups, chin-ups, and a few other small exercises, everyone but Harry is on the ground in different stages of exhaustion. Harry kneels in front of Daphne and tilts her chin up to look at him. Sapphire meets Emerald and Harry smiles at her. Daphne returns it with tired smile of her own. Harry then leans in and softly kisses her for a second. You have been somewhat slacking on your training, love. Daphne smiles sheepishly and ducks her head in embarrassment. You kinda. My bigoted father didn't approve. He said that a future lady shouldn't be doing that kind of work. For an instant that everyone but Sirius missed it, Harry's eyes flashed dangerously. He quickly calms himself and kisses her forehead and whisper for only her to hear. Never forget my promise, Daph. She smiles, then lifts her head to kiss him softly. Thank you for everything. Their moment is soon broken by George exclaiming, Okay, that's it. Who are you? And what have you done with our untouchable Slytherin Ice Queen? Fred then cheekily grins. 'Cause you can keep her. We like you a lot better. Sirius burst out laughing while Draco nods his head in agreement. Harry and Daphne look at them strangely, then turn back to look at each other, both with small smiles for each other. It's a long story. You sure we have time to explain? Harry answers, never taking his eye off Daphne. Sirius stretches out his arms and yawns. Save the explanation for after breakfast. Harry nods his head, then holds out a hand for Daphne to help her up. Daphne gladly takes it. No words are said between the two while everyone else is talking together in front of them. A low pop is heard behind them, and when they look behind them, they are all greeted to the sight of Dobby, who looks to be rather depressed as his eye look even more glassy than usual. The little house elf then latches onto Harry's leg and starts to sob out. Master Harry, sir, the mean red-headed women won't let Dobby cook for great Harry sirs and his missus or his friends. Harry then tries and attempts to pull the overly emotional elf off his leg. A couple moments later, Daphne takes pity and helps him get Dobby to release his leg. Once again, Dobby stop with the great and master stuff. And what do you mean she won't let you in the kitchen? She keeps yelling and saying how you need a mother's home cooking and that the rest of the evil snakes and dogs can cook for themselves. Two growls are heard from the front of the group, while Harry heaves out an exasperated sigh before patting Dobby on the head. I see. Well, Dobby, please go and help Creature set up the black special quarters. Seems we have been much too hospitable. Dobby shakes his head up and down so fast his ears begin to make a slapping sound as they hit him. Dobby does whatever great Harry Potter sir commands happily. Dobby then vanishes moments later. Draco soon starts to mumbling about how his elf listens to Harry better than him. A few minutes of mumbling later, Draco snaps out of it when he hears snickering behind him, and when he looks back he sees the Weasley twins and Sirius trying but failing to hold back their amusement. Draco then gives a hard glare at them and then flips them the bird as he continues to walk, which then causes the dam to burst and all three fall to the ground in tears of laughter. As Harry and Daphne walk past the three laughing hyenas, Harry kicks Sirius in the ribs lightly. He then comments, Hey Sirius, hurry up and get up. I want to get this house drama thing put to an end so me and Daph can go out and do something more entertaining that's not in this house or with you lot. Sirius shoots to his feet in an instant with a cheeky grin playing on his lips, but before he can say anything, Harry cuts him off. Yes, a date. No, I'm not saying where, and go live vicariously through someone your own age mutt. With a cheeky grin, he yells for Remus to hear as he is just leaving the garden. Maybe try living through Remus and Nymphadora. Remus trips for a moment and then scowls at the innocent look Harry shoots him. Remus just grumbles, like father, like son. He then exits the garden and heads to the kitchen. Daphne then swats Harry's arms and gives him a hard look. You know if she hears you call her that she'll bury you, right? Harry smiles innocently at Daphne, who rolls her eyes. With that said, the young couple, with all the grace and presence of the most important pure-blood royalties, walks past him. Then Draco, who was waiting for everyone a few feet away from the exit to the garden, looks at the couple and mock bows before opening the door for them. My lord and lady, after you. Daphne smiles at Draco, while Harry snickers at his blonde cousin that tips an invisible hat to him. Why, thank you, good sir, how very polite. So if you don't mind, just wait for the laughing three, while we will go and check out what this inconvenience is about. Draco gives a silent nod and a mock salute, and then waits for the others. A few minutes later, Harry and Daphne reach the kitchen, They both feel something is wrong as it is much too quiet. As the both of them enter the kitchen, they come to the sight that they weren't fully prepared for. A man with a long white beard, the man who was said to be one of the greatest wizards of his time, Albus Dumbledore. Harry then mutters into Daphne's ear, "Well, this is a surprise. What do you think, love?" Daphne gives a brief, unnoticed shiver as Harry's warm breath tickles the shell of her ear. She then leans in closer to him. "Not sure, my love, we were going to discuss this in more detail on our date." The couple's quiet discussion is soon cut short. "You see, Professor, that snake bitch has corrupted the poor innocent child. You have to get her and the rest of them to leave." Molly shrieks unfortunately for her. As soon as that sentence had left her mouth, 5 black chains wrap around her arms and legs, and one that wraps around her mouth in a sort of gag. Everyone but Remus looks from Molly to all around the room in stunned silence. Their eyes then fall on Harry, who still has one arm wrapped around Daphne's waist while the other is on the wall beside them. "Now you listen to me, you banshee bitch. Don't talk to my girlfriend like that, or you will be sleeping outside in an old rotting doghouse. I honestly don't care what you think. This isn't your house, and you're not my mother, so go yourself." Harry's glare hardens, and a sneer pulls at his lips. No one notices the hateful and jealous glare from the youngest Weasley. "From what I heard, my mother detested you and wanted nothing more than to curse you into oblivion." Daphne then lightly swats Harry's arm for his use of profanity. A chuckle is heard from behind both Harry and Daphne. "Well, that's one way to shut her up," comments Sirius as he enters the kitchen with the rest of the teens, having been told to stay outside the kitchen for this private conversation. Sirius then walks over to stand beside Harry and Daphne. His eyes move across the room for any threats, then fall on Dumbledore, as if he just notices the old man's presence. "Oh, hello. Tell me, Dumbledore, why it that a member of a minor house thinks that they can come into the home of a most ancient and noble family without being announced." Dumbledore's eyes twinkle in merriment. "Now, Sirius, we have known each other for quite some time. Surely I stash." Harry rudely snorts to himself, interrupting the old man, trying to make an excuse. And this must be young Harry. It has been a long time. I'm sure you must be excited to finally be able to start at the greatest magical school in the world." Harry raises an eyebrow and looks at the old man like he is an idiot. "Daff, love, he can't seriously believe that." "Right." Daphne turns her nose up in disgust. "Unfortunately, I believe he does." Well, that's a shame. I'll have to disappoint him." Harry then turns to look at Dumbledore with an unreadable mask. "First off, Albus, it's Air Potter black to you, and your merry band behind you. So start showing the proper respect, or I'll show them the door, and you can find some other poor bastard to put up with them." Dumbledore opens his mouth to protest, but Harry cuts him off. "Secondly, I'm here for this year only, and the reason why is rather simple." Albus looks disappointed, but hides it well. He begins thinking on how to get to Harry away from these very bad influences. "The reason I'm here is of no concern of yours." Before anyone else can say anything to that comment, a loud girlish yelp is heard. When everyone turns towards the sound, they see Ron sitting on the ground, clutching his right hand close to his body, and the black chains around Molly sparking with golden electricity. Ron then glares at Harry and snarls, "Release my mother, Snake, or I'll kick your arse." In the blink of an eye, Harry appears in front of Ron and kicks him in the stomach and looks at the boy with contempt. Ron gasps out from all the breath being forcefully ejected from his body and pukes out his breakfast. "Stupid boy. You are nothing but a garbage can with legs to me." Harry then turns around and walks back towards Daphne. "Dancing with you would be beyond a waste of my time." Albus then steps in front of Harry and puts his hand on the boy's shoulder. But before anything else can happen, Harry splits into a murder of crows and ravens, much to Dumbledore's surprise. "I would appreciate it if you never touched me again. Now, Harry, my B dash." One of the chains holding Molly lashes out, but Dumbledore dodges it. "I'm not your boy, and you will refer to me by my title, Minor House of Dumbledore." Albus shakes his head in disappointment. "What happened to you, Harry? Your parents would be so disappointed if they saw what you have become." Both Harry and Sirius begin laughing manically. "Foolish old man, you know only what my family wanted you to know. Besides, I became exactly what they had hoped I would become, powerful enough to defend myself and my loved ones at all costs." With that said, Harry turns to face Daphne, then taking her hand in his, he bows over it. "Now, my lady, would you do me the honor of escorting you to lunch and an afternoon on the town?" A loud screech of "What?" is heard throughout the kitchen, and everyone looks towards the red-faced Ginny Weasley. Harry looks at her unimpressed as she then begins a triad. Why are you asking that snake out on a date? Can't you see she is using you for your titles and money? You should be asking me out. We would make a perfect couple. I mean, I look just like your mom, and you look just like your dad. It's like destiny. Harry and Daphne both start laughing at the poor Weasley, much to the room's surprise that Ice Queen can show emotions. Now that is a joke. Why the hell would I even try and date, or even be attracted to someone that looks like my mother? No, wait, let me guess. Mummy told you stories while you were a child where you would marry the great Prince Harry Potter. Well, news flash for you, he never existed. I'm no prince, and I will kill if need I to so grow up, or this world will swallow you whole. Harry then looks back to Daphne, whose Ice Queen mask is still in place in front of these people. My apologies for the rudeness of these people, my lady. So what is your answer? Daphne smirks at Harry's antics, then with a curtsy she answers with the tone of a pure-blood princess. It would be my pleasure, my lord. Harry grins and leads her out of the kitchen. But just before they leave, Harry turns his head to give Dumbledore a sharp look. By the ways, Dumbledore, after this coming school year, we will be leaving Britain, and before you say anything, know this, that you can take that prophecy of yours and put it up your ass. With that, they leave, uncaring about the red-headed girl crying on the floor or Dumbledore's shocked expression. Dumbledore then looks at Sirius and shakes his head. What did you do to him, Sirius? Sirius gives him a viscous grin and responds, made sure that he was ready for everything, including your foolish notion of a prophecy. Dumbledore actually pales at the mention of the prophecy, but before he can ask, two more people then enter the kitchen. Hey, look, a piñata. Did Harry make that for us to beat on? Sirius looks to Tonks and Narcissa, Black, the former bouncing on her toes at the thought, while the later looks at everyone with hidden amusement. Unfortunately, no, just the Banshee letting her mouth run away with her again. Both ladies nod. The Narcissa replies, very well, however, I do have a question. Why are my son and your two apprentices standing outside the kitchen? Also, Dobby and Creature have breakfast ready in the dining hall. Sirius grins and warps his arms around both ladies' shoulders. Splendid, now then let us partake before the kids eat. It all come, Moony, we must make haste. Remus passes Sirius, shaking his head, and leaves the kitchen. Sirius then turns his head to look at the other occupants of the kitchen. Oh, and Albus, we aren't done talking yet, so don't go too far. Toodles. The door then shuts and all the rest of their faces, with Sirius's laughter being heard for a little while more. Dumbledore once again shakes his head in sadness that he couldn't grab Harry that night for the greater good, and now everything was falling apart at his feet. With another sigh, Have waves his hand to remove the basic transfiguration, only to pull his hand back into himself. He inspects his hand to see some slight burning, then looks to chains to see the same golden sparking of electricity. He raises a curious eyebrow. Dumbledore then pulls out his wand from his robes and vanishes the chains, but a backlash of magic happens that throws both Dumbledore and Molly into separate corners of the kitchen. Ron struggles to his feet to go to his mom's side. Although she is breathing, she looks to have a few burns, and a mild twitch as sparks come off her body. Hermione looks to Dumbledore as he gets back to his feet, rubbing his head, and asks, Sir, what just happened? I have never seen Transfiguration able to do that. Dumbledore then strokes his beard in thought. I'm not sure, child, but it definitely wasn't Transfiguration. I have a theory, but it seems very unlikely that he knows how to use that branch of magic. How very interesting. And there you all go, the chapter. Some of you have been waiting for the meeting with Dumbledore, and don't worry, there will be a few more, so until then, read and review. I'm still waiting for more input on the Animagus form of the other, so please, suggestions are nice. Also, right now I'm considering on working on another FIC, but haven't decided where I want it to go and how to start it, so keep an eye out for that eventually. But don't worry, this one is my main priority till such time as I complete it or get to a certain point. Chapter 12. Alright, so nothing really to say in this ether besides thanks for the support. It really does mean a lot to me since I'm not much of a writer, but enjoy this chapter. Also, for the foreseeable future, updates will be all over the place. Angels, have faith. I don't want to be a part of his sin. I don't want to get lost in his world. I'm not playing this game. Within temptation, demon's fate. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 12. Harry pulls Daphne out of the kitchen, and she can't help but have a small smile that graces her features. Hopefully that will keep the little fangirl away from what's mine. Harry then notices Daphne's soft smile turn into a smirk, and he smiles himself at how her smile makes her even more unimaginably beautiful. Come on, I want to see how good the Ice Queen has become after so many years. Daphne's smile turns almost feral as she looks into his eyes and nods in consent. Harry has a light shiver at how downright why he finds her at this moment in time. As they walk the halls to where an empty room can be found, the others, although they can't hear them, notice from walking behind the couple how their body language changes and decide to follow them. Once they had found an empty room, Harry and Daphne stand a few feet in front of each other. The others that had followed them were leaning on the wall beside the door. Harry then bows to Daphne. "So shall we dance, my love?" Daphne's aura soon starts to chill the room itself as she unsheathes Paracinti. A malevolence and bloodlust is felt for only a second before just the hum of magic is felt. "Very well, I'll give you a dance you want soon to forget." Harry on his part smirks, then slams his hand on the ground. Then, like he is unsheathing it from the earth itself, a simple black scythe is freed. Harry twirls it in his hands and around his body a few times to get used to the new weight. Sirius, for his part, at the sight of Daphne's dagger, eyes widen and takes a single step back in shock. "It can't be. That shouldn't be possible." Everyone looks at Sirius in surprise and confusion that he looks genuinely afraid. Remus then asks, "What's wrong, Padfoot? You look like you have seen your own death." Sirius just blinks, then shakes his head to clear it. "Yeah, that dagger the little ice princess is holding is something that shouldn't have been created, and yet somehow she's able to use it and contain that evil aura." One of the twins speaks up at the same moment that Draco asks, "What do you mean, Uncle/Master?" "What I mean is that dagger is an ancient black artifact wielded by the very first Black, until it corrupted him and his magic." Narcissa picks up from where Sirius left off. Not much is written or even known about how that blade was made or even came into existence. But what was written said that the blade can only be wielded by someone it feels is worthy. Before anyone else can ask any more questions, Sirius interrupts with a simple, "It looks like they're about to start. Let's see how much better the little princess has gotten." Everyone then looks back to both Daphne with a look of worry and Harry, who looks far too calm. A soft smile crosses Harry's lips. "Remember the last time we stood like this, about to face off against each other's?" Daphne smiles just as softly and nods her head in silent agreement. Harry then moves into a stance with his scythe held behind him. "Do you remember what I had told you?" Daphne then slides into a fighting stance with her dagger held in a reverse grip. "Of course, always look forward and never back. And that's what I have done and will continue to do." Harry closes his eyes, his small smile never leaving his features. "That's my girl." With that, Harry dashes forward and slashes at Daphne with a series of fast strikes in what seemed to the rest as a deadly dance. Daphne then quickly moves out of the way with light and gracefully steps, always staying just out of his reach, and then she finds her opening and strikes at Harry's midriff. Harry quickly moves the staff portion of his scythe to block Daphne's blade, and then pushes her away. Daphne, for her part, then lashes out with a kick that Harry easily blocks. She then uses the extra momentum of her kick to spin herself to Harry's other side, and then strikes with the Paracinti that lengthens to wrap around him. Harry ducks under it and rolls to his right and out of the way. He then quickly stands up, his soft smile returns even as a small cut appears on his cheek. Daphne grins ferally back at him. Both opponents' eyes are dancing in excitement. Daphne then attacks with the whip-like blade that lashes out with the speed of a king cobra. Harry uses the scythe's handle to block as the blade wraps around it, almost cutting it into two pieces. Before Daphne can react, Harry then yanks his scythe and pulls the dagger out of Daphne's hand. He then tosses both weapons to the side. Harry then charges at her like a mad bull and tackles her to the ground. Harry smirks at the position he finds himself in as he straddles her waist and holds her wrist above her head. He then leans to Daphne's ear and gives a husky whisper, "It seems that I win this round, love." Daphne blushes heavily at her boyfriend's voice and the position he has her in, but continues to squirm for a few more seconds, then sighs out loud. Harry mistakenly takes this as a sign of her surrender and loosens his grip on her wrists. Daphne takes advantage of this and flips them over. She then leans in and Harry can feel her warm breath caress his skin. Daphne then cheekily responds, "Sorry, love, but it looks like it's me who actually wins." Daphne then grins even more widely at Harry's annoyed grumblings. The rest of the spectators laugh loudly as the couple helps each other up. Harry sighs loudly and in mock annoyance. "Fine then, what is my cheating princess's desired prize?" Daphne gives him a beaming smile that set off warning bell in Harry's head. She then takes his hand and begins to drag the poor disgruntled teen out of the room, much to the others' amusement. "We're going clothes shopping." After all, you are a scoundrel and decided to kidnap poor defenseless me, and I don't plan on going back to Greengrass Manor this summer. So I need a brand new wardrobe." Harry has both a look of horror and excitement. After all, the thought of his girlfriend modeling different cloths for him sounds great. However, he has heard from all the males in his life that it can take hours for them to finish. But if this will make her happy, then Harry would go to the ends of the world and the pits of hell for her. Harry's musings are cut off by the twins, who shout in their famous twin speak, "The fiend! Scoundrel! Good one, brother of mine! Thank you! How dare you kidnap this beautiful creature? We should defend the fair maiden's honor." "Yes, quite, dear brother." Before it can go any further, Sirius covers their mouths and grins at the couple. "Sorry about that, these two seem to be getting ahead of themselves." Harry raises an eyebrow, while Daphne starts to giggle in his shoulder. Draco then turns from looking at the crazy twins who are trying to struggle out of Sirius's hold. While it sounds like they are still trying to defend the fair maiden's honor, he then asks Daphne, "Before you punish the poor bastard by turning him into a dress-up doll and carrying all your stuff, you haven't told us why you seem much warmer than you are at school." The twins then nod their heads in silent agreement as Sirius is still covering their mouths. Harry then turns to look at Daphne with an even more horrified look, as he never even thought about that possibility. Daphne then turns to face the others. Her eyes become like glaciers as she glares at the poor blonde. "That's none of your concern at this moment," her voice like the coldest ice. She then pulls Harry a little harder and exits the room they were in and slams the door shut. When Harry regains his footing from being forcefully dragged by Daphne, he soon matches her pace. He then squeezes her hand to get her attention, and as a silent, "I'll stay by your side no matter what." She turns her head and looks into Harry's emerald green eyes, while hers then soften. As they look into each other's eyes, a silent conversation goes between them. Daphne stands on her tiptoes and lightly pecks his cheek. "Thank you, Harry." Harry smiles and lifts the hand he is holding to brush his lips across her knuckles. "Anything for you, you my beautiful Blizzard." They then head outside and towards Harry's bike to get out of the drama-filled house for the rest of the day. Back in the room that the couple had just left, the other three teens look at the door that Harry and Daphne had just exited in confusion. Sirius soon after lets the twins go. They then walk over to Draco and lightly cuff him in the back of the head, and at the same time, "Smooth, you blonde moron." Draco rubs his head where the twins had hit him and glares at them. "What did I do?" When the rest of the people in the room don't answer for a few moments, he slumps his shoulder in defeat. Sirius then clears his throat to get everyone attention. "Well, boys, that isn't a question that those two like talking about. But Sirius, why not? I mean, it can't be that bad. Right." Sirius looks away from everyone, as does Remus. "Look, kids, there are some things we will not be ever talking about. If you want to know, then you three will have to earn their trust." Draco soon opens his mouth to try and get more out of them until his mother says sternly, "Drop it, little dragon. It's not Sirius or Remus's story to tell. Now come along, you three. Breakfast is probably getting cold." The teens slowly nod their heads in understanding and follow an ever-quiet Tonks and Narcissa out the door and towards the dining hall where breakfast has been waiting. The two original living marauders are soon left alone in the empty room. Remus then turns and looks at his oldest friend. "You think those two will open up to the rest of them eventually?" Sirius shakes his head sadly and then responds, "I honestly don't know, Moony. You know, we can't let them do this themselves, Padfoot. There has to be something we can do to help them." Sirius heavily leans on the wall he is in front of and slides down to the floor, his exhaustion and age shown fully for the world to see. "The most we can do for right now is to quietly support them and pray that everything will work out in the end." Sirius then smiles a lopsided smile. After all, those two will bring about a twin storm of change to this world. Back in the kitchen, after the black group had left and Dumbledore had recovered from the backlash, he had begun to pace while lost in thought. He was unsure of what to do about how much young Harry and the rest of that group seemed to know already. Then there was what he had done to Molly. He had a number of theories, but no solid conclusions. Ron then looks up from where his mother is laying and yells at the headmaster of Hogwarts. "What was that with those chains, Professor? And why did that bastard do that to my mother? She was trying to help him. You have to kick those snakes out. They are turning my best mate into an evil dark wizard." Soon after that, Molly begins to stir and awaken. She blinks a few times as she starts to slowly sit up. "Why does my head hurt so much? What happened? Where is Harry?" Ginny hugs her tightly, mother, her voice still laced with worry. "Oh, Mum, are you all right? That arrogant Get Potter attacked you. Before Molly can rebuke her daughter that Harry would never do something like that, Ginny continues. Please, Mum, you have to do something to help him. That Slytherin harlot must have given him an overdosed amount of love and loyalty potions. After all, my Harry would never attack someone for no reason. While the Weasley children are talking to their mother quietly, Hermione goes up to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, sir, why haven't you gotten Sirius Black thrown into Azkaban yet? He betrayed Harry's parents, so why is he living with him like it's the most normal thing ever? Doesn't Harry know? She then covers her mouth to hold back a gasp as she comes to a conclusion. Professor, I don't think Harry knows that Black betrayed his parents. We have to tell him. Then he will realize that Black is manipulating him with the rest of those dark families to lead him to you-know-who. Dumbledore nods his head absently in thought. He had to think of some way to get the boys' trust and faith. It was for the greater good. If I can get Sirius thrown into Azkaban, then I can use my influence and power in Wizenmont to get Harry sent to his relatives. Dumbledore then puts his hand on bushy-haired girl's shoulder and smile at her with his grandfatherly look. Don't you worry, child, I will take care of all this. So in the meantime, keep trying to befriend the poor boy. Hermione nods her head in understanding, and Dumbledore then turns on his heel to walk out the kitchen, but can't seem to be able to open the door. Dumbledore grumbles to himself about old, dilapidated houses as he pulls out his wand and fires a silent bombarda. It hits the doors only to bounce back and slam into Dumbledore, who flies backwards a couple feet. Hermione shrieks, and all three Weasleys' eyes widen in horror and fear at what they see appear from the doorknob as an ominous cackle is heard throughout the kitchen. A metal raven starts to take form from the doorknob, and in a mix of male and female voices it speaks. Lord Black has put all who are in the kitchen at this moment in a lockdown state, so none shall leave until otherwise stated. With that, the raven explodes into black and red sparks. Molly soon afterwards shrieks and yells so loud that it could wake the dead. How dare you lock us in here? I'll be sure to make you regret this injustice, Black. The others in the room actually cover their ears at the beginning in fear of losing their hearing. When there is no response, the other occupants of the locked-down kitchen begin to pace in the hopes of figuring out how to escape. All except for Ron, who just begins to look for food, with Daphne and Harry driving through the open road of the country, the freedom of the wind blowing through her face and clothes. As Harry drives on the back roads with no one around is indescribable to Daphne. She soon shrieks in pure joy as Harry makes a tight turn without losing any speed. Daphne soon lets go of all pretenses of being the Ice Queen, like she only can when alone with Harry. All thoughts of Weasley, Dumbledore, or even of Cygnus Greengrass. I refuse to think of him as my father. Her thoughts soon turn towards her two best friends and her little sister Astoria. However, at the thought of her little sister, she tightens her grip in worry. Harry slightly turns his head at Daphne's shriek and his heart swells. In joy, then picks up his pace as he feels Daphne's chest press closer on his back. She really is like an angel. Harry turns his head back to put full attention on the road with a small smile never leaving his lips. However, maybe a better description is that she is my fallen angel. Harry then chuckles silently to himself as another thought crosses his mind. I don't think I have smiled this much in many years. A few minutes later, Harry feels Daphne's grip tighten even more as well as she stiffens a bit, and he can't help but let a small amount of worry to creep into his mind. However, Harry decides to hold off on questioning her till after their date and the Animagus ceremony later tonight. So here it is, Chapter 12. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, and remember to give a review. Besides that, I need a beta, because I seem to be saying this almost every chapter. I'm bloody lazy and don't have the time as is to find one. So unless one of you offer, I'm not getting one. Chapter 13. Alright, so new chapter, yay. Unfortunately, I'm kinda disappointed in myself. I was kinda hoping to get this one out yesterday, however I didn't have a computer, so sad. Oh well, anyways, hope you enjoy. Oh, and also I got a review that actually made me laugh my ass and choke on my beer. Wasn't happy about that, but that will teach me to read my reviews while having a drink off, but apparently here it is. Guest. Who cares if she looks like his mom? At least incest is better than two lesbians going at it. I honestly have really nothing to say. I want judge to each his own and that, but come on, that just downright disrespectful to gays and lesbians, and I don't actually appreciate it since one of my best friends is a lesbian. And with that off my chest, enjoy the chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 13. A little later that day, after Harry had taken Daphne on a ride through the countryside, they had ended up going to a small Muggle restaurant in Blackpool. Afterwards, the two had chosen to walk around the small city until Daphne had spotted what she was looking for, which was a women's clothing store. She then proceeded to drag her boyfriend in her eyes, dancing with enjoyment and a grin stretching across her face. All thoughts of her friends and family were at the moment forgotten. Harry, for his part, just let his girlfriend drag him into a few different clothing stores where Daphne would then browse for some time, picking out a few items that she liked or had thought looked cute. Ahe would then model them for him, just to see his reaction, while he blushed and stammered out a comment for some of them. Oddly enough, those were the ones that Daphne had ended up buying. It seems that even after all the time apart, Daphne could still read the poor guy like a book, and she internally smirks at that thought. For the most part, their date had been so far enjoyable, except for during one of the modeling session, a random stranger was passing by and commented beside Harry about her nice ass and what he would do to her. Needless to say, Harry was not amused and showed it by putting him into a light sleep-induced illusion. Luckily, no one had seen this, and so he dragged the unconscious guy into an empty change room, then vanished all his clothes. Daphne wasn't impressed by this and muttered that they would talk about the proper actions to take and not just knocking people unconscious. Harry had paled at the cold glare she gave him, although a small part of him has anyways thought she looked incredibly wise when angry. Daphne then huffs, turning her head away from him, as she couldn't stay angry at the very pleased and innocent-looking boyish grin plastered on his face. So with a sigh, she just shook her head and took his hand and dragged him to the counter to buy the clothes that she had liked. When the two of them left the shop, they started walking down the now busy streets of Blackpool hand in hand. They had only been walking for a couple of minutes when Daphne's stomach starts to make itself known, much to the girl's embarrassment. Harry just softly chuckles, then leans down a fraction and turns his head to the side to kiss her cheek. Harry then muses aloud, "You know, some days you're far too cute for it to be fair." Daphne, while still a little embarrassed, lightly hits his shoulder and mutters about him being a prat, although a small smile graces her features. She then leans more into Harry and whispers, "This was nice. I'm having fun. So thank you, Harry." Harry softly chuckles and turns to hug her, then kisses the top of her head and softly says into her hair, "Always my princess, and I'm very happy to hear you are enjoying yourself, Daphne." The couple then continues to walk in search of something to eat for lunch. Earlier, back at the Black house, the Black family plus the twins are sitting in the dining room, having just finished the breakfast that Dobby and Creature prepared, having been forced to use the Potter Manor's kitchen. Luckily, it being the only room that had been finished in the reconstruction so far. If all goes according to plan, it will be livable by the Yule holidays, much to everyone's pleasure. The twins look around the room and then notice that their mother, little brother, and sister are not here, which is very strange, cause even the mention of food has Ron running to it. They shrug and let the peace and quiet continue. Tonks soon can no longer hold it in and gives a pointed look towards Sirius and Remus. "All right, Spill, you two, what was that back there with the red-haired banshee?" The two grown men look at each other before Sirius shrugs and then decides what harm could it do. "Well, you see, my dear cousin, that was alchemy. Although the boy still has a lot to learn, apparently. Anyways, he learned it from two people, actually." The other occupants looked at him with a lot of interest at this point shining in their eyes, and then Tonks speaks up. "Was one of them Nicholas Flamel?" Sirius then barks out a laugh and then shakes his head. "No, as good and helpful as that would have been, he was still connected to Dumbledore at that time. No, the two that had started his training were the brothers of the Celestial Mercenaries, his master Luciferal and Michael." Tonks looks at Sirius in surprise. "Wait, those two names are from a Muggle religion I remember my father talking about once. They are two of the most powerful angels in God's army. Well, until Luciferal fell and became Lucifer." Sirius just shrugs with little comment, and then Remus speaks up. "We aren't sure why they have those names, because according to what Harry has told us, it is a secret passed down from master to apprentice after the completion of the inheritance." Everyone then looks at the two in confusion before Narcissa asks the question on everyone's mind. "So why hasn't Dumbledore or the Dark Lord tried to recruit these people?" Sirius snorts in mirth at that question. "Simple, really, because they aren't stupid. After all, most S-class magicals have some pretty interesting and abnormal personalities. But the one thing they all in common is they do whatever they want." The rest of the room's occupants look at him strangely, and so Tonks tries to prod some more answers. "What do you mean by interesting personalities?" Sirius scratches his chin in thought for a few seconds. "Well, where's the fun in telling you all that? After all, chances are you guys will meet two of them this summer anyways." The twins and Tonks begin to pout at Sirius. Come on, master, you have to tell us now. Sirius mocks sighs at the pestering from his cousin and proteges. Fine, I'll tell you about one that I had met a while ago. She was extremely childlike. And I mean like permanent sugar high cheering charm excitable. Everyone but Remus, who is lightly snickering, look at Sirius suspiciously, and then Draco drawls out. That seems very unlikely, uncle. He then points a thumb at the twins. Even these two aren't that bad. The twins then shout at the same time, affronted at that comment. Hey! They then look at each other and start to snicker for a bit, then look back at Sirius. So who is another one that you have met, master? This time it's Remus that speaks up with an answer. Well, there was this one that had actually swindled Sirius here out of 5,000 galleons, all his clothes, and then ended up drinking him under the table literally. Sirius then starts to grumble about that particular memory. Oh, and then just to rub salt in the wound, she gets up and walks to the bar with a little more sway in her hips than needed. Then she points at Sirius and tells the bartender to put it on the featherweights tab, and leaves laughing the entire time. Everyone then starts laughing while Sirius starts banging his head on the table, then mumbles out, "That was supposed to be a secret that you had promised not to tell anyone, Mooney." Narcissa looks at Sirius with shock. You actually let a strange girl take 5,000 galleons plus all your clothes, then you proceed to get so absolutely smashed that you ended up passing out under a table. Sirius nods his head shamefully, and Narcissa continues, "How do you even know she was a witch, let alone an S-class?" Remus pats Sirius' shoulder in a sign of brotherly comfort, then begins to explain. Because when we told Harry, he couldn't stop laughing at Sirius, then said, "Yo, I heard she even showed me the memory. You really shouldn't have tried to hit on her. That was truly sad, Padfoot, even for you." Before we could question him anymore, he left to go study. Tonks then bursts out laughing to the point that tears had started to run down her cheek. Narcissa looks from her cousin to her niece before sighing in exasperation. Sirius grumbles about loudmouth best friends before grinning slyly himself. Hey, not my fault that she looked like a bombshell and that sweet and innocent smile. Hell, Mooney, even you looked pretty enchanted by her beauty. Remus then looks away to hide the coming blush, much to the amusement of the rest of the room. Then with only a hint of jealously, Tonks grits out, "So did Harry tell you who the mystery woman is?" Sirius smirks at the small hit of jealousy from his cousin. Turns out she is a part of the Celestial Mercenaries, and also she is Luciferal's wife. I've only met her a handful of times though. Fred looks at Sirius and then comments, "You know, Master Padfoot, you seem to meet a lot of S-class magicals. What are you going to do if Dumbledore finds out your connection to them and tries to force you into getting them to help fight in the coming war?" Sirius just scoffs at this while Remus starts to laugh. They want help unless it's profitable or that it actually affect them in some sort of way. This war isn't on either fronts. And besides that, most of the S-class hate the British ministry. They would rather watch us tear each other apart while they sit back with a bucket of popcorn and laugh. The three teens look at him in general confusion, but then Draco sneers. Why are they jealous of our wealth and the strength of our nation? Narcissa then moves behind her son and smacks him lightly on the back of the head, much to his shock, but before he can say anything, Sirius shakes his head. That right there, Brad, is why they hate us. They believe that we are undeservingly arrogant and bigoted. Sirius then looks off into space as a memory comes to him, and he whispers absently, "I have seen the power some of these countries have, and it honestly scares me." The silence after that becomes unsettling, and after a few minutes, Creature pops in and announces, "Master, that potion that the old Wolfie has been working on looks to be almost ready." Then with a large sneer as he goes on to say, "Also the white-haired blood trader looks ready to destroy the door of the House of Black." Creature then pops out of the room. Narcissa then looks at her cousin. "You know, I almost thought he was starting to become a proper house elf. However, it seems your mother's poisonous words are still affecting him." Sirius sighs once more and stretches out his arms. "Well, I guess it's time go have a discussion with the old billy goat." He then turns to the three teens. "We will be starting your animagus transformation training tonight. Hopefully we can finish the training by the next full moon in 3.5 weeks. Sirius then walks out the door, so George turns to Remus and asks, "Why does he want us to complete the animagus transformation by the next full moon, Professor?" Remus looks away with a hint of embarrassment, so Narcissa responds for him. "It's a marauder's tradition to run and play with Mooney when he transforms." Understanding soon begins to show in the teens' eyes, and they silently nod their heads. Tonks walks behind Remus and tightly hugs him and speaks softly, "See, no one thinks any differently about you. I promise we will find the bastard who turned you, and he will pay. Remus sighs in content and leans more into her embrace, uncaring of the audience in front of them. He then softly chuckles. I know both Sirius and Harry have already made that promise to me. Remus then grins and looks up at her. I already called first dibs on neutering and first blood when we find him, much to their annoyance. Tonks then smiles brightly down at him, and in a spur of the moment, she leans down and kisses him on the forehead. Good, but I better get my shot on him as well. Remus blush at the sign of affection and can only nod in agreement. Tonks then nods her head as well and continues to smile at him. She then pats him on the head while saying, "Good boy. Now I have to go to work. So I'll see all of you later tonight for this training." As Tonks turns to leave, she ends up tripping on the leg of the chair, much to everyone else's amusement and her embarrassment. Narcissa watches as her niece leave, then turns to face Remus with a cold look. You know, if you hurt her, we will be testing how fast you can heal when cut with a silver knife. Remus pales slightly at the intended threat and then gives a small shudder at the ice in her voice. He then blushes at the implications that are made off that statement and inwardly smiles as well. With Sirius, he just enters the kitchen where he had locked the rest of this summer occupants. Well, since some of you are getting very impatient, let's start this annoying conversation. Dumbledore, what do you want? Dumbledore's eyes begin to twinkle. Well, Sirius, my friend, I must request that you let me move young Harry to his aunt and uncle's for his own safety. Sirius looks at him like he's an idiot. Yeah. Not going to happen. How does that even make sense? Dumbledore. Also, it's Lord Black. We aren't that close. So if that is all, you can go now. Dumbledore looks surprised but quickly masks it. Then with a sad shake of his head and a disappointed sigh. Unfortunately, I am his legal magical guardian dash. Sirius interrupts him with a quiet, "You're not." However, Dumbledore keeps going on like he didn't hear him. So unless you hand over the young man, I will be forced to bring in the Aurors. Sirius look at the old man impassively and then to the look of pure glee on the face of the rest of the room. Sirius just shakes his head in disbelief. Huh, you really don't keep up to date on these kind of things, do you? Like I said, Dumbledore, you aren't Harry's legal guardian, but I'll give you points for trying. Dumbledore looks surprised at Sirius and answers in grandfatherly voice like he is talking to a child. I can assure you that I am. Sirius then crosses his arms over his chest and smirks. You're not, Dumbledore, but feel free to go inform the Aurors where I am. During this standoff, Sirius is inwardly laughing and thinks to himself, it looks like both of the plans are going to have to be moved up ahead of our original schedule. The kid is going to pissed. Sirius then raises an eyebrow, and watches Dumbledore carefully. Is that all, Dumbledore? 'Cause I'm bored of talking to you and kinda busy right now. Dumbledore then releases another disappointed sigh and shake of his head. Where is young Harry? I must discuss some important matters with him privately. Sirius then uncrosses his arms and shrugs his shoulders. Not sure at this moment. You see, he took his girlfriend out on a date and hasn't returned. Besides, I don't expect him home for a little while more. It was with this comment that both Molly and Ginny screech. What? Sirius winces at the volume on his more sensitive sense of hearing. And Molly then begins another rant. You let that poor boy go outside with that Scarlet Woman. Now she going to take him to who to earn his favor. What kind of guardian are you? Dumbledore looks at Sirius in alarm as his eyes widen a bit. Sirius, he can't leave this house for right now. It's not safe. That's why he must go to his relative's place. Now what's going to happen if the Dark Lord's Death Eaters attack? Now you have put both children's lives in danger. Sirius, for his part, just raises an eyebrow at the old man's persistence on that fact. Well, in the unlikely case that the Death Eaters do stupidly attack him, then the Auror get to deal with the fun job of cleaning up the pile of corpses that those two will leave for them. Dumbledore looks even more alarmed, and his eye widen even more at that thought that Harry could be capable of killing so easily. He then quickly masks most of it and responds. However, the twinkle is no longer in his eyes. I see, then it looks like I have no choice but to go to the Aurors. Murderer. With that, Dumbledore quickly stands and leaves the kitchen. A few moments later, and the sound of the flue roars to life. Sirius then claps his hands and grins at the others in the kitchen. Well, that was fun listening to the old goat prattle on about Harry going to his relatives. And the funny thing is, I think he forgot all about trying to get the lot of you out of the basement. Oh well. Now that it is over, I am going to leave. With that, Sirius turns and begins to walk out of the kitchen. However, Hermione stands and yells out to Sirius, wait, you can't just speak to Dumbledore like that. You have no right, you evil villain. Sirius turns his head and gives the bushy-haired girl a hard and cold stare. I just did, little girl. So what are you going to do about it? Hermione returns Sirius's hard stare with an angry glare of her own and then spats. Soon they will throw you into prison for your crimes of betrayal and murder, then Harry will be free to return to the light. Sirius just then barks out a short, mirthless laugh. That boy has no concept of light and dark, you foolish girl. All he cares about is the thrill of battle and the protection of his loved ones. He then looks at the whole room with a cold stare and goes on. He cares for none of you, and none of you could give him a good fight, right? When no one responds, Sirius turns to continue to leave. Didn't think so. Now this is the only warning I will give you people: stay the hell out of our way, or you will have the same fate as the rest of the mindless sheep in Voldemort terrorist group. With that, Sirius then leaves the Weasleys and Hermione with their thoughts and the anger that Sirius has corrupted their savior, and that Dumbledore had not forced him to let them in the family quarters. Well, hope you enjoyed this and all that, so remember to review and favorite this, all that fun stuff. Peace out. Chapter 14. Here she is, Chapter 14, and once again, I'd like to say thank you to those that have reviewed, followed, or favorited this story. Also, I wish to, apologize. I actually had planned that the last chapter and this were going to be a double release on Valentine's Day. However, I ended up going on a bender with some friends most of that weekend, and I had until yesterday a case of server writer block. And with that said, let's begin. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 14. Harry and Daphne soon find a little family-owned restaurant that is tucked into a corner of the street they had been walking down. As they enter, the couple is immediately seated by a pretty brunette who looks to be about 18. She looks Harry up and down and blatantly checks him out, then gives him a flirty wink, much to Daphne's annoyance. Harry, on the other hand, doesn't even notice this girl checking him out or winking at him and continues to look at the menu that was placed in front of him. Daphne then gives the girl a smug grin when she sees the girl pouting at being ignored by Harry. After the hostess leaves to go inform their server that she has a table, Daphne looks into Harry's eyes as he looks kinda distracted. She then leans over the table to lightly flick him on the forehead and asks, "What's wrong, Harry?" Harry then shakes his head to clear it and then responds, "Nothing really. I'm just thinking about what will happen over this summer." Daphne nods her head in understanding. But before she can ask him anything else on the matter, a perky-looking blonde with doe-like brown eyes comes up to the table. In a very bubbly voice, she asks, "Hi, my name is Cassie. I'm going to be your server this afternoon. So what can I get you both to drink? Or do you need a few more moments more to decide?" Harry and Daphne break eye contact of each other, then look over to the server, and Daphne responds with a polite, "I'll have an iced tea, please," while Harry then replies with a simple, "Coke for me is fine, thanks." The waitress smiles brightly and chirps happily, "Sure, I'll be right back with those." Daphne then looks back at Harry. "So what do you think will happen this summer?" Harry, for the most part, shrugs his shoulders before answering, "If mine and Sirius's guess is correct, Dumbledore will use all his influence to throw Sirius into Azkaban, so that he can then attempt to gain legal guardianship over me, so that he can then send me to number 4 Privet Drive." Daphne's eyes widen, then quickly turn into dangerous slits and growls out, "Over my dead body, that old fool will." Harry chuckles, but before he can respond to the ice-cold fury of his girlfriend, their waitress returns with their drinks. Then, while turning to look at Daphne, asks, "So have you two decided what you want to order?" Daphne quickly schemes the small menu and responds, "I'll have the barbecue chicken club with the house salad, please." The waitress smiles kindly and responds with, "That's an excellent choice, and personally it's my favorite thing on the menu." She then turned to look at Harry. "And for you, sir?" For his part, Harry simply glanced at the menu before responding, "I'll go with the maple bacon cheddar burger with fries and gravy, thanks." The girl just nods her head, then takes the couple's menu and goes to punch in the order. Harry then looks back at Daphne and takes her hands in his, then squeezes them in reassurance as well as comfort. "It's why I told you the address of my relatives." Cause what Dumbledore and his little group don't realize is that once Sirius is sent to Azkaban, Narcissa will be able to lock down Grimmauld Place if she needs to. No one will be able to enter or leave, and if need be, she can banish them as well. Daphne continues to look at him in anger and a hint fear. "What about me and the rest of the summer? Because I quite like sleeping with you next to me." She then in a soft whisper says, "I sleep a lot better knowing you're there. I feel safe." Harry then scratches his chin in mock thought and then shrugs. "I thought you would just come with me. Besides, if everything goes according to plan, this will only be for at most 3 weeks, hopefully." Daphne is speechless, then she tilts her head in confusion. "Why only 3 weeks? What do you two man-childs have planned?" The last part she finishes with a small glare. Harry holds back the cheeky response that comes to mind, of pointing out that he is still a child, but then shrugs. Sirius needs to go to Azkaban. It's really one of the only ways we can make sure that the Dementors don't join good old Tommy Boy again. But also one of the best Animagus combat specialists is locked up there right now. Her glares changes into a look of inquiry, and with a questioning look, Daphne asks, "And who exactly is that, Harry?" Harry looks at Daphne with a sheepish smiles and attempts to look away, much to Daphne's suspicion. She then narrows her eyes. Harry feels a small chill soon crawl up his back and he finally responds, "It's Bellatrix Black." Daphne tries to hide her shock, but her eyes still widen a small amount. She then returns to glaring at the poor boy in front of her and hisses out, "Do you mean Bellatrix Lestrange? Are you two stupid reprobates planning on breaking out that psychopath? Damn, I love when she gets like this. Truly the only woman that has the potential to dance with such deadly grace," is Harry's thought before he inwardly shakes his head and calmly nods his head, and the quickly starts to explain before his girlfriend tries to kill him, even if he secretly loves when they physically spar or fight. It wasn't fully her fault. Her marriage contract gave her husband a certain amount of control over her. However, when she started to show signs of fighting it, he then started to use the Crucius Curse on her liberally, as of course would Tom, just like he would the rest of the DEs if they displeased him. However, later on her husband, Harry had said this with the most venom that Daphne had ever heard come from his voice, had started to pass her around to all the lieutenants as well as Tom to let them have their way with her. Honestly, it's a bloody wonder she hasn't tried to kill herself yet. Harry quickly calms himself down when he sees in the corner of his eye their waitress coming over to the table with their food. "Here, you two go and enjoy. Also, if you need anything else, please feel free to ask." With that, she turns and leaves to go and help the next table that has just arrived. The couple decides a new subject is needed that is a lot more upbeat as they enjoy their meal. That is till a question comes to Daphne's mind. "Hey Harry, why did you have the eldest Weasley brother promise to help you with getting into a tomb?" Harry raises an eyebrow at Daphne's question because he had forgotten that Daphne was there when it had happened. But he answers her question simply, "Because Ragnarok said that he was one of his better curse breakers." Daphne gives a small nod of her head in acceptance. "Oh, okay, I get that, but why do you need to go into a tomb? And why couldn't you have asked one of the goblins to help you?" Harry just smiles sadly as his eyes seem to have glazed over with a lost look into the distance. He answers almost absent-mindedly, "I'm looking for a certain necklace that is located in this tomb. And before you ask, I'll tell you tonight when we are alone in our room." Daphne stares at Harry with wide, pleading puppy dog eyes. However, Harry refuses to look at her. She then sighs loudly and pouts that Harry wouldn't look at her and fall into her trap. She soon nods her head, disappointed that he won't tell her right now, but understands that it must be fairly important. Harry, for his part, is thankful she stopped with her cute begging look, while he thinks to himself, "Bloody unfair advantage." She could probably even convince Luciferal to do whatever she wanted with that look. A while later, the couple soon finishes their meal, then pays the bill. Daphne had convinced him to leave a very generous tip after their server had said that they were such a cute couple and looked perfect for each other, offhandedly. Needless to say, she was almost glowing with pride at that comment. The two of them had then ended up wandering around for a while, more before they ended up in front of a movie theater, where they saw much to both their interest Batman Forever. Daphne, having never been to a Muggle movie theater before, became enthralled the entire time, much to Harry's amusement and later pleasure when they had started to make out in the back of the theater. After the show had ended, and they exited the theater, Daphne was gushing about how interesting the whole experience was. She then leans into Harry's side and whispers that they should do that more often, all the while blushing softly. Harry then leans his head down and kisses her softly on the lips, but before she can respond, he leans back and gently takes her hand in his. He begins to lead them back towards his bike so they can go home, both with equally soft smile on their faces. Sirius soon finds his family and the Weasley twins in the family living room, everyone seemingly getting along, while Narcissa and Remus are reading beside the fire across from each other. The twins look to be discussing in whispers with Draco their pranking ideas and some plans for the coming school year. Remus is the first to notice him. Speaks up, "Sirius, so how was your chat with the headmaster?" Sirius sighs and shakes his head. "Well, Moony, it seems like some of our plans will be moving ahead of schedule faster than we had originally thought." Remus nods his head in acceptance, as they had expected that this might happen. However, they were hoping for more time. Will you be ready in time? After all, what you have planned isn't going to be easy at all. Sirius's eyes harden in fierce determination. I don't have much choice now, do I, Mooney? I will complete my mission just like I always do. A cheeky grins then crosses his face. But the better question is, are you two ready to babysit the new pets? Remus groans at the bad joke from Sirius, while Narcissa turns up her nose and comments, "Really, Sirius, I'm sure the kids won't need to be housebroken or be in need of a flea bath. Unlike a certain someone I could name." Sirius scoffs at this comment and replies, "I never needed a flea bath and Padfoot has always been housebroken." Narcissa raises an elegant eyebrow at his denial. "Please, the last time I saw him, he looked to be in dire need of a flea bath mutt." Remus snorts into his mugs and Sirius glares at them both, then crosses his arms before walking over to one of the lounge chairs and sits down. He then grits out, "I hate you both right now." The group ends up staying in the family living room for several hours. They pass the time reading, or with Sirius and Remus telling stories of their own adventures when they were at Hogwarts. Creature then enters the room with a soft pop, then giving a short bow. Creature is here to inform Master Black and family that dinner is ready. Master Black. Sirius looks up from his book and regards Creature for a moment before answering, "Thank you, Creature, we will down in a few moments." Creature then gives another small bow of his head, and that disappears with another soft pop. Soon afterwards, all the occupants of the room start to stand and begin to make their way towards the dining hall where the rest of the Weasley family and Hermione are seated already. Molly notices them first and then looks around searching for someone else. Where is the poor dear Harry? Surely he must have already gotten bored with that Scarlet Woman by now. The Blacks groan in annoyance, and then Draco sneers out, "The only Scarlet Woman here are you and your daughter." Narcissa smacks Draco on the head again. "That's enough, little dragon." Draco rubs the back of his head tenderly. He then looks at his mother, and then turns to give another glare at the Weasleys. They should learn their place, and not insults their hosts and betters. Narcissa releases a long, tired sigh at her son. "Yes, well, that may be true, but there is no need to be rude about it." Narcissa then smiles down at him and gives him a sideways hug, and whispers for only him to hear, "However, I am proud of the man you may soon become to defend your friends like that." Draco blushes in mild embarrassment, but lightly, and nods up at his mother. They then move to sit at the table with the rest of them. Ron glares at Draco but bites his tongue and having another outburst in fear of missing another meal. A little while later, everyone at the dinner table hears a loud roar come from outside. Then a few minutes later, the dining room doors swing open with Harry and Daphne entering. Daphne is seen leaning and holding onto Harry's arms with her head leaning onto his shoulder. A look of pure bliss brightens her features even more. A few giggles then escapes her while Harry turns his head and kisses her nose, which then cause another giggle to bubble through her. Harry then leads her to a chair beside Sirius and helps her sit down. He then leans down to peck her on the cheek. Harry then moves to whisper something into her ear. Daphne shakes her head while a blush lightly stains her cheeks and her radiant smile never leaves her face. She then gives him a saucy look and whispers something to him. Harry nods and grins down at her, then moves to sit beside her as a buffer from Granger. A loud vocal clearing of a throat soon gets the happy couple's attention and they finally notice their audience. They both then blush brighter than the Weasley famous hair. Sirius just grins at the two of them with a smug look and thoughts of showing this memory to Dante. Sirius then asks, "I take it that the both of you enjoyed yourselves." He then looks Harry in the eye and with mock sternness asks, "I'm hoping that you were a complete gentleman. After all, I would hate to have to tell Dante that his goddaughter wasn't treated like the princess that she is. He might even come here guns blazing." Harry actually pales as that thought had not even crossed his mind. He then looks at Daphne, who glares at Sirius for the princess comment for a few moments before it completely melts, and she actually swoons for a moment. Draco and the twins are stunned stupid by Daphne's actions in the last few minutes. Draco has known her for a long time, while the twin have only known her for years. None of them have ever seen her show this much emotion, or even any really at all. Draco then pales into a ghost when the stray thought that Harry is coming to Hogwarts this year, and all of Slytherin has been trying to even get a taste of the Ice Queen since third year. At this thought, he unintentionally yells out, "They're all going to be slaughtered." Everyone looks at him strangely, or in the youngest two Weasleys and Hermione's case glare at his outburst. Draco gives an embarrassed and uncomfortable cough, then apologizes for his outburst. He then sits down and continues to eat in silence. After the meal had been finished, the old marauders and their group stand and begin to make their way out of the room. As they reach the door, Ron can no longer hold it in and loses control of his mouth again and yells, "Why do you three persist on hanging out with Death Eaters in training?" He then holds out a hand in friendship and grins in hope of convincing them to come back to their side. "You can come back to the good side and Dumbledore will protect you. Then we can be the best of friends." The twins completely ignore their foolish little brother and exit the room following the adults, while Harry wraps his right arm possessively around Daphne's waist, bringing her closer, and looks over his shoulder with a smirk. "Now, why would I join you wits when it's so much more fun to be free?" He then emphasizes this by slowly lowering his hand to Daphne's ass and giving it a gentile squeeze. Daphne then turns her head and lightly smacks his chest for his bad language. She then looks at him with an arched eyebrow and a mischievous smile of hidden pleasures to come eventually. Harry grins non-repentant and Daphne shakes her in mock exasperation at her boyfriend. Daphne then stands on her tiptoes to peck him on the lips and mouths a silent later. The couple uses the stunned shock of the room to leave the dinning hall and catch up with everyone else in the Black Garden. The small group soon arrives into the clearing that they were in earlier today, waiting for Daphne and Harry to show up. When the couple arrives a few minutes behind them, Harry transforms into Tails and lays down, while Daphne then sits down and uses him as a furry backrest. Tails then wraps all four tails around her protectively and to keep her warm. He then tilts his head to lightly lick her cheek, which caused the girl to giggle a bit once again. This time it is both Sirius and Remus who loudly clear their throats to get the couple's and everyone else's attention. Sirius then takes a calming breath before he begins this discussion. "Alright, so I'm going to assume that all four of you have decided to take the Animagus revealing potion?" At this question, all 14 that aren't Animagus nod. Sirius then claps his hands and grins in childish excitement. "Excellent. Now, as I said, we will have about 3 weeks, so just so you four are aware, this will take a lot of effort and focus. It won't be easy." Remus and Narcissa hand out the vials. Once the teens are given them, they raise their vials of potion in the air in a toast. Tails nudges Daphne's hand with his nose before she grins at him, then drinks it all down. She soon begins to feel lightheaded, and like the rest of the teens falls into a trance-like sleep. Well, there you guys go. Let me know how you enjoyed this chapter. And before I get a few comments, I'll say this: yes, I realize I'm being and cliffhanging their animals till the next chapter. Secondly, no, the necklace isn't Voldy's Horcrux, but it also will be explained in the next chapter. Actually, come to think of it, quite a bit is explained in the next chapter. Anyways, I think that is it. But review, let me know what you think or questions that you may be confused about. I'll answer them in the next chapter if it doesn't go into spoilers. Chapter 15. Well, I didn't expect to have this one up till next week, or that it would be this long, but I hammered out and got 2 chapters ahead. However, the next chapter will probably not be out for the next 2 or 3 weeks cause of work and some other things that need to be done. So without further ado, the new chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 15. Moments after the 4 teens had fallen into the potion-induced trance, Harry released a soft yawn. As he began to nod off to sleep, he tightened his tail's embrace on Daphne, bringing her even closer, much to the amusement of all the adults in the garden. Slowly, he started to open his eye and look around at his current surroundings. The first thing he noticed was that he was closer to the ground and on all fours. As he continued to look around, he noticed the grassy fields and rolling hills that stretched in front of him. He then started to move in search of a better idea of what he was. As he ran through the grassy plains, he felt more than saw something tackle him to the ground. When Got got his bearing back, he a 4-legged animal. It had a long tail and body. Its upper body was dark brown with a white underbelly. Before the boy could stand back up and retaliate, everything went black. Draco's right eye twitches in annoyance when he sits up and sees the others also beginning to stir into wakefulness from the potion. He blinked, then looked around his surrounding environment. It looked very tropical. He could hear the birds singing and could feel the wind blowing. He tries to stretch his arms, but then notices for the first time the lighter black feathered wings. Then with a mischievous glint, he gives a powerful stroke, hid wings, and takes off into the sky. A few moments later, he sees another bird fly beside him. It looks black bordering on gray with a fairly long beak, a white belly, and some white on the wings as well. He then notices the same mischievous glint in his travel companion's eye before the darkness soon swallows him and he opens his eyes. The twins both sit up at the same time. They grin at each other, thinking the same thing. We are one step closer to becoming the new age of marauders. They then look around the room to also see Draco sitting up. Heat, that's all she can feel around her, almost as if she is consumed by it. When she opens her eyes, they almost widen. All around her is fire rising into the sky. The sounds of tortured souls in the background sound almost like a strange lullaby to her. When she looks around again, she sees the lake of lava beside her. Another thing she notices is the heat is almost comforting to her. Then when she blinks, the scenery changes, and she's running through a city. She feels something calling to her, almost like giving her a mission. Then all of a sudden, she is knocked over by an incredible force, and when she looks up, standing over her is a face she instinctively knows, but is unsure in the dark. All she can make out is the yin-yang seal on its forehead and the proud, lopsided grin. She then lifts her head to nuzzle at the strong creature's neck as it does the same to her. She soon feels the darkness surrounding her, but before it fully consumes her, she catches a glimpse of two creatures in the glass window beside them. Daphne's eyes snap open and looks around wildly. She then notices the incredibly soft, furry warmth surrounding her body. Daphne looks to the side to see her boyfriend still in his animagus form looking at her with humor-filled, glowing emerald and purple eyes. Tails leans his head forward to nuzzle her neck for a few moments, until the rest of the group begin to loudly clear their throats to get the young couple's attention out of their own little world. Harry glares at the wide shit-eating grins from everyone while Daphne hides the light dusting of pink on her cheeks and his neck. He then transforms back into his human form. He holds his glare for a few more seconds before shaking his head and sighing out. Immature wankers, the lot of you. Harry then wraps his arms around Daphne's waist as she leans into his chest. Then resting his chin on her right shoulder, he looks at the rest of the people in the garden. Well, what did you all learn about your animagus forms? The twins then share their experience and how they saw each other, but weren't sure what kind of bird it was. Remus gives a thoughtful and curious look for a few minutes, contemplating what animal the twins would achieve before he burst out laughing hysterically. When the twins ask what's so funny, Remus then starts to explain when he gets over most of his laughter. Well, boys, what you just described sounds kind of like a Floriana mockingbird. They're an endangered species, but what they are known for is being able to mimic any sound from all birds and a few other animals can produce. I think it's pretty fitting. The twins share another knowing grin, then give each other a high five. The group then looks at Draco expectantly, and he drops his head to hide the embarrassed blush covering his face when he mumbles to himself. His mother then strides over to him and taps him lightly in the back of the head with her knuckles. Don't mumble, little dragon. Not only is it rude, but remember, you also have the blood of a black, so show some pride, and always look to the people you're speaking with in the eye. Draco nods his head, then looks up to his mother, then to the rest of the group, and sighs once more. Please promise you won't laugh. Everyone looks at each other, then they shrug and agree not to laugh at him. I'm a weasel. Everyone else in the room is quiet for several moments, then the silence soon starts to become tense. However, one of them starts to try and hold back a snicker, which soon causes the whole room to start trying to hold back their snickers, but eventually it all comes crashing down and everyone bursts into laughter. Draco starts to look fairly put out. He groans, and then grumbles about never going to be able to let this go. Draco then looks up when he hears a light girlish giggle above him. As he looks up, he sees his mother with her hand delicately covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle another giggle as much as she can. Draco then starts to pout, like a child. Really, mother, you too? Narcissa then wraps her arms around her child's neck in a warm and soft hug. I'm sorry, my little dragon, but you must admit it is a little funny, after all the insults you have given about the Weasley family being a bunch of weasels. After the room contains themselves from this scene, they all look at Daphne, who is quietly whispering to Harry, when they notice that they are being stared at. The couple looks at everyone with an arched eyebrow, asking what they want now. Sirius soon starts to become impatient and asks, so Daphne, since you both seem to have not heard a word that has been said, why don't you tell us what your form is or any information you got so we can figure it out? Daphne shrugs at the question and responds, I'm actually really not sure. I only saw it briefly in a reflection of glass, but from what I could tell it was canine. And when the vision had first started, I was surrounded by a lot of fire and tortured screams. Then the scenery changed and I was in a city. I think I was hunting for something. Or I was until I got tackled by some kind of animal. Harry looked at her questioningly, so she looks at him, and explains the best she can about how when she got her bearing that a large animal was standing over her proudly then started to nuzzle her lovingly. After she explains what happened, everyone's head snapped to see Harry's reaction to this. However, he just looks mildly amused and grins at her when he lightly pokes her in the side, causing the girl to try and move away. So did this dastardly beastie have a yin-yang seal on his forehead. Understanding soon lighten ups on Daphne's features, and she starts to lightly giggle, freaking out those who are still not used to hearing it. Coming from the Ice Princess of Slytherin. Everyone then looks at the pair strangely until Daphne gets a grip on herself and starts to question him. How did we share a vision when you didn't even take any of the potion? Harry shrugs his shoulders and waves it off as he is not even sure how or even why it happened. Silence soon falls upon the garden. The adults crowd together, talking in hushed whispers, trying to come to some kind of conclusion as to why Harry and Daphne ended up sharing her animagus vision. While this is happening, the twins are sharing and discussing with Draco different pranking ideas for the upcoming school year. And once they master their animagus forms, across from them, Harry and Daphne are talking in whispers, as well trying to think of what Daphne's form could be since Harry had gotten a better look at it. While they talk about this, they share a few stolen kisses between them. Harry then says, "It's kinda hard to explain, but you wear diffidently canine. Your fur was pitch black with a hint of midnight blue, except for the tips of your tail and ears. In the bottom half of your legs, it was like a royal purple color. Then the fur on your throat and chest was much longer, kinda like a scarf, but instead of midnight blue, it had more of a blood red tint to it." Harry then hugs her even tighter and whispers into her ear, "You wear diffidently the most beautiful and graceful creature I have ever seen." Daphne feels a slight shiver of pleasure run up her spine at Harry's warm breath, caressing her ear and neck. She then moves her arms behind her and wraps them around Harry's neck for better access to his lips. She captures them with her own in a passionate kiss. However, before Harry can go any farther and deepen it, she pulls away and smirks devilishly at his put-out look. "Thank you, love. You don't look so bad yourself, you know." She then winks at him, then leans more into his chest and sighs in contentment. Harry's eyes flash purple as his pupil briefly turns into a slit. A little while later, the adults finish their conversation with no real result or any good theories, so they chose to put this discussion to the side for the moment. Sirius clears his throat to get the teens' attention and then speaks to them all. "Alright, so we can't really come up with anything that sounds like a good theory or reason why Harry and Daphne had a shared vision, so we are just going to leave it for this moment in time." Remus then takes over for Sirius and continues. "Now to the main thing that we are going to need to discuss is that for the next week, we will be splitting between learning about your animal and meditating to find the animal spirit in your magical core. Now this will take the most work, so we shall begin that as soon as possible." The teens nod in understanding, and Narcissa the finishes where the two men left off. "So we have Harry and Sirius to help with the animagus, because both have already achieved their forms, and Remus was with the Marauders every step of the way. Now we can only help to a certain extent. After that, it's all on you to actually accomplish this." Once again, the four teens nod with determination burning in their eyes. Soon after, the four of them are sitting in a circle with their eyes closed. As the four start to meditate and enter into a trance, Harry, Sirius, and Remus are just finishing building a small fire in the middle of the circle. As soon as the fire starts to crackle to life, Harry starts to softly chant a spell and then throws a white powder into the flames. The flames almost instantly turn a soft forest green with golden embers. Sirius's voice soon takes on a soothing, almost dream-like quality. "Listen to only my voice, follow it towards the light in the center, let it guide you to your core. Do not fear the heat or the light of it. Instead, only embrace it." 2 hours later, the four meditating teens begin to open their eyes. They see Remus and Narcissa leaning on separate trees, reading in hopes of finding some clue to help Daphne with her animal, while they see Padfoot chasing Tails around the forest clearing. Tails is the first to notice the other teens awakening and changes direction just as Padfoot pounces at him, which causes Padfoot to roll into a tree. As the four-tailed kitsune runs towards his mate, he glows and loses 3 of his tails and becomes much smaller. Once he reaches Daphne, he curls into a ball in her lap and nuzzles her stomach. Daphne giggles and then coos at his antics, while everyone smiles at the scene in front of them. Even Sirius, who is still Padfoot tail, is wagging beside Remus. Remus chuckles as he scratches behind the Grimm's ear. Sirius gives him a mock growl, but then starts to whine sadly when he stops. So he walks over to Narcissa, who gives him a light flick on the nose, but then pets his head. After Daphne gets over her small fit of giggles, she begins petting as well as scratching behind Tails' ear for a few minutes. The twins and Draco joke about if they had their animagus form would the women give them this kind of attention. Narcissa shrugs, but Daphne retorts cheekily, "None of you have that cute of an animagus form." Padfoot has what looks like a doggy grin and puffs his chest out in pride, while Tails licks Daphne's hand in thanks of the compliment. Daphne then picks up Tails as he starts to fall asleep and excuses them both to go to bed. Holding Tails tightly to her chest, she heads to the exit and off to bed. Sirius actually agrees and starts to shoo everyone else off to bed, as well, stating that there is another early morning workout. This caused 3 separate groans of displeasure, which are soon silenced with one look from all 3 adults. Once Daphne and Harry enter their room, she gently lays Tails onto the bed and shakes him awake. Harry slowly opens his eyes, then transforms back looking a little confused. Daphne quickly explains how he was beginning to fall asleep, and she decided to call it a night. Harry smiles, then thanks her, while Daphne shrugs and leans down to kiss his cheek softly, before going to the bathroom to change and get ready for bed, while Harry does the same in the bedroom. When Daphne exits the bathroom, she finds Harry already in bed curled in the blankets. So she makes her way to the other side and curls up into his side. Harry instinctively wraps his arms around her as she lays her head on his chest. There's a comfortable silence between them for a few minutes before Daphne remembers something from their date earlier. "Oh, Harry, before I forget, you were going to tell me about the tomb that you were planning on going to." Harry chuckles and then kisses the top of her head. "Right, well, I think I should start off with a story of why this tomb is so important." Daphne kisses his chin and agrees with that, so Harry begins his story. Well, before the founders were even born, England was known as the 5 Great Kingdoms, and one of those was known as Camelot. Daphne lightly gasps and looks up at Harry, who smiles then nods his head. So anyways, as I was saying, the non-magicals at that time did know that magic existed. However, it was punishable by death throughout the land. Daphne shudders at that incredibly horrible thought, and Harry tightens his embrace of her. Now in Camelot there were 2 magicals. One of them lived as a servant, and the other was the ward to the king. Although they had very different upbringings and social stations, they had ended up falling in love. Daphne looks at him in confusion, while Harry once again chuckles at the cute look she has. He then leans down to kiss her forehead and then continues. However, the king's ward soon becomes very angry at the tyrannical king killing her kind and the innocents that get accused, so she begins to plot his death. She didn't succeed at first and ended up running away. But before she left, she went to the servant and asked him to come with her. However, the servant refused. Daphne opens her mouth to ask why he refused to follow his lover to something hopefully better. Harry shakes his head at her and then continues. He believed far too much in the destiny he shared with the prince that he served. The ward understood, but before she left, he gave her a necklace that was once his mother's, and just like Candidam, it was imbued with a part of his very essence and magic. He explained that this was to represent his heart, and so she would always have a piece of him with her no matter what. Daphne then turns her head a bit and kisses his chest right over his heart. Harry smiles, then pokes her in the side, which caused the girl to giggle. "Stop. You are already a beautiful distraction as it is, and you wanted to hear this story." Daphne looks up into his eyes innocently while fluttering her eyelashes at him. This causes Harry to shake his head in amusement, but he then continues his story. They soon become the greatest of enemies. However, neither of them could bring it in themselves to kill the other because they loved each other far too much. Even after the man's greatest betrayal to her, she still loved him with all her heart. In the end, however, the king's ward did kill the tyrannical king, and the prince had ascended the throne. Harry then starts rubbing small soothing circles on Daphne's waist, causing the girl to shiver in delight at his touch. A few months after the king's death, the 2 of them had accidentally run into each other. The servant was ready to kill his lover because he feared she was far too gone. However, it didn't go quite how they thought this particular encounter would have gone. Daphne looks at him questioningly, and Harry smiles softly at her. "They made love," is Harry's simple response as he looks out the window. While Daphne looks shocked, she pokes Harry to get his attention. Harry blinks a few times, but then continues with his tale. The servant had no idea that with this single beautiful act with his one and only love that he had become a father. However, fate was very unkind to the 2 of them. before the ward could return to Camelot and ask the new king, who was also her half-brother, for forgiveness in hopes of being with the man she loved and having a real family, she was captured and locked away in a different kingdom. Daphne gasps at this while her eyes soon show traces of moisture, and then cuddles closer into Harry's chest while he runs his hand down her back and through her hair to help calm her down. During her capture, the ward lost the child. She had cried and even begged to be released, for her child to be spared, but the kingdom that captured her never did. She had almost lost her will to live when one day she awoke in a cave on a soft bed and no longer in chains. She was very confused at first, but then saw him sitting beside a fire, her one and only love. She wasn't sure how long she had cried on his shoulder, but she told him everything that happened. He listened and tried to help soothe the girl in his arms. Afterwards, he helped bring her back to health, and she once again asks and pleads that he come with her. And once again he refuses because he couldn't abandon his destiny to bring about an everlasting peace with the help of the King of Camelot. They made love one last time that night. However, the next morning she had left and was gone, and with her his heart. Daphne smiles a heart-breaking smile and places 3 feather-light kisses on his heart before Harry continues. It was a few years later that a grand battle had come to pass, led by the angry and hateful ward. During this battle, many had lost their lives. A knight of Camelot was about to kill her, but the servant had stepped in front of the strike to protect her. The ward watched in horror as one man she had ever loved gives his life to protect her, and soon becomes even more enraged and kills the knight. However, she then sees one of her allies about to kill the king, and before she realizes what she is doing, she steps in the way of the deadly thrust of one of her greatest allies. The king survives, but is badly hurt. He looks shocked at his half-sister that sacrificed herself for him. The ward then looks up at him with tears in her eyes and begs that he help take her over to his servant's body. A single tear rolls down Harry's cheek, and Daphne wipes it away with her thumb before kissing him softly. You know the rest of the story. That the ward then uses the last of her strength with the help of her half-brother to reach her lover's cold body and dies in his arms, after she give whatever she has left to Candidam. Her last regret as she dies was not telling him that she had given him a daughter. Daphne once again gasps in surprise and realization, then looks up into Harry's emerald eyes, and he nods at her. So the ward was actually Morgana Le Fay, then, who was the servant that she had fallen in love with? Harry then smiles at her and kisses the top of her head. His name was Merlin Emrys, and their daughter was the very first of the Potter line. Daphne's eyes widen as she looks at him in surprise and then realization. You want to go to their tomb for Merlin's necklace, but I don't understand, why do you want it? Harry smiles softly, and the replies just as softly while once again look into the distance. I want to bring them back to have another chances at a life that was denied from them. With that, Harry tightens his arms around Daphne's waist, bringing her closer to his chest. While Daphne snuggles deeper into his embrace, she returns her head back to its place on his chest as his steady heartbeat lulls her to sleep. As she closes her eyes, she murmurs, "I love you, Harry, my deadly guardian." Harry kisses the top of her head one last time and softly says, "Love you too, Daph, my beautiful temptation. Always will." Harry then closes his eyes and lets the darkness embrace him in a peaceful sleep. Alright, tell me what you thought. So we have an idea of what Candidam purpose is and what everyone's animagus form is. I hope I did well in describing them. And before you say anything, yes, I kinda took the basic idea from Merlin and Morgana's story from the BBC TV series Merlin, which I don't own either. Also, lastly, there will soon be a time skip within the next 2 chapters causes mainly I want to get to the school year soon. I have got some plans already rolling in my head for it. So as an end statement review, tell me what you think. I'm still looking for a beta, so PM me. Chapter 16. You know, it's great how much support I'm getting, and there seems to be less people asking I get a beta, which means my writing must be getting hopefully a lot better. So thank you all for the support. So without further ado, here is a new chapter, and hopefully it meets your expectations. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J. Not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 16. In the morning, Harry is awakened by the smell of vanilla and jasmine, as well as Daphne's long blonde hair tickling his nose. When he opens his eyes, he smiles softly and tightens his hold on the girl's waist, bring her closer to his chest. She breathes out a small sigh of content before relaxing even deeper into his chest. After several minutes of watching the beautiful temptress in his arms sleep, Harry decides that they should probably get up to meet the others in the garden for their workout. Harry begins to shake her softly, but only gets a mumbled, "Stop it, pillow," before she relaxes again, and Harry chuckles that causes her to grumble something else. Harry smile in mild amusement before leaning down to softly kiss her lips. Unknown to him, Daphne had woken up when her boyfriend had tightened his hold on her. She hides a smile and then leans deeper into his embrace without giving the fact that she is awake away. Daphne soon finds solace in Harry's soft rhythmic heartbeat. She had decided that his heartbeat was one of her favorite sounds so listened to. However, much too soon for her liking, Harry starts to softly shake her awake, and without realizing it, she mumbles something that causes Harry to chuckle. This in turn causes the girl to grumble, "Behave, pillow soft." She inwardly groans at this, but soon relaxes back into Harry's chest. Daphne soon feels a soft pressure on her lips and instinctively responds to the feel of what she considers uniquely Harry. They both smile into the kiss, however Harry soon reluctantly breaks the contact of Daphne's addicting soft lips. He then grins at her while she pouts, but her eyes sparkle at the wonderful wake-up. Harry slides out of bed, then leans in to kiss her again. A few enjoyable moments later, Daphne is the one to break the contact this time and tries to glare at him. "Why did you have to wake me? I was having such an amazing dream." Harry's grin never leaves his face as he leans forward. "Oh, and what was that, my beautiful temptress?" Daphne blushes at his question when she thinks about what she had been dreaming about. She then makes a quick dash towards the bathroom to complete her morning ambulations, much to Harry's amusement. A little while later, Daphne exits the bathroom and lets Harry quickly go in to go through his morning rituals. A quick shower later, Harry exits the bathroom wearing a form-fitting white sleeveless shirt and black training pants. He then sees that Daphne is wearing a tight, deep blue tank top and tight black shorts. Harry blinks as his mind shuts down at the sight of her and how those clothes hug her soft body perfectly. They also show off all her curves, especially her butt. Daphne smiles coyly at her stunned boyfriend as she takes his hand in hers and starts to lead him towards the garden. During the walk, Harry's eye continue to drift down to watch and admire her firm peach-shaped ass. Around halfway to the garden, Harry's brain finally catches up to him, and with one last look at how her hips softly sway as she walks, he moves to walk beside her. Daphne looks up at him from under her eyelashes, then bats them, while she lightly teases her boyfriend for being struck dumb for the last few minutes. Not one to back down, Harry tries to tease her as well, but soon comes to the conclusion that she has won this round. So with a sigh, he grins at her with mischief in his eyes and lightly slaps her, but then moves a little ahead as she tries to hit his arms. With a growl, she chases after her boyfriend. With the rest of the people in the garden, Sirius is seen pacing in the clearing. He has already told all the adults that he would be most likely be sent to Azkaban soon, in the hopes that Dumbledore will then get custody of Harry so he can send him to his aunt and uncles. Sirius can only hope and pray that the old man isn't stupid enough to try and send Daphne back to her father's. Sirius shudders at the possible consequences that action will bring. The group soon hears Daphne and Harry's voices getting closer to the clearing. Once the couple arrives, they notice the somber moods of the adults and the confused looks the teens have. "So why does everyone look like someone kicked their puppy?" Sirius looks at Harry with a deadpan look, but answers him, "We will discuss it after the training session, pup." Harry nods in acceptance, and the teens soon begin another training from hell. 2 hours later, all 5 teens are on the ground panting, much to most of the other adults' amusement. When the teens begin to catch their breath, Narcissa enters the garden. A series of good mornings are heard from everyone, then Narcissa faces Draco and speaks to her son. "Come on, Draco, it's time, and we have an appointment that we can't be late for." Draco nods, then stands up and follows his mother out of the garden, much to everyone's confusion. Sirius sits down and then regains everyone's attention. "All right, so during your date yesterday, I went and talked to the old man. We had some very heated words about him wanting to send you to your aunt and uncle." Harry starts to snickers at the thought of spending the summer in an empty house. Sirius just grins at his godson and the possible thoughts that are going through his head at this. He then starts speaking once Harry gets control of his snickering. "Right, well, he also seems to be planning to have the nice Aurors come and arrest me and send me to Azkaban on some jumped-up charges in some false hope of reclaiming guardianship over you." The twins looked shocked at this, but when they see Harry and Daphne's calm expressions, they wait for Sirius to explain. "Yeah, I know a pretty face like mine shouldn't be hidden like that. It is almost criminal. However, that's really beside the point. The truth is that we have been planning this for a while now. Harry snorts and looks annoyed at Sirius, who grins sheepishly. All right, granted, I wasn't actually supposed to go until August or closer to the end of summer, but whatever. Sirius then looks to Harry and Daphne with some hesitation. However, I'm now concerned and worried that he will try and send the princess back to her father's home. Daphne glares at being called a princess, then pales at the thought of going back to her father and holds Harry even tighter. Harry has a small snarl form on his lips as his magic begins to swirl fiercely around both Daphne and himself almost protectively. Over my dead body will they touch her? The twins look startled at his magical display, while Daphne reaches a hand up to caresses his cheek while she kisses his neck to calm him down. When his magic starts to slow down and wreck-eyed, she moves her arm down to wrap both around his right arm. Much to everyone's relief, that does it, and Harry's magic fades back into him. Harry takes a calming breath before speaking to them all. So what will happen when you go to Azkaban, and I'm sent to the boring, empty house? Sirius' smile becomes mischievous, and with mirth laced in his voice he answers, well, I already said it, so Narcissa will get control of the wards. So unfortunately for the Weasleys and Granger, she isn't bound to the Dead-Eye Dumbledore for keeping me out of Azkaban all those years ago. The twins look at their mentor in confusion. What do you mean by a debt, Padfoot? Sirius looks at the two and responds simply, it's not really important. I just did something I really regret when I was much younger. Now with the changing of the wards, we will then reset the Fidelius. If they get out of line, she will banish them from this place, and their memories of this place will be whipped out. The twins frown at this, but soon nod that their family has been very ungrateful to the Blacks' hospitality. Harry continues to rub soothing circles on Daphne's bare waist with his thumb as he holds the girl closer to him. They soon become lost in their own little world as they try to comfort each other. Harry then whispers a promise that he won't ever let her father anywhere near her ever again. Daphne simply nods her head in his neck, then softly leaves a number of kisses on his next pulse point, as she thanks him quietly for only him to hear. A somber mood descends upon them until Sirius soon becomes bored and transforms into Padfoot, then charges at the couple. Padfoot reaches the two of them, then licks Daphne's cheek to get her attention. Daphne comes out of their trance, and for her part looks at Padfoot with a shocked expression, while Padfoot's tongue hangs out with a doggy-like grin. Padfoot then rolls over onto his back and looks up at the two expectantly. Harry snickers at Daphne's shocked and disgusted look before scratching Padfoot's belly. Padfoot growls in content, then both he and Harry look at Daphne with pitying eyes. Daphne sighs in exasperation and gives the needy dog a small belly rub. Padfoot gets up, then transforms back into Sirius and starts to laugh uproariously until he gives a girlish yelp as Daphne hits the poor man-child with a stinging hex. He then gives the girl a pointed look and his grin widens. Fine, be a spoil sport. I just want to tell you what I found out about your animagus form. Unfortunately, when Sirius turned back to look at Daphne and Harry, he went wide-eyed at the achingly cute look Daphne was giving him. Her scarlet lips set in a trembling pout, her hands clasped under her chin. But what truly snared the old dog were her sapphire eyes had gone round and doe-like with the hint of being glassy with the start of tears. Sirius reels back in shock at the look that would melt even the hardest of criminals, while the teen's jaws hang open in the pure unnaturalness of that look on their beloved ice princess. Sirius soon crumbles, his resolve broken, and begins to explain, never noticing the evil smirk Daphne's scarlet lips form. All right, I'll tell you, please just know waterworks. You see, it was by complete accident that I had even found it, but I'm not even sure if this right, because what the book says as a description of this beast isn't what you told me. Harry looks at his godfather with a raised eyebrow, while Daphne tilts her head in confusion and then asks, what do you mean by that, Sirius? Sirius starts to rub his hands through his hair in frustration. What I mean is, if you are what I believe you are, then you should have a thick hide, not fur. The couple soon becomes annoyed, as is the others in the garden, at Sirius beating around the bush like this. Spit it out, Sirius. What do you think Daph is? Sirius hesitates for a few more moments, and then looks at everyone's expectant look. He then sighs. I think she might be a hellhound. Almost everyone looks at Sirius in confusion, while Daphne asks what is on everyone's mind. What now? Sirius just drops to the ground and sits cross-legged and looks Daphne in the eye before trying to explain. A hellhound is a beast, like its name implies, is a dog of hell. They are completely invisible to muggles and all low-level magicals. Or that is what I have read. Also, they are lightning fast and strong enough to rip anyone and anything apart like they wear parchment. It also explained that they only come to the mortal realm to collect on the debts all man pay. Harry's eyes widen at that as a memory surfaces from his mind. On the ground, a 13-year-old Harry glares up in defiance at a shrouded figure as a storm rages all around them. "So who the hell are you?" The shrouded figure lightly chuckles as it points a bony white finger at him and in a deep but hollow voice answers, "Why, my dear foolish child, I am the debt that all men pay." Flashback end. Harry shakes his head and looks at Daphne, who looks rather surprised at this revelation on her animagus form. But then a radiant smile appears across her features. "Well, then I can't wait to get the transformation mastered. After all, the faster I complete this, the sooner I can run with my mate." Sirius nods and then grins at her ambition, and for the next 2 hours, the teens meditate to continue in their search for finding their cores and the animal hidden within it. With Draco and Narcissa, they stand in front of a cast iron gate with the initials GG engraved into the metal. Both don the masks of a pure blood superiority as the gate opens and they head towards the large manor. Once they reach the house and knock on the door, a house elf opens it and greets the two of them. "Greeting, I is Tabby. Lord Greengrass is being expecting yous, so please be following me." The little elf then leads them to what looks like a thick oak door, then bows to the two pure bloods. Draco sneers at the little elf like he was brought up to do, then turns and knocks on the door. Soon after, a muffled enter is heard, and the two enter the study of Cygnus Greengrass. Cygnus Greengrass looks to be a stern and hard man with cold and calculating gray eyes. At this moment, he is sitting at a mahogany desk with a bunch of paper work in front of him. He looks up at the two coldly and makes a silent judgment, then just as silently gestures to the chairs in front of his desk. Once the two former Malfoys sit, does he address them. "Narcissa, this is a most unexpected surprise. I had heard rumors that you would be grieving for your husband with family. You have my sincerest condolences." Narcissa lightly bows her head in thanks and acceptance. "Thank you, Lord Greengrass. However, I am here for something I believe is rather important for the Malfoy family." A hidden curiosity shines in his eyes as Lord Greengrass responds evenly, "Oh. Now what, pray tell, could you wish to speak with me about for the Malfoy family?" With an aloofness like one would use of speaking of the weather, Narcissa replies, "Why, I wish to begin negotiations that my husband had stopped after his passing, for a betrothal contract for your daughter." Cygnus looks surprised for a second before hiding it, then smiles. "Unfortunately, Lord Nod has offered a very interesting contract, and I'm inclined to take his offer for Daphne's hand in marriage." Narcissa frowns and Draco pales to almost ghostly white. However, Narcissa quickly responds before anything can happen, "How unfortunate, but I suppose we could discuss about your youngest then." Cygnus's grin grow a little bigger. "Ah, now I believe that could be possible outcome to look into." For the next little while, Draco sits quietly as his mother and the moron Lord Greengrass talk and discuss a marriage contract. Once a few main details are agreed upon, they decide to call it a day. However, before they leave, Narcissa asks in a cold and detached voice, "My Lord Greengrass, I have heard rumors that your oldest never returned on the Hogwarts Express. So I'm curious, what is your plan to find her and bring her back?" Cygnus's eyes become cold and hard and he hisses out, "Yes, my wayward and ungrateful daughter never returned after the school year ended. But you need not worry, I will be soon talking with some people that a client of mine has recommended to help find her and return her." Both Malfoys nod, then bid the Greengrass Lord a good day and exit his office. As the two reach the main hall, Draco then runs into a brown-haired girl that looks to be about 2 years younger than him. He apologizes when he notices that this girl is Daphne's little sister, Astoria Greengrass. Astoria has her head down and is looking at her shoes, so Draco lifts her chin up to look in her blue/gray eyes that has him thinking of Daphne's ice-cold glare. Draco gives a small smile to the younger girl and then hands her a piece of parchment. After this exchange, Draco brushes past her towards his mother's, who is waiting for him at the front entrance. Once the both of them had exited the manor and the wards, Draco's mask shatters and he become increasingly worried. "Come on, mother, we have to go tell the rest about this new development." Narcissa nods, then grabs Draco's arm and operates them back to number 12 Grimmauld Place. Once they arrived and entered the house, the two Malfoys came to a horrible sight. Sirius was being chained by the Aurors, while Daphne and Harry are being held back with ropes and members of the Order. All three of their heads are bowed in resignation. No one saw Sirius's grin or heard Harry chanting softly. Dumbledore then addresses Sirius with a disappointed tone to his voice. "Sirius, you are being charged for helping in the murder of the Potter family, the murder of one Peter Pettigrew, and the murder of the 12 Muggles, and lastly the kidnapping of Harry Potter the boy, who lived." After the charges are laid, the Aurors then escort Sirius away, and Dumbledore turns to both Harry and Daphne, and with a grandfatherly tone of voice, "Now, Miss Greengrass, I must return you back to your father, as he must be incredibly worried that you haven't returned for the summer." Daphne snorts at this and begins to struggle in her restraints, while Ron and black-skinned Auror hold her still. Before Dumbledore reaches her, fox fire flashes into the room. Then before anyone realized what was going on, a loud crunch was heard, and a scream of pain came from Ron as he released Daphne to hold his bloody and broken nose. This also distracted the Black Auror, that he loosened his grip, and Daphne attempted to pull away from him. Fawkes then lands on her shoulder and flames away. Molly quickly rushes over to her youngest son's side to help him up and take him to get cleaned up in the bathroom. Dumbledore then looks to Harry with his grandfatherly look and twinkle in his eye, to see the young man glaring at him with the promise of retribution. He ignores this and dismisses the Order members present as well as the teens that are still there. "Harry, my boy, now that those infectious influences are gone, I will need you to go and stay at your relative's place for the remainder of summer. Don't worry, the blood wards will protect you from all influences." Harry continues to glare at the old man. His hatred and anger causes his magic to lash out and destroys a vase behind Dumbledore as well as lightly cut into the old man's robes. "That is also a problem. I will have to bind some of your magic, or you may run the risk of harming yourself or the others around you." Harry remains silent, but his glare is still in full force as the old man starts to chant and binds his magic. After the binding, Harry falls unconscious, the snarl not leaving his face. Dumbledore then lifts him up and then exits the building to apparate them to the park beside Privet Drive. Dumbledore then casts a Notice Me Not charm on them and starts to make his way towards number 4 Privet Drive. He knocks on the door, then leaves the unconscious body of Harry with a note on him. Before he can leave, the door swings open and a fat man looks at Dumbledore, then to Harry on the ground, and his face turns red as he snarls, "What are you doing leaving someone on my doorstep?" Dumbledore smiles at the man with his grandfatherly smile and responds calmly, "Well, you see, this young man was supposed to go to you and your family after his parents were killed. But unfortunately, he had been kidnapped. We only just got him back." The fat man, or as everyone knows him as Vernon Dursley, face soon turned purple as he hisses, "I know all about you freaks in robes, and I don't want it anywhere near my house or family." Dumbledore sighs in disappointment before opening a bag with 100 gold pieces. "Use him however you see fit till August 23rd, and I'll come pick him up." Vernon's eyes soon gain an extreme tint of greed and snatches the bag out of the old man's hands. He then snarls out, "Fine, the boy can stay, but he better be gone by then." The fat man then grabs Harry roughly and drags him into the house and shuts the door just as Dumbledore operates away. Back at the Black Manor, just as Dumbledore dismisses everyone, Narcissa has their group follow her to the family wing's sitting room. "All right, can someone please explain what the hell just happened? That crazy old bastard just arrested Sirius on some trumped-up charges and then sent Daphne back home. And who the hell knows what he's going to do to Harry down there alone with him?" Tonks yells out in frustration, while Remus starts rubbing the pissed-off Metamorphmagus Aurors back in an attempt to calm her down slightly. He then sees a look of fearful worry on Narcissa's face and questions her. "What's wrong, sissy?" Narcissa looks at him in the eyes and responds softly, "We went to see Cygnus. He said that a marriage contract has almost been set for Daphne to Theonot Jr. Remus pales for a second, then curses under his breath. He fires off a wolf Patronus and speaks very quickly to it as a message. The Patronus then just as quickly takes off to its destination. "All right, now to your question, Nymphy. What happened was a plan made half-assed by our 2 lovable idiots. However, right now, even I don't know all the details or how much is actually going according to their plan as of this moment. But I do know that Sirius planned on getting his dumb ass thrown into Azkaban, so I think that's fine." The twins blink in surprise, then speak in their twin speak. So the whole thing was an act, but it seemed so believable. The twins start laughing when they realize, even if it was unintentional, this was a great prank on Dumbledore. While the twins are still laughing, Draco quietly asks Remus, "Was Daphne getting taken part of the act?" And what's the plan now? Remus tries his best to reassure Draco, but then nods to Narcissa to continue as planned. I Narcissa Black claim and take over all wards and possession of Black Manor until the Lord Black can return to his family duty. With that, and only visible to Narcissa, the whole house flashes blue in acceptance. The twins look at each other shocked, and George mutters, "Mom and Dumbledore aren't going to be happy about this when they find out." He then remembers the threat that if any one of them steps out of line again, she will banish them all from the house. Alright, please don't hate me or flame me for this chapter. It will all be explained in the next chapter, so please be patient and don't come for my head. And this is why I went on a 2-week break, so that I could get a few chapters ahead and not keep you waiting for 3 weeks for the next one, which I'm pretty sure might have got me killed. But I digress, so please read and review. I like reading those they make. Writing this well worth it. Chapter 17. Alright, new chapter early for one thing. I have to say I was actually thinking of holding off on this chapter till next week just because of how disappointed I was with some of the reviews and was hoping for a simple question. It almost seemed to me that no actually read the chapter cause no asked the important question of, wait, didn't they say that the Dursleys don't live there anymore? I was, however, happy with Lawrence Saint and Penny is Wise for their comment, because they pretty much got it. Also, there is an angst moment near the end of this chapter, but it is needed. But beside that, thanks also to everyone who said that they enjoyed the chapter, and the comments of violence to the Dursley did make me laugh, so I decide to repay that. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 17. Harry groaned as he began to regain consciousness because of the loud, upset yell. That the brat is getting the worst beat down ever for this shit. As Harry gets even closer to consciousness, he hears a bell-like female laugh right beside him. "Oh please dear, you know that big bad wolf act of yours doesn't fool me." Harry inwardly smiles when he recognizes the female's voice, but tries to keep his eyes closed because he feels like his head is swimming in a whirlpool. "I am not amused, and stop laughing, women. This isn't funny. You weren't the one polyjuiced as a fat-ass beached whale. I can still smell Cheetos, damn it." Harry hears an exasperated sigh and feels the woman leave his side. He cracks open an eye, hoping that the spinning has stopped and that it dark out. He sees blearily images of a woman patting a guy's shoulder in mock comfort. Harry groans in pain. "I'm going to kill him." He isn't sure who he is talking about, but most likely that it's Dumbledore. At the thought of the old bastard, he remembers what happened to Daphne, and his eyes snap open. Harry then comes face to face with a pair of ice-cold black eyes that are staring at him with such focus. The black eyes widen as fright, and a startled trill is heard as it takes to the air. Harry tries to get up when he feels a soft hand on his chest, and a light giggle, then he feels it gently push him back onto the couch. "Stay put, you have been through a rough patch." Harry turns to look at soft voice and see a young woman with dark blue, almost black hair that reaches the middle of her back. However, the ends of her hair are a light powder blue. Her eyes, also a powder blue, are dancing with amusement, but also with a motherly firmness. Harry then tries to sit up again, and once again the woman shoves him, but with a lot more force and with a commanding tone barks, "Stay down. I still have a lot of bloody work to do in undoing what Mr. Dumbledore did, and it is taking a lot longer than I had originally thought it would." Harry groans at being forcefully shoved back into the couch. He looks around and shudders at how bloody ugly the interior of the house looks, but then with a hoarse voice asks, "My head hurts already, can you try and be nicer? So how long have I been out?" The young woman smiles gently at him and lets out another giggle. "Not if you keep trying to sit up and insist on moving. And it has been 5 days since you were brought here." Harry's eyes widen at that, then tries to forcefully sit up again. But the woman holds him down and conjures 3 leather straps that hold him down tightly. She then glares down at him with a penetratingly cold stare. "I have told you that you are to stay down and not move till I can finish unbinding these bloody locks." Harry freezes at her tone of voice, but only for a moment before he starts to struggle out of his bindings, then blurts out in panic, "Dumbledore's Phoenix took Daphne back to her father's. I have to get her Gabriel. I promised she wouldn't ever have to see him again." Gabriel's eyes soften at her young charge's unwavering loyalty and devotion towards the nice young woman. She then leans down and kisses his forehead. Harry then feels his eyes getting far too heavy. They soon start to slowly fall and his body starts to slow down. However, before the darkness fully consumes him, he hears Gabriel's soft voice one last time. "Your mate is just fine, young prince. Now go to sleep and rest." Back at the Black Manor after Harry was taken, and the people that were left behind are currently in the garden. They had decided that the best course of action right now is to lay low until dinner when some very vocal unhappiness would happen. Once again, Remus and Narcissa are reading under separate trees, while Tonks is resting her head in Remus's lap and staring at the back of her eyelids. The teens are sitting in a lotus position, once again in meditation. Draco soon cracks open an eye and regards Remus for a second before asking him a question. So what was with the Patronus? I don't think any of us have ever seen you lose that much of your cool before. Remus, for his part, sighs, then closes his book. It's what you told us that the fool Cygnus Greengrass has planned. It has sent Harry's most important and most dangerous plan incredibly ahead of schedule. Draco tilts his head in confusion and curiosity. I'm not sure I understand. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Remus? Remus rubs the bridge of his nose. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but now it has become exceedingly more dangerous for Daphne. Everyone looks at Remus with a fair amount of curiosity and a hint of worry for Daphne. Tonks then pokes him in the side to get his attention. When Remus looks down at her, she asks, "What is going to happen to her moon?" Remus raises an eyebrow at the shortened name, while Tonks lightly blushes. As you all, I'm sure, remember, me and Sirius told you a little about Harry's Master Luciferal and a few of the S-classes that we have seen and met. He waits for everyone to nod in acknowledgement and then continues. Well, the woman that had conned Sirius is that man's wife. Her name is Gabriel, and just like her husband is part of the Celestial, and she has seemed incredibly interested in meeting Daphne for some time. The group sits stunned at this revelation. However, Remus doesn't seem to notice and continues. At first, we had thought it was a simple case of a mother figure wanting to meet the girl that has stolen her baby's heart. However, that soon changed when Gabriel and Daphne's godfather Dante had gotten to talking about her. Now she wants to test Daphne and see if she has the potential to be her apprentice, just like how Harry is Luciferal's. The three teens' mouths hang open and Tonks' eyes widen. She then asks, "So you had sent a Patronus to this Gabriel then, but why?" Remus nods his head absently in a silent answer, then closes his eye for a second in contemplation before answering her question. Because if Daphne passes Gabriel's entrance exam and is then accepted as her apprentice, Daphne will then become her ward, and whatever influence and power Cygnus had over Daphne's life will be non-existent. Which means that all contracts of any kind become void unless she agrees on it, and that is unbloody likely. Everyone but Narcissa relaxes at this revelation, but then they stiffen once again at her simple statement and question. You said it will be dangerous for her now. What did you mean? Remus nods his head solemnly at this before trying to explain the best he can. Yeah, the tests have for centuries been only whispered as simple rumors, and the only thing people are sure about is that the test is referred to as the Mark of the Archangel. However, what I know for sure is, because of what Harry has said, it's a life or death exam. That seemed to shock them all for a moment. Then Tonks jumps up from her pillow of Remus's lap and starts to shake the man, roughly calling the man different forms of idiot. Remus then grabs her wrist to stop her and says, "I know, but it's not my decision or even idea, and I pray that she is ready, but I had no other choice but to move it ahead." Tonks stops trying to struggle out of his grip, and Narcissa steps over to him and puts a comforting hand on his shoulder. Then she softly asks, "Remus, what do you mean by you had no choice?" Remus lightly shudders, and in a small voice, almost a whisper, he utter a single name. Hadrian Leafy. The twins look at each other. They ask at the same time, "Isn't that what Bill had called Harry after Ron insulted both him and the princess?" Everyone looks to Remus to see his expression and to hear his answer and explanation for the fear that he has for the simple name. No, Hadrian Leafy, while technically is Harry's real name. They are two completely different people. Harry Potter Black is fiercely loyal and will sacrifice himself for his friends and family. However, Hadrian Leafy only cares about Daphne and will destroy any and everything in his path to protect her, even if it means he has to burn this world to the ground. Everyone's eyes widen and a shiver of fear shoots through their entire core. Tonks starts to shake her head repeatedly. No one has that kind of power. Remus then lowers and shakes his head. He wouldn't be alone in this vendetta. The Celestials and the Americas would join. Everyone pales further, and then Draco stutters out in fear. D-din. Teeth the old man ussy that bird of his. Remus' head snaps his head up in absolute horror and looks to Narcissa, who nods her head in understanding and begin to leave and go back to the green grass. Feels someone grab her sleeve and to see Draco following her. "Stay here, Draco." Draco Simple shakes his head in the negative and continues to follow his mother. Narcissa sighs at her son's stubbornness and then thinks to herself, I don't know where he gets this from. She relents and then allows him to come with her. When the two of them arrive at Greengrass Manor, they quickly make their way towards the front door. Draco quickly knocks on the door that is soon answered by the house elf from earlier, who looks surprised to see the two once again. How can I be helping yous with my lady? With a casual flick of her hair and a stoic expression, Narcissa answers, I wish to speak with Lord Greengrass about something. The little elf bows once more, then pops away to inform her lord. Once the elf leaves, Narcissa turns to Draco and speaks quickly. I want you to go find Astoria and see if she knows if Daphne was returned. If she was, find her and get her out of here as quickly as possible. Draco nods just before the elf returns to take them to Lord Greengrass. Draco soon after splits from the other two and runs up the stairs, hoping to quickly find Astoria. He prays softly that Daphne isn't here. A little while later, after trying 2 locked doors and a broom closet, he comes to a small library. He looks around for a few seconds till his eyes fall on the girl he has been looking for. Astoria Greengrass sitting in an armchair beside the fireplace. Her legs are tucked under her, and her brown hair hides her face as she is lost in her book. She doesn't notice as Draco makes his way over to her and sits in a chair opposite of her. Astoria finally notices an unfamiliar presence, and with a startled jump and girlish eep when Draco sits is a chair in front of her. The two make eye contact and Draco begins in a rush at the girl's cold glare. Hi, Astoria. Look, I'm sorry about getting you involved with a marriage contract that your father is aiming to get with House Malfoy. But it was really the best way at this point to keep you safe from the Death Eaters. Astoria continues to glare coldly at Draco, who once again thinks it is oddly reminiscent of Daphne's. He then inwardly scolds himself, and then reminds himself that he is here for a reason. Alright, so the reason I'm here, Astoria, is because I need you to be completely honest with me. Astoria tilts her head in confusion, but the coldness of her gaze never leaves her eyes. When Draco sees that she hasn't cursed him, yet he hopes that she is willing to listen, and then asks the girl, has Daphne been returned home in the last few hours? Astoria shakes her head and speaks for the first time. No, she hasn't, and father is getting more angry as the days go by with her absence. Her voice sends chills down his spine as the coldness is just like her stare that has fully returned back in place. Why? Draco tries as hard as he can to think of a viable answer. But when he can't think of one that seems right, he sighs and decides to just be truthful and hope for the best. Well, you see, a friend of mine had decided to take her with him just before summer started, because he despises your father. Astoria's cold mask shatters into a burning inferno as she reaches out and grabs the front of his robes. Her eyes are no longer of icy indifference, but of fiery anger. What do you mean she was taken? Who was it? Answer me. Draco looks afraid for a second, then looks away and debates if he should tell her. He looks at the corner of his eye and sees the fiery stare, and in the end he relents. He looks the fiery girl in the eye and can't help but wonder if this is her real self, the complete opposite of her sister. She went of her own free will, mainly because she truly loves the guy with all her heart. Not really sure why the guy's kind of the last part he said under his breath, but she still heard him and narrowed her eye and hissed menacingly, who was it? With each word, she lifted his robes higher into the air. Her eyes narrowed further till they were nothing more than slits. Draco pales a little, afraid, and in hopes of calming her down some, he blurts without thinking, Hadrian Leafy. Astoria's eyes widen for a fraction of a second, then she starts giggling hysterically. She then falls back into her chair and giggles a bit more. When she gets her giggling under control, her smile then reaches her eyes for the first time. Astoria then starts to bounce slightly in her chair and excitedly exclaims, tell me everything. Draco is absolutely shocked by this girl's complete 180 personality change in seconds, but he starts to tell her what he had seen and heard over the course of the last few days since summer started. Narcissa follows the little elf down the halls towards Lord Greengrass's office. The elf knocks on the door and a gruff voice is heard through the door. When Narcissa enters, she stops when she sees 5 others besides Cygnus Greengrass in different positions around the room. 2 of the men she observes are on the far right side. One of them is laying on the couch, a rapier leaning on the arm rest above his head. He has short, fiery red hair that's spiked. His eyes are closed, but a phoenix tattoo is wrapped around his right eye. His partner, she assumes, is sitting in front of him at the front of the couch in meditation. He has blonde hair with hints of silver that reaches his back braided into a dragon's tail. They both are wearing pitch-black cloaks that also look like a galaxy is trapped within the fabric. Two of the other men are sitting in plush chairs in front of Cygnus, and the last man, Theodore, not senior, one of them looks to be incredibly muscled and tattooed Russian, and the other looks to be Asian, wearing a black and white GI and round sunglasses. Both look mildly tense, and their eyes keep darting back to the two men on the right side of the room. Narcissa curtsies to them in respect, and then speaks. "Lord Greengrass, I'm sorry for disturbing you once again, but I would like to ask for your permission for your youngest to accompany me and Draco when we go to the Malfoy Villa in France for the rest of summer." Cygnus' eyes go from hard to calculating before he responds. "Very well, that might be a good idea. Now would you care to stay and join us?" After all, we were actually about to begin discussing what we had talked about earlier. Narcissa quickly understands what he means and relaxes. She once again curtsies to Cygnus. "If you so desire, Lord Greengrass, I would be honored." Cygnus nods his head, then he addresses the other four men in the room. "Now, gentlemen, I have been told by some of my clients overseas that you are some of the best in your given profession." The two mercs in front of him nod at the praise, however the other two show no sign of listening to him. Cygnus continues, believing that it will be easy to get these men to work for him. "As such, I would like to request your skills in locating my wayward daughter, Daphne Greengrass. You will be, of course, paid very well. As long as she is alive, I'm not overly concerned how you bring her in." The two men at the couch actually open a single eye to regard the man after he makes his offer. The red head with the color of freshly spilled blood, and the blonde with almost molten gold. The red head stands up and with a grin grabs his rapier and helps his partner to his feet. Then with a voice that sounds as smooth as silk responds, "Now why didn't you say that much sooner? We could have saved ourselves a trip. But oh well, at least we got to see how far back you English sheep are." Our answer to this job is no. With that, the two men start to leave, but then Not Senior shouts to them. "This isn't a request, it's an order from the Dark Lord himself." Both men look at the two Englishmen behind the desk, while the other two mercs tense even more and then pale at the look in the other merc's eyes. The red head burst out laughing to the two other mercs' confusion and the two English lords' anger. The blonde then finally speaks himself. "The angels serve no one, especially from a brat who is throwing a temper tantrum cause daddy didn't love him. However, I will give you a piece of advice for your own health. Go after her, and the horsemen will ride." With that, the two men apparate from inside the manor, much to everyone's shock. The other two mercs sigh in relief that they didn't get into a fight with those two psychopaths. The Russian then grumbles in a thick accent for only his Asian counterpart to hear. "Stupid Englishman, Don, even release they almost die." The Asian nods his head a fraction in understanding but remains silent. Narcissa, who has remained silent and watched this whole thing unfold, decides now is a good of a time as any to leave while the two lords are distracted. So excusing herself politely, she leaves the office to find Astoria and Draco to take them back to the Black Manor. It's dark and quiet for a few moments, then Harry slowly opens his eyes. He sees a large field and a large forest to the side. As he looks around, he then sees a much younger version of himself flying in the sky with a broom. He then sees a flash of familiar blonde hair run past him in the corner of his eye. His younger self must have noticed and had landed, then chased after her. Harry follows both children. When he gets close enough, he sees the glint of metal in little Daphne's hand, and his eyes widen at the realization of what this memory was. With a scream, Daphne thrusts the knife in her hand at her heart. She cracks open an eye as she had expected a lot of pain, but there was nothing at all, just a familiar feel of warmth and comfort. She looks down and sees the knife stuck into a familiar arm that is wrapped around her. Then hears a familiar, but at the same time hard voice. With the hint of pain, ask, "What do you think you are doing, you stupid girl?" Daphne looks up and Sapphire meets Emerald. Both are on the verge of tears. Harry then trips Daphne and slowly brings her to the ground. He leans over her body, their noses touching. Harry then uses his good arm to hold both of Daphne's arms over her head, and his eyes then soften a fraction. "Why, Daphne?" Daphne tries to hold back the tear that threatened to spill, but the sound of Hadrian's voice breaks her, and she bursts into tears. She explains how her mother had just died, and that her father has been saying that she and her sister are just pieces to be sold to the highest bidder. That he has threatened bodily harm to both her and her sister. For the first time, Harry's magical aura flares, and from deep within he hears a soft and motherly voice coo. "Finally, after years, I have found you, my child." Harry looks around for the voice, but his attention soon returns to the sobbing girl under him. He then releases Daphne's arms and hugs her tightly, whispering softly to her, "No matter the cost, I'll pay it to protect you. This I promise you." For Daphne, as soon as the dam had burst and she told her best friend everything, she felt his aura, and for a second, she thought she had seen the aura take the shape of a tail and fox-like ear. Daphne then felt him release her arms and hugged her. She then instinctively wrapped her own arms around the boy's neck and, leaning up, lightly pecked his lips with her own. It was both of their first kiss, and neither could think of anyone better to share it with. Daphne's eyes then widen when she remembers the knife wound and pushes Hadrian off and drags him to the house. Harry watches the old memory unfold in front of him and smiles sadly as he feels himself waking up. The first thing he notices when he awakes is the warmth in his right hand. He looks down and sees Daphne's head laying on his chest, her right hand tightly grasping his. Harry smiles and brushes a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. A few minutes later, Daphne's eyes flutter open, and she looks up to see two emeralds looking at her softly. She smiles tiredly but softly at him, then leans up to kiss him. Harry grins and tugs her on top of him. The girl then lets out a startled shriek. But before anything else can happen, a bell-like giggle is heard at the doorway to the kitchen. Daphne tries to get up, but Harry refuses to let her go from his embrace. Gabriel walks into the room with the grace of a goddess, still smiling all the while. Her gaze and eyes soon gain a seriousness to them as she examines the both of them together for a minute, then grins again. "I approve." Gabriel then starts to walk away. As she gets to the kitchen, Harry calls out to her before she can get a few steps away. "How is Daphne here? I was sure I saw Dumbledore's phoenix snatch her." Gabriel grins mischievously while she responds innocently as a blue and white majestic-looking bird flies onto her shoulder. "You forget my baby here is just like me and has a way with the male population. Now dinner is in 15 minutes, so wash up then after. Wards, it will be right to bed for the both of you." Both teens look at her in confusion, and Harry looks ready to protest after not seeing his girlfriend for at least 5 days, but Gabriel stops him before he can say anything. "I have decided to take Daphne for the Mark of the Archangel test, and Luciferal wants to have words with you in the morning, and you know how he is." With that, Gabriel goes into the kitchen, while Daphne looks at Harry in confusion, while Harry looks very pale and death-like. So here it is, the next chapter 1. Hope you all liked it, and that it explained a few things, and also some of Daphne and Harry's relationship backstory, and why she is how she is. So please review. I'm not sure when I'll get the next chapter out, so please be patient. Chapter 18. Alright, here is the next chapter, and like I said, we are going to be time skipping, and I will put in everyone training experiences and some flashback, because right now I can't really think of anything. But to answer one person's question, Harry wasn't going for an interview. Luciferal just wanted to blow some steam off cause he had to be a fat person, and he is kind of vain. Also, hopefully this chapter answers a few other questions I've gotten. Disclaimer: all Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by JK Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 18. It has been a month now since Sirius was put into Azkaban, and just like every other day, he was seen lounging on his lumpy bed, bored out of his skull. Sirius stretches his arms over his head and yawns. He then thinks to himself, "You know, I never thought I would think this, but I kinda miss Bella." There's absolutely no intellectual conversation since she had escaped. The Aurors drags Sirius down a long, dark, and damp hallway, while a cold and depressing feeling surges through him. As they pass a few cells, Sirius sees a few familiar faces. Some he had helped put there, others must have been caught after the war. A little while later, they stop in front of an empty cell, and one of the Aurors hisses on his ear, "Welcome to your new home, you son of a bitch. Maybe you and your fellow trash can get reacquainted." Sirius shrugs before he is roughly shoved into the small cell. He starts to grumble about rude newbies and no respect at all, as he stands and brushes his clothes of dust and some grime. Sirius then turns at the sound of an insane-sounding giggle to then lock eyes with none other than his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black. "Ah, Bella, you've gotten paler." Bellatrix gives an unladylike snort, then she drawls, "Hello, dear cousin, so, what's a goodie like you doing in the most loyal section of our Dark Lord?" Sirius grins, and then he replies cheekily, "Haven't you heard I'm the man's right hand?" His expression then becomes one of pondering, until he makes a face of disgust at a thought as he continues, "I hope that doesn't mean I have to help him jerk off." That doesn't sound fun. In a flash, Bellatrix's expression goes from insane to vicious. She snarls at him as she tries to lash out at him through the bars of her cell. "How dare you, blood traitor, insult my lord?" Sirius's eyes then harden. They are no longer the playful eyes that she knows, but that of the lord of the Black family. However, before she can react to this new side of Sirius, he grabs both her hands and pulls them till her body is pressed tightly into the bars of her cell. He then raises her arms above her head and coldly replies, "Toujours pur," or always pure. It has been our family's motto since the start of the Black family, but we have forgotten what that truly means. Bellatrix gives a hollow and dry cackle as she speaks to her cousin. "I know what it means. It means to always keep our blood pure and never taint it with mud-blood filth." Sirius gives a humorless chuckle, much to Bellatrix's annoyance. What an absolutely foolish notion. We are at this moment essentially breeding the magic out of us with all the inbreeding. No, dear cousin, the true meaning behind toujours pur is to always keep our magic pure and powerful. If that means we have to bring in a muggle-born or a half-blood into the family every so often, then so be it. Bellatrix sneers at the idea of ever having a mudblood's child, and she voices that statement in a snarl. She then tries to break free of Sirius's hold, but he ends up just shaking his head and attempts a different route. "Your precious lord is a perfect example. He is the son of a muggle father and near squib mother. His mother was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and that family's magic would have been completely breed out of them because of the inbreeding if she hadn't conceived with new blood." Bella snarls in fury at Sirius and tries to thrash around. "How dare you accuse the greatest wizard of being a lowly half-blood?" Sirius just gives a tired sigh before saying in a calm and serious tone, "I, Sirius Orion, Black Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black, do swear on my life and magic that what I have said is true. This I say, so mote it be." The silence afterwards is absolutely stiffing till Sirius grins cheekily and then grasps in shock. "Well, that's interesting. I'm alive, so everything I said must be true." Bella's mouth hangs open, but no words come out. Sirius soon releases her hands and crosses his arms over his chest, and with as much nonchalance as he can manage says, "You know, as Lord Black, I can free you from your enslaved marriage, and also from everything else if you wish." Bella's eyes widen, then slowly moisture starts to build up in them at the thought of her freedom. However, this moment doesn't last as the cold and feelings of dread begin to rise in the two of them. Sirius looks towards the hallway that the feeling is coming from, and a feral grin slowly spread across his face. "Oh goody, they have finally decided to show themselves." Bella looks at him in shock that Sirius may have inherited even more of the Black insanity than even her. Three Dementors soon glide into his cell, but before they reach him, Sirius waves his hand, and an obsidian medallion with a silver scythe engraved into it appears in his outstretched hand. "You know your boss is pissed that you all keep getting involved in these foolish mortal squabbles." As soon as the three Dementors saw the medallion in Sirius's hand, they froze, unable to escape. Their attention is soon recalled by Sirius as he continues, "I have a message from him. Remember who your one true lord and master is. Stay as prison guards for all I care. However, do not forget the debt you owe me, and stay out of the petty mortal affairs, or I will send you back to the oblivion that I created you from." Bella watches, stunned at how her cousin is standing up and talking to these beasts, almost like they can understand him. Much to her shock and awe, the middle one then bows to Sirius respectfully. She then watches as Sirius then points to the exit and tells them to go and tell the others of their choices. Seconds later, the three Dementors leave, and Sirius smirks at his cousin, who still looks baffled. "Well, cuz, what do you say? Want to be free and return to your family who truly love and miss you?" Bella just silently nods her head, and then Sirius joyfully claps his hands in excitement. "Wonderful, now let me explain how you are going to escape." Flashback end. Sirius's grin stretches wider as he thinks to himself, "It took a little longer than I had thought for most of the Dementors to get the out of Dodge while the getting was good. It turns out 3 weeks after his confrontation with those three Dementors, most of them had decided to leave the island, much to the Ministry's anger and confusion. Too bad that medallion had disappeared right after I gave those things that message. Bloody useful it was." Bella's escape had been rather simple. During the chaos of the Dementors leaving, she had used her Panther Animagus form to escape after she had ripped her ex-husband's and his brother's throats out. Sirius's musings are soon interrupted when a ghostly pale fudge 3 oars, and a man wearing a top hat, the ace of spades tucked into a ruby ribbon at the brim, and the right side of his face covered by a white mask. Both the mask and the man are grinning insanely. Sirius smirks while he looks at the grinning man and asks in a bored tone, "So what took you so long?" 2 hours before. In Fudge's office, a man with a mask covering the right side of his face is sitting in the minister's chair. His feet are propped up on the top of the desk and is shuffling a deck of tarot cards. The man grins as the door is heard being unlocked and the light is turned on as the minister walks in. Minister Fudge freezes when he notices someone sitting in his chair. He then starts to turn red and demands, "Who are you? And how did you get into this office?" This causes the man to grin even wider and speaks with a drawl. "Come now, minister. Surely you remember who I am." "Granted you. We're just a little greenhorn ministry flunky when we last saw each other." Fudge's eyes start to widen and he becomes a tint paler. He then whispers with a hint of fear, "Prime Minister Axel Cross." Axel grin turns into a frown and then clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Took you long enough, fool. Now I'm under the impression that you threw one of my citizens in your little prison." The last part is said with a small snarl is his voice that causes the minister to pale even further and take a step back before stuttering, Don. T-where? You that." Axel glares at the spineless coward before he spreads the cards he has been shuffling out in front of him. He then pulls up the hangman and shows it to Fudge. As Fudge sees this card, he looks more confused than scared now. That is till he is lifted into the air. The feel of an invisible rope wrapped tightly around his neck. "Don't lie to me, fool. Now you will release Lord Black this instant, or I'll bring the dogs of war to your doorstep." His grin then grows feral, showing the sharp incisors. "Of course, we would also have to deal with your little insect problem known as the Death Eaters. After silently burning your Dark Age ministry to the ground." Fudge pales further from both fear of this man and lack of oxygen. Axel looks at the cowardly bastard in disgust before he releases his magic and lets Fudge fall onto his knees, panting for breath. He smirks at Fudge as he walks around the desk towards the minister, who breathes out hoarsely, "You know who is dead, and his Death Eaters are in prison." The Canadian magical prime minister shakes his head and squeezes Fudge's shoulder in a vice-like grip. Fudge winces at the pressure that is being put on his shoulder, but snaps his head up to look fearfully at the man standing in front of him. Fudge, I really don't care. Now you will release my citizen before I decide to bring England's corruption to everyone's attention and let the world tear this country apart." Fudge turns ghostly pale and nods his head rapidly. Axel then grins even wider and pats him on the shoulder where he was squeezing. "See, Fudgy, I knew you weren't completely stupid." Back at Azkaban, Sirius looks at Axel expectantly, whose grin slowly dies down to an evil smirk and then simply replies, "Traffic." Sirius's eyebrow give a slight twitch in irritation at that comment, but no one takes notices. Axel looks at Fudge with a glare and then barks out, "Well, Fudgy, hurry thee up, we don't have all day. Some of us actually have a job to do." Fudge looks about to say something, but the continued glare from both Sirius and Axel stops him, and he just nods his head. He orders one of the Aurors that is with him to release Black. Once Sirius walks out of the cell, Axel hands him a black duffel bag. "Your effects, Captain Black." The formal command and tone snaps Sirius into attention as he salutes Axel. "Thank you, Prime Minister, for coming here personally." Axel waves him off, then he turns around to leave this dank place quickly. Sirius is following right behind him, and as a second thought, Axel stops to look over his shoulder at Fudge. "By the way, you puppet, if you or anyone who works for you attempts to harm or arrest any of my people again, we will turn them into little and dog treats. Are we clear?" "Good, we can show ourselves out." Sirius snickers at the casualness of his boss's threats to the poor minister. "You know, I'm a little surprised that the Aurors didn't attack you for threatening their minister." Axel shrugs as they exit Azkaban, but doesn't answer. Sirius is just about to apparate when a cold and calm voice of Axel stops him in his tracks. He turns to face the Canadian Prime Minister, who is staring intently at the moon and stars with a faraway look. But before Sirius can answer, Axel speaks again without looking away from the night sky. "Next time, don't get caught. Remember, you are Canada's Death Shadow. My top assassin, I expect a lot more from you, Sirius." With that, Axel fades away into the night sky. Sirius scoffs at the title before he also apparates away from Azkaban and to check on his godson and cousin. The month soon ends and September 1st arrives. The children and young adults alike soon flock to platform 9 3/4 to catch the train to Hogwarts. Daphne enters the platform and many of the people on the platform stop and stare. Her blonde hair darkened almost like molten gold, but the inner layer is now midnight black. Her blue eyes a shade or two darker with a hint of silver swirling in the depths. Her full scarlet red lips set in an aloof look. She is wearing a dark blue corset halter top with an unknown type pitch black dragon high jacket around her neck, a silver leather choker with black vines stitched around it with a sapphire cross hanging on it. She is also wearing a black and red punk goth-style skirt and 2-inch heel knee-length of the same dragon hide boots. The crowd soon parts for her and moves to the side for the unknown goddess. Daphne smirks down at the fox snuggled into her arms, who then looks up at her while brushing the top of her breasts with its ears and rolls his emerald green eyes at her. Her smirk grows a fraction and then kisses the fox's cool nose. The fox gives a very soft and satisfied yip that only Daphne hears, then moves his head to look forward. Once they enter the train and out of earshot, many of the older students start to comment and ask each other who that beautiful seductress is, and also talking about what they did for their summers. A few minutes of searching, the couple soon finds an empty compartment, and using magic, Daphne waves her right hand in front of the door, causing the compartment to lock and become unnoticeable to everyone but their friends. Daphne then throws herself into a laying position on one of the soft benches and lifts Tails into the air above her and locks eyes with him. "So my love, how long do you think it will take for our friends to find us?" Tails gives a fox-like shrug of its shoulders, then tries to struggle out of her hands to snuggle back into her soft breasts and go back to sleep, which causes Daphne to giggle at her boyfriend's antics. When he comes to the conclusion that Daphne has a good hold on him, he gives her a mock glare and what looks to be a pout. Daphne rolls her eyes and gives a fake sigh of annoyance before bringing him down so that they can cuddle. Soon after she brings him into her embrace, they both start to doze off for an unknown amount of time. A little after they had fallen asleep, they are awoken by a knocking sound, and without moving, Daphne waves her right hand to unlock the door. The two that enter are a girl with brunette hair and chocolate brown eyes and a tan boy with spiked back hair and black eyes. They are two of Daphne's best and closest friends, Tracy Davis and her boyfriend Blaze Zabani. The pair gawks when they see Daphne's new appearance and her laying across one of benches rubbing the sleep from her left eye. Daphne then raises her right eyebrow and asks innocently, "So you two going to sit at any point, or are you going to just stand there stare at me the entire trip?" Tracy gives a short but excited squeal before hugging her best friend and then bouncing over to the other bench across from her friend. "All right, Icy, where have you been? And why haven't you written?" Daphne looks a little guilty and turns her head away for a second, but soon replies, "Sorry, a lot happened at the end of last year, and I couldn't find the time to write anyone at all." Tracy tries to glare angrily while Blaze looks at her expectantly for an explanation. Daphne ends up avoiding or attempting to change the subject till she tells them she would tell them more later. The two relent and let Daphne change the subject. Daphne asks them how their summer was. The two tell her about their summer, and Blaze ends up grumbling about how his mom is now dating Sirius Black. This stuns Daphne because her and Harry have been staying in Finland for the summer, so they haven't seen or heard from anyone since they were taken to the Dursleys' old home. Soon after, Daphne is pulled back from her inner thoughts, and the three talk about what might happen is this coming school year. At some point during this conversation, Tracy takes notice of a small blush starting to dust across Daphne's cheeks. She then notices the other girl's skirt twitch once in a while as the fox plushie's tail looks to be rubbing her inner thigh. Daphne's eye twitches, and she pushes the perverted fox onto the ground. The fox then stretches out and sits up and looks up confused as to why it is on the floor and not on Daphne's warm stomach being pet. He looks back at Daphne, who looks part annoyed and mildly amused at him. Tracy then shrieks in alarm after the fox had sat up and looked at Daphne. She then points to it and says, "I thought that was just a very cute plushie that you brought with you." Tails looks at Tracy with some annoyance at being called a plushie, while Daphne giggles in amusement, much to the other two occupants' shock. Dear Morgana, the Ice Queen giggled. Blaze, this is a cause of celebration, or the end of days, so bring out the fire whiskey in any case. The fox looks at the pair strangely before huffing and hopping back onto Daphne's stomach and drifts off back to sleep. Before Tracy can make any more comments about the fox or Daphne giggling, the door is roughly slammed open, then quickly closed tight and locked, as a pale blonde boy slides down into a sitting position on the floor. He grumbles about locked compartments when a quick escape is needed and persistent and clingy women. His head then snaps up at the familiar bell-like drawl. "Hello, Draco." Draco then sees two wands glowing an angry red color at the tip. He slightly pales but chooses to ignore them and quickly stands up and hugs Daphne, much to Tracy and Blaze's equal shock. Draco then jumps back with a yelp and rubs at the forming bite mark, then pales once again at the soft growl from the very familiar fox on Daphne's stomach. His eyes widen in fear at the next louder growl from staring at Daphne's new clothing choice and how her ample breasts are pushed up and accented more than usual because of the halter top she is wearing. However, before anything can happen to Draco, Daphne flicks Tails' nose and tells him in mock sternness to behave. She then points to the seat by Blaze and for Draco to sit. Daphne then goes on to explain how her and Draco became friends during summer. The rest of the trip to Hogsmeade is quiet and uneventful for the most part, except for the twin exclamation of "Weasel" as the Weasley twins enter into the compartment. Daphne finally decides to sit up, and when the twins notice her, they give a mock bow and say in unison, "It's good to see the princess and her prince are still together and unharmed." Daphne grins at the two jokers and holds both hands out. The twins take their K and kiss her knuckles. She then drawls with a regal tone, "Hello, boys. I hope your living arrangements wasn't too bad and that the two oversized children treated you well." The twins both shrug and then give a brief description on what had been happening. They then tell her that they had beat Draco in their race for who could complete their training first. Daphne nods her head and grins down at Tails while the fox glares at Draco, much to the blonde's confusion. The twins excuse themselves to go get changed for the coming arrival of Hogsmeade Station. Tracy is bouncing with curiosity about what all that was about. She was also curious why Daphne and even Draco were being more open with the two Gryffindor 7th years than she has seen her with anyone else. After all, not only were they Gryffindors, they were Weasleys, and Draco's disdain for the Weasley family was legendary in Hogwarts. But before she can ask, Draco answers almost absent-mindedly, "Because they were staying at the Black Manor this summer with us. I ended up actually getting along with the twins. However, the other two are still morons." Tracy's eyes widen at Draco's admission and then points at the two and blurts out the first thing that pops into her head. "Are you two dating now?" Draco and Tracy pale at the icy death glare from Daphne and the demonically glowing glare from the fox, while Blaze gives a small shudder at both looks and thanks every deity that he can think of that he isn't the one being glared at. Draco then points at Tails and in absolute fear yells, "No, I'm not." He is. The other couple looks at Draco strangely, then start to laugh. Although when Tracy notices her best friend hasn't said anything, she looks and sees that her sole focus is on the fox in her lap. Tracy starts to wonder if what Draco says is true. But Blaze is then the one to actually ask Daphne, "So is the ferret telling the truth? Are you actually dating a fox?" Daphne looks up from petting Tails and running her fingers through his soft fur and shrugs at Blaze. "He's cuter and smarter than all of the boys at Hogwarts." The fox puffs his chest out in pride while his tail lazily wags in happiness while brushing her lower abdomen, much to Daphne's hidden enjoyment and outward annoyance. It was 15 minutes later that the train had arrived at the Hogsmeade station, and the students head over to the carriages, while the new crop of first years are called over to the half-giant Hagrid. Realization then dawns on the older students as they figure out and gawk at the transformation that the Slytherin Ice Princess has gone through. Daphne's eyes become colder, and her aura wraps around her like a frozen tundra that causes many to shiver or look in a completely different direction to try and avoid the cold. The 4th years enter closest carriage, ignoring everyone else, and head towards the castle. The rest of the student body all then silently agree to upgrade her title from the Ice Princess to the Ice Queen of Slytherin. During the final part of the trip to Hogwarts, Tracy asks, "So anyone else hear the rumor that there is supposed to be a new 5th-year student starting this year?" Blaze nods and puts in his thoughts and what he has heard. "Yes, and there is even a rumor that it is a foreigner, and that the headmaster Dumbledore wants to make him his apprentice." The reactions aren't what the two had expected. When Daphne looks at the fox with a questioning look while tightening her hold on him, pressing him closer to her heart. The fox sighs in content and tries to snuggle deeper, while Draco snorts, whether it be from the two nauseatingly sweet couple beside him or at the idiotic rumor is only known to him. The trip ends far too quickly, and as the 4+ a fox that has gone stiff to be more plushy-like heads towards the Great Hall, they all wonder what this year will bring for them all. So here it is. I hope you all enjoyed this one. Took me forever to write it, and I'm not overly happy with it, but what can you do? There are just some chapters that will be like that. Anyways, please review what you think and tell how I did with Daphne's outfit. I'm a guy, so I really suck at female clothing and the like. So some advice for next time would be nice. Anyways, like I said at the beginning, we have started 5th year in Daphne's test, and her training will be seen in a flashback or two later in the story, mainly because I'm drawing a blank on the test details right now. So till next time. Chapter 19. Well, sorry for the wait on this one, but here it is, hopefully not this long of a wait for the next one. A sin for him. Desire within. Desire within. Fall in love with your deep dark sin. Nightwish. She is my sin. I'm using lyrics for this chapter because it helped inspire me to finish this chapter. And they're also one of my all-time favorite bands that I would kill to see play live. Chapter 19. The 5th year Slytherins sit at their table, and then watch as the rest of the student body enters the Great Hall. They also begin to observe the other 3 tables. All of them seem to be talking about their summers in the latest gossip. As soon as everyone has been seated, Dumbledore stands up and calls for the sorting to begin. However, as soon as the first years enter the hall and Professor McGonagall can start calling the names, Dumbledore interrupts her. Before Professor McGonagall begins, I would like to take this moment and call up the first new student. So please help me welcome, after years of solitude, Harry Potter. A few moments of silence happens, and then loud cheering is heard from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, while all 4 houses start quietly, whispering to those around them. After several minutes, everything quiets down, and when no one stands up or walks up to the raised platform of the teacher's table, the hall begins whispering anew. Dumbledore looks around slightly confused, but then as he is about to call Harry's name again, the Sorting Hat snorts and then speaks for the whole hall to hear. No one by that name has entered Hogwarts. Dumbledore's head snaps to the hat, but before he can say anything, the Sorting Hat begins to sing its opening song, which sounded like Welcome to the Jungle. This then caused some of the older Muggleborns and half-bloods to start to silently snicker at the hat's choice of song. The professors and most of the pure bloods look at the hat strangely, for no one can remember it ever singing something like that before. The 4 pure bloods that had been shown their animagus forms hide their matching grins, while they think it is a perfect song for the coming of the Ravengers. After the hat finishes its song, and without further interruption, Professor McGonagall then starts to call out the names of the new first eyes. The 4 teens at Slytherin look at each other rather amused, but choose to refrain from commenting just yet. As the last name is sorted into Ravenclaw and Dumbledore is about to announce the start of the feast and his normal beginning of the year dribble, the Sorting Hat speaks up once more. There is one more to be sorted in Hogwarts this year. All the teachers and some of the students look surprised by this turn of events. However, it is Professor McGonagall that then asks the question that is now on everyone's mind. What do you mean by that hat? The hat, everyone notices, looks like it is smirking as it calls out loudly for everyone to hear. Hadrian Leafy. A few seconds of an eerie silence starts to suffocate the Great Hall as they wait for someone to stand. Then the sound of many wings flapping and the caw of many crows and ravens is heard throughout the entire Great Hall. Black feathers and midnight purple rose petals start to fall from the enchanted ceiling as the birds fly over the heads of everyone. Chaos soon follows, but it doesn't last long because a dark chuckle and a slow clap is heard throughout the entire hall. A student in the crowd then shouts and points at the professor's table. Someone's in the headmaster's chair. Everyone whips their heads back to look up at the teacher's table and see a person in the throne-like chair, his feet kicked up on the table, a quill lazily hanging on his lips. He is wearing a long black coat that is dangling of the edges of the chair. There is Crow perched on his right shoulder. The Sorting Hat on the top of his head is tilted, perfectly hiding his face with the shadow of the brim. And lastly, they all notice a beautiful snowy owl lightly perched on the tip of the hat. The new person sounds strangely amused when he first speaks up. Hello, Geosift. The hat simply chuckles at the man and speaks into his mind. Such an old name I have not heard in many centuries. I would, however, prefer you to call me Sir. Hat young Leafy. Harry looks up and grins up at the old hat, but then speaks up quietly. Fair enough, but please call me Harry, as I believe and hope that we can talk a lot more often. The hat silently ponders on this for a second before answering the young man. How interesting. Yes, I believe that is very acceptable. Not many people nowadays seem to want to talk or listen to me. It is rather boring. During the two's silent conversation, the Great Hall is quiet and very confused at the new person and his free display of magic. Snape scowls at the man lounging in the headmaster's chair. while the rest of the Great Hall seems to be discussing or arguing about his last name. Dumbledore is gobsmacked because he can't feel anything from him. He knows for sure that this is Harry Potter, but is also unsure because he can't even feel the blocks that he had placed either. Professor McGonagall soon returns back to the reality of this situation and loudly clears her throat. Hut! What is the meaning of this? The two look up and Professor McGonagall holds back a gasp of surprise when she sees the young man's hauntingly familiar emerald green eyes staring at her in curiosity. The Sorting Hat huffs and the mumbles about the rudeness of younglings today and how it was enjoying his conversation. It then yells out for the whole hall to hear. The man obviously must go to Slytherin. Harry smirks and then stands up to leave the stage with the hat still on his head. He then reaches up to pet the snowy owl. The owl and crow then take off into the air and flies over the Great Hall to stretch their wings. Harry looks at the two and smiles lightly. As Harry passes her, Professor McGonagall quickly grabs the hat from on top of his head, much to Harry's disappointment. The entire hall looks shocked at seeing the faded but legendary lightning bolt scar of the boy who lived. Harry continues to go to the Slytherin table, completely ignoring the glares that a few are giving him. As he reaches the table, he sees that someone with black hair and a lanky build had moved to sit in front of Daphne. Sighing in annoyance, he moves to go around the table and sits beside her, as both the crow and snowy owl move the perch on their opposite shoulders. Harry then leans his head on Daphne's right shoulder and stares at the boy in front of them. As Theodore, not the hall, he sits beside Crabbe and Goyle and right in front of Draco. He looks at Draco with a Cheshire cat-like grin and starts to gloat. How does it feel to lose both your father and the marriage contract to Daphne? Draco raises an eyebrow, but just ignores him and continues to watch the sorting with more interest than what the Knot boy has to say. Knot turns slightly red at being ignored and sneers at Draco, then whispers harshly, "How dare you ignore me, you bastard? Now that your father is out of the way, the Knot family will soon become the Dark Lord's right hand." Draco sighs in annoyance, but without even looking up at Knot, he says in a low and calm voice for only Knot to hear, "You seriously believe that the marriage contract your father got for Daphne is valid? How stupid are you?" Knot grits his teeth in anger and is about to retort when he notices the girl in discussion sitting a little ways away with Zabini and that half-blood. Then, just as the hat announces the last name of the sorting, Knot makes his way over and sits in front of Daphne. As he sits down in front of her, he leers at her body for a second before speaking. "Hello, love. I do hope your summer of running was good, cause once we are married, you won't be given such a chance. After all, it wouldn't be right of a lady of your standing to be seen running." Daphne, however, just stares right through him and completely ignores the boy, while her two friends glare at him. Daphne watches as her mate causes a commotion, and in the corner of her, I catch a pink toad about to blow a gasket. She then brings her right hand under the table and uses a silent silencing charm on it. It is then that she finally notices a red-faced Knot in front of her glaring coldly at being ignored. Daphne rolls her eyes at her two friends and then cuts off the pompous prick mid-sentence. "I'm sorry, Knot, but as fascinating as you might think you are, you're boring me, and this sorting is far more interesting." How she says this leaves very little doubt that she is not at all sorry. Knot glares even more heatedly at her casual dismissal. Nut, before he can say anything, the new student sits beside Daphne as a snowy owl perches on her left shoulder, while the guise leans on her right shoulder. All three newcomers stare at him unblinkingly. Knot turns even redder that he is almost close to a Weasley shade and stands up glaring at the new guy. "New guy, get your head off my betrothed's shoulder, or I'll destroy you, half-blood." Harry looks at him impassively. Then, before anyone can even blink or react, a large crash is heard throughout the entire hall. Food flies all over the Slytherin table when Harry grabs Knot's tie and yanks his head into the table. He then leans down and hisses coldly, "Talk to Daphne or me with that kind of disrespect again, and the Knot family will become a footnote in the farthest reaches of history." Not soon after start to become pale white, whether that is because of fear or the lack of oxygen, cause Harry is slowly strangling him with his own tie. As the teachers move to where the commotion is happening to see what is going on. However, before they can reach the scene, Knot goes flying past them and crashes into the Gryffindor table. Daphne squeezes Hadrian's arm to keep him from going and finishing Knot off, while Blaise and Tracy are rendered speechless. Not only is this mystery new guy acting really cozy with their ice princess best friend, but Daphne seems to be radiating happiness at their closeness. Then there is the liberal use of wandless and silent magic that had thrown not across the hall. The professors arrive soon afterwards, and unsurprisingly, it is Snape gets the first word in. Potter, that will be detention for attacking a student. You really are just as arrogant as your father. Hadrian smirks as he meets Snape's gaze dead on. It's Layfrey Snivelus. Maybe you should wash that grease out of your hair. It seems to be getting in your ears. As he says this, he feels an anger-induced brush of legitimacy and inwardly smirks and thinks, "Gotcha, you son of a bitch." Snape looks around, and all he sees are buildings with lots of light. Some are flashing brightly in the night. Most of these buildings are also reaching into the clear night sky above. Soon during his look around, he feels the rain begin to fall, and it feels wrong to Snape, but he ignores it and keeps wandering. A few moments later, Snape feels weaker, and his eyes widen in realization that the rain is somehow draining his magic. A dark chuckle is heard all around him, and when Snape looks up for a brief moment, he sees a figure looking at him wearing a pitch-black cloak. Then he vanishes as a lightning strike blinds him for a moment. When Snape opens his eyes, they widen again as he looks into a mirror that starts to show him Lily Potter's death over and over. Snape turns away from it only to come face to face with another mirror. It's this realization that he looks around and sees he is surrounded by his worst memories and greatest regrets. This whole thing takes place in only a couple moments in the real world. And when Snape returns, he falls to a knee, panting in exhaustion in all sense of the word. Snape looks up and glares the smirking Layfrey. Dumbledore at this moment decides to step forward and helps Snape to his feet, rather shakily, then asks him calmly, "What happened, Severus? You look dreadful right now." Snape tries to calm himself with a shaky breath and to regain some strength while Hadrian answers for him. He was just taught that it's very stupid to try and read an unknown's mind. Dumbledore looks to the young man, but becomes rather confused. He can now sense Professor Snape's magic coming from this boy. He is about to question him, the boy, but the pink toad butts into the conversation, and with a falsely sickening sweet smile and voice says, "Him, I believe you have just attacked a very prominent pure-blood student. I think 4 nights of detention with me is acceptable." Hadrian smirks savagely like a true predator eyeing his next meal. He willingly agrees, then giving a mocking bow to the teachers, turns on his heel, wrapping an arm around Daphne's waist. They leave the Great Hall together. At the Gryffindor table, Ron glares in both jealousy and anger at Harry for both his entrance into Hogwarts and the pride he seems to have for using the last name of the most evil dark witch in history, as well as betraying the House of Gryffindor, the greatest house of them all, to join the Snakes. When Hadrian banishes Nod into the Gryffindor table, Hermione glares heatedly at him in jealousy of doing the spell wandlessly and silently. The twins, for their part, start to amuse themselves by poking the new Slytherin decoration on the table with forks and knives. "I say, dear brother of mine, does he seem a little more pudgy at the waistline? You brother of mine, I do believe you are right. But you should try tapping his skull, it almost sound hollow." Very interesting observation. We must look into this more. With that, the twins stand up, having gotten bored of poking and prodding the Nod heir. George then drops a firework that soon goes off, distracting everyone around them as they make their escape. No one notices Neville leave with them. Draco watches Nod get thrown across the hall and starts rubbing his temples and groans, much to Astoria and the 6th and 7th year's confusion. Draco softly breaths out, "Yep, it's going to be a long year. A pile of bodies in the common room, I tell you. Why couldn't they both have been Ravenclaw? Hell, even Hufflepuff would have been safer. But knew they both are in the snake pit." Astoria rolls her eyes at her boyfriend's soft ranting and pokes him in the side and gives him a look he is sure the girl copied from her sister that says, "To explain now or get hurt." Draco looks at her in the corner of his eye, then sees everyone around him also listening, and he shrugs before explaining. "As you know, Hadrian is Daphne's boyfriend. They have both been in training for the last 2 months. And honestly, they were both pretty brutal already, so I'm not sure how much more powerful they have gotten." Draco rubs his chin in thought for a second before he continues. "Come to think of it, he might even be more ruthless if you were to be threatened or hurt." Astoria looks at him with a little confusion, while the other listening in are gaping openly. But Draco ignores them and explains. "He plans on eventually marrying your sister. He already sees you as his little sister. Because you are the only family that Daphne loves, he will protect you instantly and without hesitation." Astoria squeaks in excitement and jumps out of her seat and quickly runs to catch up to the couple. Draco smirks and shakes his head before getting up and making his way out of the great hall in a more sedated pace to follow the excitable younger girl. He leaves the remaining older students to discuss amongst themselves on the best approach for this situation and eventually decide on a wait-and-see style would probably be the best course of action. Astoria quickly catches up to Tracy and Blaze, who are following. Hadrian and Daphne. Many questions bubbling in all three of their minds. Once they reach the hidden entrance to the Slytherin house, Harry hisses, "Open!" Much to the even greater shock the three that are standing right behind them. Daphne looks behind her and smirks at her sister and two best friends, then leans up to kiss the corner of his mouth. They all enter the common room and head over to a grouping of chairs beside the fireplace. Harry sits in a plush leather armchair when Daphne drops into his lap and wraps her arms around his neck. At the same time, he hugs her waist closer. Before anyone can react and ask anything, Astoria squeals in joy at her sister's behavior, then wraps her arms around the both of their necks, hugging them tightly. She then starts to fire off many different questions of all sorts, much to the couple's growing amusement. Tracy watches with some amusement as well, but soon decides she needs some proper answers right now. "So, Daph, want to tell us all why you're being all warm and cuddly with the new guy? Actually, that reminds me, where did your pet fox run off to?" Daphne smiles brightly at Tracy, much to the poor girl's shock, and after Astoria jumps off them both and goes to sit beside Draco, who had just entered into the common room a few moments ago. She then leans more into Hadrian's embrace and answers her best friend. "Tracy, Blaze, and Tori, I would like to formally introduce you to the black-coated stranger from the end of last year and the Triwizard Tournament. Hadrian Leafy Potter Black." Hadrian softly growls in the back of his throat, and Daphne kisses his cheek softly, then rolls her eyes at her boyfriend and answers again. "Sorry to friends and family, he prefers Harry Black." Harry smiles, then nods his head in a silent greeting to them all. Blaze then introduces himself and shakes Harry's hand, while Tracy looks gobsmacked until she realizes what Daphne said and points at Harry, then blurts out, "Wait, that guy is him. But you made it sound like you didn't know who it was, or that you even cared." Daphne shrugs, but her features soften even more in the firelight, then replies, "Truthfully, I didn't know who it was at first, but he recognized me almost immediately. So he slipped me a note as he walked past us when he was invisible." Tracy looks ready to ask a few more questions or say something else, but Blaze is the next to ask, "What do you mean he knew who you were almost immediately, Daph?" Daphne replies absently as she plays with Harry's right ring finger that seems to have a very strange piece of jewelry surrounding it. That looks to be a twin of the one Daphne is wearing on her right ring finger. The other four around them are curious about it, but decide in silent agreement to ask about it next. "We are childhood friends. We used to play with each other a lot growing up. Hell, we even slept in the same crib when we were infants. Or at least that's what my mom would often tease us about before she passed away." Daphne looks up at Harry with a sad look. He then softly kisses her forehead, then touches his nose to hers and smiles softly at her that she reciprocates. Tracy and Blaze silently gape at their friend's very strange behavior. Then their heads snap to Astoria, who gasps loudly and points at Harry, then squeals with giddiness. "Is he the one that Mom wanted to get you a marriage contract for before she passed away?" Daphne nods her head while Harry leans up and kisses the top of her head, then rests his chin while his hands comb through her long hair in silent comfort. Harry then looks at the small group and says tiredly, "I think we might have time for one more question before the rest of our house comes here, and we have to go to bed." Draco, while silent throughout the whole interrogation, asks, while pointing at the both of their right ring fingers, "What is with that strange claw-looking wrapped around both of your right ring fingers?" What he is referring to is the silver-looking claw that is wrapped around Harry's right ring finger, and in the black one that's wrapped around Daphne's right finger. Daphne's smirk returns, and then shows it off for the others to see as she explains. The Americas have come up with a few different wand styles, and this is the newest form that they have created. However, it is still in an experimental phase, but it basically gives the illusion of wandless magic towards your opponents. The reason they look a little different is because they aren't made of wood. Mine is the claw of a hellhound with kitsune blood and a fifth tail hair for its core. Before any of the people of the small group can ask or say anything, Harry casually announces, "While mine is a fong of a kitsune with hellhound blood and tail hair, for the core all these things are willing given, so their magical quality a fair amount higher." The couple once again leave the rest of their friends in utter shock. But before anyone can question them further or say anything at all. The common room opened for the rest of the Slytherin students. Crabbe and Goyle help a still unconscious not up to their dorm room. As the last members of the house enter the Slytherin common area, Snape proceeds to give his normal beginning of the year speech that basically says stick together outside of the house and deal with in-house problems in-house. The man still looks very pale from what happened in the Great Hall earlier that evening and looked to barely standing on his own power. After he finishes his speech, he quickly makes his way out of the common room towards his own private quarters, his robes billowing behind him. Once Snape leaves, Harry and Daphne bid their small group a good night and head towards the fireplace, where Harry then softly hisses something in Parseltongue. Soon afterwards, the fire goes out and slides down to show a hidden staircase that the two enter. The other student looks startled at this event, but before anyone can say anything at all, the fireplace slides back up, hiding the secret room away. As they reach the top of the small flight of stairs, the couple came to see a large Gothic medieval-looking room with a single couch and another fireplace, two doors across each other, one being the bedroom and the other a bathroom. Daphne looks around to take in the room, then turns to Harry with a raised eyebrow, but before she can question him, he shrugs and says, "This is Salazar Slytherin's personal living chambers. Truthfully, these are supposed to be the head of house rooms, but I guess they have been lost for a while." Daphne smirks before turning around and heads to the bedroom, with Harry following behind her. As they enter the bedroom, they see a king-sized four-poster bed, a different type snake carved elegantly into the wood of each poster. The bedding itself looks like it has been recently cleaned, is a forest green with accents of black and silver. Daphne runs her hand over the bed and mentally note that it feels like Egyptian silk. The walls, the couple also notes, are a very warm-looking oak with the hint of more earthy colors. After looking around the room, the couple undresses and prepares for bed, when Daphne then puts her hands on her hips and taps her foot expectantly. Harry then grumbles about never betting on his cousin ever again and kicking his ass, while Daphne simply smirks and waits patiently. Harry sighs and then transforms into Tails and yips agitatedly at her. Daphne then smiles brightly and climbs onto the bed, then crawls on all fours till she is hovering over her foxy boyfriend. Daphne then kisses his nose and falls on her side beside him and wraps her arms around him and brings him tightly to her chest as if Tails is her most cherished stuffed animal. Tails licks Daphne's hand softly in a comforting sign of good night. Soon the couple relaxes and lets sleep begin to take them, as thought of the chaos and excitement that the two will enjoy during the year help lull them fully to sleep. Geosift, Old English, means fate or destiny. I thought it would be a perfect name for the Sorting Hat. Anyways, let me know what you all thought of this chapter. Also, your thoughts on Daphne and Harry's new wands. So until next time. Also, I'm looking into editing every other chapter, so I will probably fire off the revamped version when the next chapter comes, hopefully. Cheers. Chapter 20. Alright everyone, the next chapter, and as a special bonus, I have also put edited version in all of the chapter, which is why this one is so late coming. So without any delays, I give you the next chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J.K. Rowling, not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 20. Dumbledore sits in his office after the sorting feast had finished, trying to piece together what had happened and where everything had gone wrong. When he had gone back to Purvitt Drive to pick up a hopefully much more subdued Harry, he had found the place to be completely abandoned, and by the looks of it for the last 10 years. The ancient man then mutters to himself, "It makes no sense at all." I stared at him in the eye, and there was no hint of any magic at all. Dumbledore's thoughts then returned to the sorting feast that had just taken place, and not being able to sense young Harry's magic ether. What has that boy done? This wasn't the only problem he was facing. Harry ended up going to Slytherin. His relationship with the Greengrass girl seems even stronger, and to top it all off, Sirius is once again free, while Fudge seems to be almost afraid of his own shadow now. Dumbledore absently rubs his right side as he remembers that encounter at the beginning of August. Just as Fudge and Axel arrive at Azkaban, Dumbledore appears with a silent pop. Fudge visibly relaxes and Axel ignores both of their existences while looking up at the moon and stars, his arms crossed behind his back. With an amused twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore asks in a kind but curious tone, "So why have you decided to come here, Minister Fudge, and who is your friend?" Fudge pulls up some hint of courage and puffs out his chest, then replies, "Dumbledore, I would like to introduce you to Axel Cross, the Canadian Prime Minister, and he is here to have Sirius Black released." Dumbledore's eyes widen for a moment in surprise, but quickly masks it and responds, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that Sirius Black is a criminal and will be staying where he is. So if that is all, you should probably leave at this moment." For the first time, Axel looks to Dumbledore with a bored expression and sighs tiredly. "You have no authority over one of my citizens, especially when they aren't even given a trial. Not only is this a violation of his human rights, but it can also be seen as a declaration of war. So do kindly off." The last part of this, a sadistic grin starts to stretch onto Axel's features as his fingers on his right begin to slowly twitch in preparation. Dumbledore pales slightly at the threat, but then reaches for his wand and speaks to Axel like one would to a child that has been bad. "I'm sorry, but he is a criminal, and this is for the greater good as well as for justice." Axel smirks as he flicks his hand from behind his back. Dumbledore then grimaces in pain for an unknown reason, but before either person can attack, the Aurors stand in front of the two, while Fudge orders Dumbledore to leave or be thrown into Azkaban himself for threatening to attack a foreign dignitary and undermining his authority as minister. Flashback end. The old wizard cringes that now, because of his rash action against the foreign wizard Fudge, now believes that he is aiming for a hostile takeover of the ministry. Dumbledore then looks over to the perch where Fawkes usually is and ideally where his oldest and most loyal friend had gone off to. As Daphne slowly wakes, she looks around their new room. She sees that Candidam and Hedwig, her snowy owl, seem to be finally getting along, or at least have started to make peace with each other. She then giggles to herself about some of the petty scalable those two have gotten into since Hedwig had joined their mismatched little family. Daphne then lets out a very unladylike squeak come from her lips as Harry surprises her and rolls them both over, so that she is laying on top of him as he whispers huskily in her ear, "Now what could have you in such a good mood, my beautiful rebel angel?" Daphne tries to move a bit so she can look into his eyes, but soon regrets the action when she begins to feel the effects it is having from her boyfriend pressed into her thigh. She can then almost hear the grin in his voice as he slowly moves his right hand up. A single finger trails her soft, creamy skin till it softly brushes the underside of her right breast. "As much fun as we could have, now isn't the time. After all, we need to meet up with our friends and see if they have been slacking at all." Harry then rolls them both over and then gets out a maid to make his towards the bathroom. As Harry enters the bathroom, Daphne huffs in frustration. She then softly blows a stray lock of golden blonde hair out of her face, then whispers to herself, "Jerk, and he calls me a tease." Daphne smirks devilishly to herself before getting out of bed. She walks over to her truck and opens it, then looks in annoyance at her robes, but quickly shakes her head. Best not think of how stupid it is to come to school on a Friday night, while classes won't start till Monday. Daphne then walks over to the two sleeping birds, and she smiles as she strokes the feathers of the two polar opposites, until she feels two strong arms wrap around her waist and pull her into his chest. Harry's warm breath caresses her ear, causing her to lean her head back onto his shoulder as he chuckles. "So how does it feel to be back at Hogwarts?" Daphne turns in his arms so she can look at him and smiles brightly only for him. "It's even better now that I have you to sleep beside me and keep me company." She then leans up to kiss him on the lips. As they kiss, Daphne thinks of a bit of payback that goes through her head, and she nips at his bottom lip, pulling it gently as she breaks the kiss. She then lets go of his lip and ducks under his arms and out of his hold. Daphne slowly saunters towards the bathroom, her hips giving that little extra swing that she knows drives him mad. Her panties slowly fall to the ground, and she then steps out of them as she reaches the door. Just as she reaches the open doorway, she strips from the dress she stole from Harry, then undoes the clasp of her bra, letting it fall to the floor. She then looks back just a bit and winks at him before closing and locking the door. Harry watches her little strip tease with an undivided attention. His heart rate picks up and his breath catches when he sees her black satin bra falls to the ground. However, once the door closes, his trance is broken, and he shakes his head. Harry is just about button up a black with silver trim silk dress shirt as Daphne exits the bathroom, her hair still a little damp, with a few drops of water falling off the tips. Her flawless body clad in nothing but a towel and the tattooed blue snowflake with a pair of black and red angel wings folded around it, proudly displayed at the beginning of her cleavage. Daphne smirks at her boyfriend's shocked expression. It never ceases to both amuse her and make her very proud with how she can make him go absolutely speechless. Daphne then walks over and digs through her trunk for a minute, till she finds a black with deep red trim bra and panty set. She then stands up and uses a simple switching spell by switching the towel and air around her with the underwear. Harry raises an eyebrow at her spell casting that has gone up leaps and bounds within just the 2 months of training from Gabriel. Daphne then turns her head to the side and smiles at him while he just shakes his head. Daphne then puts a finger to her lips as she ponders what to wear. She eventually chooses a simple white blouse and black skirt with her dragon hide boots. Harry looks her up and down appreciatively. He then smirks as he walks up to her. Harry leans his head down and then captures her lips with own in a searing kiss. But before it can go any further, he moves his head to her ear and give it a soft nip, then huskily whispers, "We are going out to the forest to play tonight, love." Daphne grins at the thought of Tails and Umbra playing and causing some mischief in the forest. For a couple minutes, the pair stay locked in their embrace, till their stomachs make their displeasure and hunger known. They both start to snicker at the mood killer, but Harry then released the girl and holds out his hand. "Will my rebel angel join me for breakfast?" Daphne smiles softly at him, then reaches out to take his offered hand before replying, "With pleasure, my fallen prince." The couple then heads to the entrance, to the common area that only has a small amount of students in it, either trying to read ahead or talking amongst themselves. They completely ignore the two as they leave to go have breakfast. The halls to the Great Hall are deserted as the student are most likely either having breakfast, slacking off with friends before school starts Monday, or like most of a Ravenclaws and some of the Slytherins are trying to get ahead of the rest of their peers. As the two enter the Great Hall, they see both Tracy and Blaze at the Slytherin table and are about to go over to them. However, Harry then catches in the corner of his eye the twins sitting with the Longbottom heir at the Gryffindor table. Harry points it out to Daphne, who nods her head slightly, and they then make their way to the Gryffindor table, much to the hall's confusion and shock. The couple sits on either side of the Longbottom heir, much his unease, and in front of the twins. Harry then throws and casual arms around the guy's shoulders and says cheerfully, "Hello, Heir Longbottom, it's nice to finally meet you. My name Hadrian Leafy. However, I do believe that your family knows me better as Harry Potter." Neville looks rather confused cause both the Potters and Longbottoms have been brothers in arms for centuries. However, the last he had heard was that the Potter heir had been kidnapped. He then stammers out shyly, "Hi, my name is Neville. It's nice to meet you." Neville quickly turns at the soft bell-like giggle on the other side of him. Daphne grins, then places one arm on the table and leans her head on the open palm, while her other absently plays with the sapphire cross that is around her neck and watches in amusement as Neville shifts in his seat awkwardly. Neville looks at Daphne, and it unnerves him even more because he has never once heard the Ice Princess laugh, let alone has she ever smiled before. His thoughts are quickly interrupted by one of the twins. "Don't worry, mate, we were all freaked out when we had first heard her laugh, but you do get used to it eventually." Daphne glares at the two with only a hint of coldness before returning her focus back to Neville and Harry. "Don't let Harry frighten you. Inside, he's as cute as a soft plush fox. By the way, my name is Daphne Lamacade. It's nice to finally make your acquaintance." She then holds out the hand that had been ideally playing twiddling with her cross for him to take. Neville takes the offered hand and by pure blood customs kisses the knuckle with a lot of nervousness. The fact being because of Daphne's reputation as one of the most desired girls in the school, and from the beginning last year as being as cold and dangerous as she is beautiful. He soon realizes something that she had said and hesitatingly asks, "It's nice to meet you in person as well, but correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't your last name was Greengrass?" Daphne gives an uncaring shrug, but keeps her smile even though her eyes start to become a little colder. "It's a long story, but the short story of it is that I got an apprenticeship and she let me borrow her maiden name for the next 3 years. Neville doesn't know what to say, but Harry decides to add his own 2 cents. "Be careful, Nev. She may seem cute and friendly, but she can be as ferocious as some of the most fearsome wolves of hell." Daphne looks over Neville's shoulder at Harry, then very maturely sticks out her tongue at him. Harry chuckles, and a hint of flirtation and cheekiness replies, "Now, love, I can think of some much better uses for that lovely tongue of yours." After Harry says that, everyone around the mouths drop. Soon the whispers and muttering is heard throughout the table and then the hall. Then a yell from right behind the couple is heard. "Holy shite, did you just say that to Daphne? Do you have a death wish?" She has hexed guys for a lot less. Daphne starts to blush even more at the familiar voice of her best friend. She then reaches past Neville and pinches Harry's arm hard enough for him to yelp in pain. Tracy, Blaze, and Astoria snicker, and then Astoria comments, "You know you deserve that, Hadrian." Harry rubs his arm and mock glares at an innocent-looking Daphne. He then turns to face the other three grinning snakes. "Tori, you know that you can call me Harry, right? After all, we will eventually be family whether you end up agreeing to marry my cousin or when I marry your sister." The two other Slytherins and Neville are speechless, while even more whispers and gossip about this news starts to spread. Daphne looks at Harry with the brightest and warmest smile as her eyes shine just as brightly. She then blows him a kiss before standing and grabbing her little sister and best friend for a private girl talk back in the dorms. They both follow her silently as Daphne drags them. Tracy's mouth is still hanging open in shock, while Astoria is almost bouncing in glee. After the three girls exit the Great Hall, Harry then stands up and addresses the rest of the guys sitting or standing around him. "Well, I'm bored, so let's go see how much you three have learned from the old guys, and also how much Mr. Zabini knows." Draco, who had arrived just as Daphne had dragged her sister and friend away, quickly realized that today was already not going to be a good day. Harry then notices him and grins viciously. "On second thought, you five are going to entertain me." Draco pales. The twins look at each other in some concern while Blaze grins. Harry then starts to walk out, followed by Blaze, while Neville and George are right behind, and Fred is dragging Draco out by his robes, much to the boys' growing unrest. Just as all five reach the doors to exit the Great Hall, Dumbledore stands from the head table and asks, "Harry, my boy, I would like to have a few words in private if you would follow me." Harry looks behind him at Dumbledore. His eyes start to glow for a moment, but he suppresses his magic and responds coldly, "Sorry, sir, but we aren't that close, so I ask that you have the courtesy to call me Herr Leafy. Secondly, I'm not your boy, so don't call me that ever again. And finally, it's a Saturday and school doesn't even start till Monday, so if you need anything, go talk to my legal guardian." With that said, Harry walks out of the Great Hall with the other five following closely behind him. They walk in silence until they reach the other side of the Black Lake. Harry then looks at the others and says cheerfully, "So the rules are simple. No magic or weapons of any sort. Besides that, anything goes." Harry then bends his knees with his right out in front. His left fist is tucked tightly in his side, and his right takes claw-like look in front of his chest. Harry then barks out, "Well, come at me, let us dance." Back with the girls, they make their way back to the Slytherin common room, but soon run into Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson. Nott smirks and walks up to Daphne, casually eyeing her body like a piece of meat. She completely ignores him, walking right past without even looking at the boy. Nott, however, grabs her arm and forces her to look at him. Her sister and Tracy try and help, but Crabbe and Goyle stand threatening in their way. Nott smirks at her cold glare and unconsciously licks his lips as he looks at her body again. "You know, once we marry Greengrass, that glare is the first thing I'll break from you." Daphne's eyes then start to glow a snow white as the specks of Sliver start to bleed more into the blue as her lips stretch into a maniacal grin. "Oh, Nott, all that inbreeding and sucking off your precious Dark Lord seems to have made you even stupider than you were last year." Nott glares at the girl in rage, then he hisses out darkly, "Watch your mouth, you bitch, or I'll break you and make you into a whore for our dark L-dash." Nott wasn't even able to finish off his rant or threat before he was thrown across the room with a tremendous force. All the occupants of the room wince at loud impact and stare wide-eyed at the small indent Nott's body made in the wall, then look to Daphne, who simply flicks her hair and walks with a care for what just happened, or even a look backwards. The room then looks back at Nott and notice that it almost seems like his whole body's top layer of skin is frozen. Daphne, without turning around, barks out coldly, "One of you should take the inbreed shite to the infirmary before his entire body becomes frostbitten." One of the 7th years, who is standing in front of her, is about to ask what she had just done, but quickly backs off at the absolutely savage and feral look in her eyes. He then nods his head and walks past her and throws Nott's unconscious body over his shoulder and makes his way out. Daphne then turns to the other 3 peons and growls, "Run, rabbits, or I'll hunt you next." The others take off towards the exit, pushing each other out of the way to get away from Daphne faster. Daphne then stares coldly at the rest of the room for a second, but then storms off towards the girls' dorm. Her sister and Tracy quickly follow her silently. Once they reach the room that Tracy and Daphne were supposed to be sharing this year, Daphne throws herself onto the extra bed and a hellish growl bubbles in her chest. Tracy and Astoria sit on the other bed and remain silent for a few minutes, waiting for Daphne to calm herself down. Soon after, another growl come out from Daphne, causing the other two girls to wince at the sound. By Morgana, I'll crush him, then toss his remains into then wind. Then after I'll drag his soul to the deepest pits of hell. The other two girls' eyes widen. Then Tracy exclaims loudly, "What the was that, Daph?" Daphne's breath soon evens out and then sits up to look at the two other girls. They for only a moment see a slitted glowing crimson pupil. Daphne reaches for lock of her hair and twirls it on her finger, still looking pissed but with hint of embarrassment, and replies, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, you two. But Umbra despise any male that is seen as a threat touch us." The two other girls in the room look at each other in confusion. Then they turn back to Daphne and ask as unison, "Who?" Daphne smiles in pride, then stands up and walks over to the vanity mirror and sits down. She tilts her head from one side to the other in thought. Umbra is the name Harry gave my animagus form. The other two look even more shocked as mouths drop. But before they can ask any more question, Daphne asks seriously, "What do you two think? Should I put it in a bun, a simple ponytail, or maybe an elegant braid?" This pulls the two girls from their stupor, and Tracy exclaims, "You can't just spring on us that you have an animagus form, then completely change the subject to your hair." Daphne turns her head to looks at her best friends with innocent eyes and a slight pout. "Oh, and why not at this moment? This topic seemed much more important since I have a date tonight with Harry." Astoria squeals in joy and proceeds to hug her older sister. Daphne is surprised but hugs Astoria back nonetheless. Her features soften as the younger girl starts to ask questions about Harry and how he is as a boyfriend. Tracy is absolutely shocked at the massive change in her best friend and then thinks to herself, "What the hell, for as long as I have known her, Daph has never pouted or even cared about things like her hair. In the last day, I seen her smile more than even the last 4 years combined. Then there is that thing with Not was even more brutal and ruthless than anything she has ever done before." Tracy's thoughts are then interrupted by Daphne asking, "So what are you thinking about so hard, Trace?" Tracy shakes her head and focuses on the two sisters still on the floor looking at her in curiosity. "Right now, just trying to wrap my head around the new personality, Daph." Daphne smiles while her sister snickers behind her hand, much to Tracy's bewilderment. Astoria then replies cheekily, "That's because Daphne has gotten back her emerald-eyed prince and is no longer grumpy." Daphne huffs at her sister, then pokes her the side, causing the girl to squeak and jump off her. Daphne then stands back up and brushes her skirt of dust. Then she sits back at the vanity. "Tori, you aren't funny, and I wasn't that bad." The other two look at each other with a raised eyebrow and reply at the same time in a sarcastic tone, "Sure you weren't." Both of them start laughing when Daphne glares at them, then huffs in annoyance. She soon refocuses on her hair. She contemplates silently for a bit, then pulls out an emerald green ribbon to weave around in her ponytail. Daphne stands up and does a small twirl, and her ponytail falls softly over her shoulder. "Well, what do you two think?" The other two nod in approval, and Astoria comments, "You look very pretty, sis. Harry is going to love it." Daphne nods and walks past them, gently patting her sister's head as she walks by to the door. As Daphne walks out of the common room, she ignores the students that are left gawking behind her. Tracy and Astoria watch in amusement as some of the girls glare in jealousy, then smack their boyfriends in the back of the head of the arm to get their attention. The two girls snicker at this. Then Astoria speaks up for everyone in the common room to hear. "You do realize my sister is dating Leafy, right? And I'm guessing most of you saw or already heard about what she did to Not. So unless you think you can take on some that may or may not have access to Morgana Leafry's knowledge, I wish you luck." With that, the two girls head out to follow Daphne, leaving a room of pale faces. Tracy and Astoria quickly catch up to Daphne as they make their way toward finding their boyfriends. Back with the boys at the Black Lake, Navile and Draco are on their back groaning. The twins are surprisingly still standing, even if barely, with some small bruises starting to appear. While Blaze is face first in the ground, the only reason they know he is alive is because of the slight twitching. Harry's breath is heavy and looks to be standing on his last leg as well. The twins glance at each other, then charge at him. Harry braces himself, and when Fred throws a right hook, Harry grabs his fist, then with his other hand grabs Fred's arm and spins him into his brother. Both twins tumble to the ground in a pile of limbs, panting heavily, unable to get back up. Harry watches for a few seconds, and when none of his opponents look to be trying to stand back up, Harry falls to the ground on his ass, his arms planted behind him to keep him from falling onto his back. His breath is ragged in exhaustion, then grins at everyone. Well, that was fun. Who's up for round two? A chorus of no is heard around him, and Blaze tiredly lifts his arm to flip him the bird, before his arm fall back to the ground as another groan comes from him. Blaze flips himself onto his back after 4 failed attempts. He then wheezes out, "Whose bright idea was this again?" Draco winces and answers, "It was Hadrian's idea to have a light spar, but it was your idea ahead like a bloody griff, simply because," and I quote, "his godfather is a mutt for what he is doing with my mother." I mean, really, that is the stupidest thing I ever heard. You don't see me picking a fight with Snape. Neville groans as he tries to sit up and glare at Draco. "Hey, I resent that remark, Weasel. Not all griffs run without thinking." Draco scoffs at that, then returns the glare and growls, "I swear the next person that calls me that is getting cursed." A feminine voice rings out behind with a bell-like laugh. "Who are you going to curse, baby weasel?" Draco snaps his head back and glares at the voice, only to pale at the devilish grin spread across Daphne's face. "You know that's not much of a glare you got there, Dracy. Now, why would you want to go pick a fight with Professor Snape?" She then looks around and sees all the guys in different states of exhaustion, but turns her head when she hears Draco speak. "What was that, Draco? I didn't hear you." Draco looks at Daphne, amused, grins, grumbles, a bit more than say louder for everyone in the clearing to hear. "For the last week, Snape has been somewhat seeing my mother. Happy now." The clearing is shocked and then starts to snicker at that unfortunate news. Draco groans again and falls into a heap at this, muttering thoughts of revenge. Daphne then walks over to Harry, Tracy ran over to check on Blaze, and Astoria walked over to Draco and decided to start poking him with her wand in a few different spots. This causes the boy to lazily swipe at her, much to everyone's amusement. Daphne grins down at her boyfriend and lover, who is looking up at her with his lopsided smile. She then leans down to press a soft kiss on his lips. "So it looks like you all beat each other up pretty good." Harry shrugs, then grabs her hand and pulls her gently into his lap. Daphne squirms and wiggles to get comfy. Then the group of 5th years plus 2 7th years start talking until the sun starts to set in the horizon. Dinner was a slow affair, with the only eventful thing being Harry telling Umbridge to go eat flies, and he will not be starting his detentions until the school year actually starts. She looked about ready to shout at him when she all of a sudden dropped into her plate of food. Her snores, interestingly enough, sounded like a croaking toad. Later that night, Daphne had to forcefully drag Harry from the castle after hearing what Not had said and tried to do. Daphne grinned sadistically and told him the spell she had used, and Harry soon sported the very same sadistic type grin. He then firmly kissed her on the lips in the middle of the common room. Everyone wisely chose not to say anything at all. Once the couple got to the mouth of the forest, the two transformed into Tails and Umbra. Umbra walks up to Tails and licks his nose, then turns, letting her tail brush his muzzle, and bolts into the forest that is in front of them. A foxy grin stretches across Tails' muzzle as he chases after the hellhound. A few minutes of running in the forest, Umbra looks behind her, thinking that Tails is casing her. However, she doesn't see the kitsune anywhere around. She stops and looks around slowly, taking all the sights and smell in. But as soon as Umbra stops, Tails pounces and tackles her to the ground. Umbra looks up at the kitsune's proud expression and rolls her eyes. She then uses her tail to wrap around his left back leg as revenge and flips them. Tails very much shocked by this, while the hellhound that is now standing above him has a very smug look. As she leans down to nuzzle the side of his neck, Umbra then tilts her head back and gives a loud howl in victory before continuing to nuzzle her mate's neck. She softly nips at the skin under his black and silver fur. Tails, for his part, softly licks the side of her head. The moon slowly lifts higher into the black starlit sky, and soon both animals are bathed in its light. Umbra is no longer on top of Tails, but laying on the ground with the kitsune. Their tails intertwined. Tails' head is resting on top of his and Umbra's paws, while Umbra has her head in the croak of his neck. Both sigh in content and then close their eyes to fall into a restful sleep. Both powerful animals, fully exhausted from their playful run through the forest and at peace under the full moon above them. Your longest chapter to date. Good job, me. Anyways, hope it was worth the wait, and check out all the other chapters. There's a bit more content. and lots of edits. Anyways, till next chapter, read and review. I like them. It makes writing this story worthwhile. Lumicide is Finnish for snowfall. Roughly umbra is Latin for shadow. Chapter 21. So here we are, the next chapter of this story. I was hoping to have this done for when I hit 1,000 follows, which is honestly better than I thought I would ever hit. But unfortunately, life has better shit since June, and I have been having trouble coming with ideas, and I have been having inspiration for 3 other stories, so look at the end of the chapter for an idea of what they sow without anything. The next chapter. Disclaimer. All Harry Potter related stuff in this is owned by J. Not me. If I did, I would be traveling around the world with no worries at all. Chapter 21. The sun shines through the leaves of the thick forest, causing the 2 animals to stir from their peaceful slumber. They both stretch out their tired limbs and yawn. Tails then licks Umbra's nose in greeting before transforming back into his human form. He grins as he crouches down, then scratches behind Umbra's ear and kisses the top of her head. Umbra rolls her eyes at him before pouncing and pushing Harry to the ground. She then gives him a long lick from his jaw to his faded lightning bolt scar. Umbra then noozles into Harry's shoulder and huffs. Harry then mock glares at the mischievous glint in Umbra's eyes as she turns back into Daphne, who is now saddling Harry's waist, while her hands are firmly on his chest. She then leans down to kiss him passionately as Harry tightly wraps his arms around her waist to bring her even closer to him. After a few minutes, the couple then breaks for some much-needed air. Daphne then stands up and then holds out her right hand for him. Harry then reaches out to her with his right hand. As they touch, there is a soft glow of emerald green for Daphne and a midnight sapphire for Harry surrounding their clawed finger. Once Harry gets back to his feet, he then holds out his right arm and asks in a soft voice, "May I escort my fallen beauty to the Great Hall for breakfast?" Daphne looks at Harry and blushes lightly. She then smiles coyly before wrapping both arms around his offered one, then answers, "Thank you, my Black Prince." Harry chuckles while Daphne giggles as they make their way back towards the castle. In the infirmary, Nott groans in pain as he begins to stir, as the boy begins to regain consciousness and open his eyes slowly. He then shudders and tries to hide from the bright light of the sun, shining from the windows directly into his eyes. Nott's attention is soon taken by the voice of Madame Pomfrey. "Ah, Mr. Nott, welcome back to the land of the living." Nott groans, then growls out in a raspy voice, "What happened? Where am I?" Madame Pomfrey clicks her tongue in annoyance as she runs a diagnostic charm on the young man. "I'm actually not really sure. The 2 students that had brought you to the infirmary didn't say anything. They just dropped onto a bed and ran out as quickly as they could." She then looks down at the boy with a very stern expression that promises pain if he doesn't answer truthfully. "Now tell me what happened. And you better be entirely truthful to me, Mr. Nott, because I have just spent the last 24 hours thawing 2 layers of skin from your entire body." Before Nott can even open his mouth to reply, Snape's cold and silky voice is heard on his other side. "Yes, I'm also very interested to hear about this as well, since none of my snakes are saying anything on this subject." Nott pales for a second, then growls out in anger, "That greengrass bitch did something to me. She needs to be taught a lesson to learn her place in this society." Both adults look at Nott with hidden disgust, but it is Madame Pomfrey that is the first to bite out. 30 points from Slytherin. 1 week's detention with Mr. Filch for disrespecting A and planning to do harm to a student. Now you are fine to leave, so please get out. Nott scowls at her, but keeps silent while seething at the healer in front of him. Snape then grabs Nott by the arm and drags him out of the infirmary. Snape remains silent as he drags the boy towards his office. Nott keeps his head down to hide his anger as he thinks of what he is going to do as revenge towards Daphne. As the 2 come to Snape's office, he pushes Nott into a seat in front of his desk, then moves to the other side and sits as well. Snape then drawls out with a hint of irritation, "So Nott, tell me what exactly happened that you ended up in the medical wing for 24 hours? Nott looks at Snape and glares heatedly. He then yells out in fury, "I already told you Daphne Greengrass attacked me when I reminded her of our marriage contract and to stop flirting with that wannabe half-blood." Snape's eyes never lose their hardness, or as he listens to the boy rant. He then finally replies, "I see. However, be that as it may, I can already see what will happen to you if you keep acting like an idiotic Gryffindor." Nott continues to glare even more intensely at the professor in front of him. He then grits his teeth and speaks through them slowly. "She is contracted to me, not some jumped-up weak half-blood." Snape sighs in exasperation. He then gives up and waves him off in a silent dismissal with a simple, "Very well, but I will not be protecting you or am responsible for your actions. If Leafy or Greengrass decides to hang you from one of the towers due to your own stupidity, I will not help you. Nott stands straight up and slams his hands onto the desk in front of him and hisses out, "Our Lord will be hearing about this, and he will help me get that bitch after I offer her to him." Nott then turns on his heel and leaves Snape's office. As soon as the door closes, Snape conjures a crystal glass and then pours a heavy drink of fire whiskey. He then gulps it down and rubs the bridge zero of his nose, then mutters to himself. That dunderhead doesn't even realize that the girl is no longer a Greengrass and that the stupid contract is null and void. Snape then picks up his Slytherin student schedules. He then heads towards the Great Hall. A little while later, as Snape approaches the main entrance leading to the Great Hall, he sees both Hadrian and Daphne talking in whispers while laughing together. Snape then strides over to the two of them and calls their attention. The couple looks over to the potions professor, and Daphne greets him with a polite smile before saying, "Good morning, Professor. How are you today?" Snape nods his head in acceptance before replying, "And to you as well, Ms. Lumosade." Daphne grins slyly at her head of house. She then elbows her boyfriend in the ribs and gives him a pointed look. Hadrian grunts in pain before holding out his hand to Snape. "Look, Professor, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot, and I want to apologize for defending my mind a little more harshly than I should have. However, let us put that behind us and at least try to be civil, even if it's just around Daphne here." Snape looks shocked at Hadrian's statement, but takes the offered hand anyways. Harry then pulls Snape closer and whispers into Snape's ear, "If any of your charges harm Daphne, I promise you after I finish with them, I will come for you, just like you sent Voldemort after my family." Harry then steps back and grins at Snape, who looks to be getting paler. Harry then, in a normal cheery voice, says, "Have a good day, Professor. We will see you in the Great Hall, and I look forward to your first lesson." The two teens then walk past him. The only sounds Snape hears are the footfalls as they make their way to the Great Hall. As the two continue towards the Great Hall, Daphne shakes her head at her boyfriend, but she then notices that he has stopped in the middle of hallway, his head tilted in curiosity. Harry then turns into a different direction and walks for a few minutes before he comes to a pale blonde-haired girl that is staring absently at the ceiling. Harry stands beside the blonde Ravenclaw and stares up at the ceiling as well. A few minutes later of quiet surrounds the three till Harry gets bored and turns his head to look at the younger girl and asks, "So as fascinating as this is, why are we staring up at the ceiling?" The girl blinks, then stares at Harry dreamily. "Oh, hello, Prince Leafy." Harry raises an eyebrow at the girl while Daphne looks rather amused. Harry then waves the title off and answers, "You know you are the first to ever greet me with that title." The young Ravenclaw tilts her head in confusion. "Oh, I wonder why. I had thought that it was common knowledge that Leafy was one of 3 immortal and royal houses." Daphne then speaks up for the first time. "Well, Luna, the only Leafy that was well known was Morgana." Luna then taps her chin with a finger in thought, then she nods her head in acceptance before she replies, "Yes, I suppose you're right. Anyways, I'm terribly sorry for my rudeness. My name is Luna Lovegood. It's nice to meet you." Luna then does a small curtsy. Harry simply chuckles, then takes her hand and lightly ghosts his lips on her hand and responds smoothly, "Please call me Harry." "Now, why were you looking so intently at the ceiling?" Luna stares at him for a moment, then shrugs in an uncaring manner. "The Nargles seem to have taken my shoes and some of my clothes once again." Both Harry and Daphne look at her curiosity, but Harry is the first to answer. Yes, Nargles are rather playful creatures. However, it is strange why they would take clothes. They usually like to hide things that are shiny." Luna's eyes widen a fraction in shock at hearing that piece of information. Daphne then moves in front of her and hugs the younger girl. She then asks in a soft voice, "Luna, are they still taking your stuff?" Luna stiffens at that, but then she relaxes into Daphne's warm embrace and nods her head. Daphne rubs her back, then helps lead the girl to go get some breakfast. She then shoots a look to Harry of icy fury that screams for retribution. Harry just nods his head to her and gives off a sharp whistle. Candidam soon emerges from Harry's shadow and then perches on his shoulder. Harry looks into his familiar's eyes and whispers with a barely contained fury, "Find the girl's stolen belongings and those responsible." The raven gives a sharp nod and trills softly, then takes off as Harry heads to the Great Hall. As Daphne and Luna enters the Great Hall, the small amount of students sitting at all 4 tables is silent as they see the famed Ice Princess of Slytherin holding Loony Lovegood's shoulder. However, before anyone can ask any questions, they all see her icy death glare set on the Ravenclaw table. The two girls then sit at the Slytherin table, and Luna looks around nervously. None of the students say anything, whether that is in fear of the very cold and promise of sufferings that Daphne's eyes show, or just not caring is undetermined. Daphne sees Luna's nervousness and then pats her on the back. The girl just smiles tightly and starts to eat just as Harry enters the hall with Astoria following right behind him. They then head over to where Daphne and Luna are seated. As Astoria sees Luna sitting beside her sister, she then looks towards her sister and in silent understanding holds out her hand. "Hi, I'm Astoria Greengrass, Daphne's sister, so who are you?" Luna looks at Astoria for a second, then returns the smile with a small one of her own. "Luna Lovegood, it's nice to meet you, Astoria." Recognition dawns on Astoria's face as she starts to talk. "Oh, you're that girl in Ravenclaw that some say is strange. But honestly, I could never understand why that is. I mean, Harry here is real snake charmer because he can talk to snakes. And my sister has always been able to hide both her thoughts and emotions even from the best legitimacy users." Astoria then leans in close to Luna and in a mock whisper says, "Want to know a secret? I think only the best of us are really strange." Luna's eyes widen, then she starts giggling uncontrollably and is soon followed by Astoria, while Harry and Daphne roll their eyes at the two, but the matching smiles show their pride in Astoria's simple thought on this matter. As breakfast comes to an end, Professor Umbridge waddles down and stands behind Harry, her fake toad-like smile as she speaks. "Mr. Potter, I would like to remind you that you have a detention with me tonight, and no excuses this time." Harry smirks as he stands up and looks her in the eye as he speaks. "It's Lafey Rupicana, but sure, I have nothing planned for tonight." With that, he brushes past the hideous pink abomination. A feral grin crosses his features for a split second, then vanishes. As he leaves, Daphne, Astoria, and Luna follow him. The later two girls are in discussions on different animals and their locations. Daphne stifles a grin at her sister, getting along so well with Luna. The three girls soon reach and enter the library. Astoria grins and waves at Miss Pants, who then gives a small smile and a little wave back. Daphne looks at her sister questioningly, who then just shrugs and quietly says, "Peace and quiet." Daphne nods her head in understanding. To this day, she still firmly believes her sister should have been a Ravenclaw, but then clenches her fist at the thought of Cygnus only accepting Slytherin. She then releases her tightened fist and takes a deep breath, then grins at her father's stupidity at making an invalid contract for her and inadvertently freeing Astoria by making a contract for Malfoy. Although, she muses, if this had happened last year, I would have neutered the ferret and left him in the Forbidden Forest for all the beasties to feast on. Astoria pales slightly at the feral grin her sister has as her canine grows a small bit. She then squeaks out, "Daphne, you spend much time with Harry." Daphne breaks out of her musings and looks down at her sister while asking innocently, "Why do you say that, Tori?" Astoria gives her a deadpan look and then answers, "Because, sister, you were just grinning like a wild animal stalking its prey." Daphne continues to look innocent and responds, "I don't know what you were talking about. Now come on, I see my kid soon." Both younger girls look at Daphne, then shake their heads, not wanting to debate over this. As Daphne walks behind Harry, she starts to lightly rub his shoulders. Harry groans lightly at Daphne's ministrations, which causes the girl to softly laugh. She then leans down to kiss the top of his head, then moves to sit beside him. She pulls the book he was reading and opening it herself. Harry turns and looks at her, then asks, "Not that I'm complaining, love, but what was that piece of heaven for?" Daphne looks him in the eye, then lightly smiles and replies with a shrug, "Felt like it. Can I do that?" Harry smirks, then grabs her legs and pulls her chair closer and whispers in her ear, "You know that you can touch me whenever and however you want. I was just curious if there was a special reason for it." Daphne lightly blushes at her boyfriend's insinuation, but then grins coyly and chirps happily, "I might take you up on that offer later. But nope, there was no special reason beside you looking tense." Astoria soon gets bored at her sister and Harry's blatant flirting and asks, "So is there a reason we are in the library?" The couple breaks eye contact with each other to look at Astoria. Harry then simply replies, "Well, yeah, we are having a meeting with the others to touch base and talk about what happened after we had disappeared." Luna and Astoria look at the couple in mild confusion, but before they are even able to ask, Tracy, Blaise, and Draco sit down at the table. Draco is the first that notices Luna, however, before he can ask what she is doing here. Astoria then kicks him in the shin under the table and gives him a cold glare that dares him to say something stupid to her new friend. The look once again strangely reminds him of her older sister. Draco sees the glare that promises pain and wisely keeps quiet. The group stays relatively quiet, with the only sound coming from a pages being turned from the book both Harry and Daphne are reading together. A few minutes later, a twin call of good morning is soon heard. The group sitting at the table looks towards the sound and see the Weasley twins smiling cheerfully and Neville Longbottom behind them rubbing his hands gently. Harry looks at the Longbottom heir with a raised eyebrow and asks, "What's with Longbottom?" The twins' identical grin grows even bigger then with a mocking bow, and they say together, "Well, Dark Prince, our dear little brother called you a traitor to the Potter name." So little Neville here cold cocked him in the nose. Rather amusing, really. Harry looks at Neville in shock before he softly chuckles at this, then stands up holding out his hand. "Harry Potter Black, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Heir Longbottom." Neville shyly takes the offered hand and meekly says, "Please, Neville is just fine, Prince Leafy." Harry raises an eyebrow, but then chuckles. "Very well, but call me Harry. I'm not that much of a fan of formalities if it is not needed." Harry then rubs his chin in thought as Neville shyly nods his head. "However, we will have to work on that confidence of yours." Harry then sits back down and is soon followed by the three lions in front of him. "All right, now before we begin, I would like to introduce you to Luna Lovegood. She's a new friend, and I hope you all treat her as one of us." The three Slytherins and lions nod at Luna in greeting, and Harry coughs to get all their attentions. Now before we actually talk about our lovely summers and the training that the adults gave you guys in more detail, I will say this. Everyone watches Harry and waits for him to continue while he decides how he wants to say the next bit. "We will need to recruit more people, not to the Ravengers, but to help deal with the temper tantrum that Voldemort is having. Also, from what I have heard, Remus was the only real competent defense teacher you have all had. And this year looks no better with a walking Pepto-Bismol bottle that wouldn't know a wand from a stick in the ground." Fred looks confused and then asks, "What's a Pepto-Bismol bottle?" Harry waves him off, saying, "A muggle thing that's pink and helps with digestion. Now let's start this thing off. So what happened when we were carted off by Dumbledore? Rupacana. Finish for Toad." So like I said at the beginning, I had inspiration lately for 3 different stories. However, at this moment, I'll only be posting one more. The first choice was inspired by Thayer Blue One's story Curse of the Ryugan, so it will be a Naruto/Tenjo Tenge crossover. The pairing will be Naruto's Hinatax Maya. It won't be a harem. Naruto will have 2 bloodlines, one being his mom's chains, and I'll be giving the Namikaze the Dragon Fist, which is the main character Nagi Suchiro's ability from Tenjo Tenge. The second option is a different fairy tale story. The pairing will be Nada Smirage. The basic story is that Natsu is the same age as Laxus, Mira, and Urza, and a Sky God Slayer instead of a Fire Dragon Slayer. The power of the Sky God Slayer in the best way is merging the Vongala rings from Kyuka Hitman Reborn. With this different magic, I'll be giving him a brother-sister relationship with Wendy, so he will meet her once Grandini disappears, and a rivalry with Laxus. The third and final story idea I have so far is Akame Ga Kill. The pairing will be Tatsumix's death, however I might have it as Akame as well later on. The big point of this story is that I don't think I have seen this one done before, but Tatsumi is the first son of the Emperor, but the Prime Minister ordered his assassination because he knows that Tatsumi will never be manipulated. He already has a Taigu, which is one of the 3 royal imperial arms called Tsukumi, the illusionary blade. Tatsumi was saved by an old general and trained to get his revenge on the people that wronged him, his country, and have turned his little brother into a puppet. These are just the idea basics, so I'll be putting a poll up, and hopefully by mid-month, I'll have an idea of what one you the readers want me to start on. So review the chapter and either vote on the poll that is on my profile or PM please. Chapter 22. It's long awaited, but here it is, Chapter 22. I truly hope that it was worth the wait and helps explain what happened for some of the summer. Chapter 22. Draco looks around and sees everyone looking at him, so with a sigh, he then starts by explaining about going to the Greengrass Manor, hoping to rescue Daphne and picking up Astoria. Daphne raises an eyebrow, then nods, and gives him a tiny smile as her thanks for the caring thought. Draco shrugs embarrassingly, then continues to explain how Cygnus had hired to hire some mercs to hunt down Daphne, and that 2 of them told him no. Harry nods at this, then goes on to explain. "Yes, we had heard that Michael and Raphael had gone there at someone's request." The group of students, except for Daphne, looks at him in confusion. The Draco asks questioningly. Who are they? Harry actually looks up from his book and answers like it's nothing big. They are another two of the 5 highest-ranking members of Celestial. Michael is Luciferal's actually little brother and the Master of Fire. And Raphael, all I know for sure is he's insanely smart and enjoys research and development. And he is a master of wind and air. Harry shrugs as almost everyone has their jaws open. The group then looks at Daphne, who is calmly filing her nails while leaning into Harry's side. As for the other two, we did meet them during our little adventure over summer. Daphne examines her nails for a second before looking at the group and nods her, then taps at her chin in thought. Yes, I believe they wear Dimitri the Butcher and Han of the Quiet Wind. The others stare at the couple in silent shock for a minute, then Darko exclaims, "How did you two manage to get away?" Mom said they felt to be almost as strong as Dumbledore. Daphne and Harry both shrug at the same time, and Daphne answers, "They were looking for Daphne Elisa Greengrass. By the time they found us, I had already changed my name to Daphne Alexis Lumicide. Granted, they did try to grab me, but luckily my new friend felt my distress, and fear then sent him to a watery grave. Han saw this and got the out of there." Luna, who has remained quiet this whole time, and simply observed, nods and smiles dreamily, then says, "Lumicide, it's a fitting name for a mistress of water and ice." Daphne and Harry turn to look at each other, then back to Luna in surprise as Daphne asks, "Luna, how do you know that?" Luna tilts her head absently and simply replies dreamily, "That has generally always been what the witches that take Gabriel's mark have been masters of." The 2 angel apprentices' eyes widen at her comment, then Harry asks in confusion, "Luna, how do you know Daph here has the mark of Gabriel?" Luna's dreamy look starts to slip away, but still she replies truthfully, "That is because I can it in her magic. Just like I can't see Luciferal's mark on you." Luna's dreamy look then completely slips away as she lowers her head and looks at the ground, quietly waiting for these people to start calling her loony as well. A few minutes of silence besides the shuffling sounds of chair later, Luna then feels 2 sets of arms wrapped around her. When she finally looks up, the first thing she sees is Harry leaning on the table in front of her with his arms crossed, a smirk softy playing on his lips. Luna then looks to both sides of herself and sees Daphne standing with her arms wrapped comfortingly around her head and neck, while Astoria is hugging her tightly. The younger girl then feels a hand on her shoulder and looks up to the face of Neville Longbottom, smiling rather shyly at her. The shy lion then speaks quietly, "I'm Neville Longbottom, and I hope we can be friends." Luna then smiles brightly and nods her head as well as she can, with Daphne still holding her. She then turns her attention back to Harry, who looks to be searching for something. As Harry looks at Luna lost in thought, he then hears the soft trill of his familiar Candidam. As the raven once again raises itself from his shadow, he briefly glances at her in what some would consider a silent conversation. Harry then nods at the raven before he turns his attention back to Luna and says, "You know, the ability to see both aura and magic is incredibly rare." Luna once again lowers her head in mild shame and then nods softly. Harry then reaches out and rubs her head affectionately while smiling softly. "It must be tough controlling it, and even tougher dealing with everyone thinking you're insane. However, we're your friends now, and we will help in any way we can. So cheer up and smile." "Ugh." Luna once again nods her head rapidly and then glances up. She then gasps loudly as she bows her head in respect. "Forgive my rudeness, my lady. I didn't know you were here." Everyone looks at her in some form of confusion till Harry and Daphne see who the girl is bowing to. The couple then starts to laugh softly. Candidam then trills happily at the respect being shown and flies over to Luna's shoulder and nudges her cheek to help cheer her up. Luna then starts to giggle lightly at how soft Candidam's feathers are. After the raven elicits a giggle from Luna, she trills again before going back to Harry's shoulder as he says to her, "It seems she has taken a liking to you, Luna. You should feel proud. Only a very small handful of people can say the same." After he says that, he turns his attention to the other, who still look to be in shock. Harry sighs and then addresses them all. "All right, enough getting distracted. I want to know what exactly happened after you got back from the Greengrass Manor." Draco crosses his arms and leans back into his chair. "Well," as Narcissa appears in front of the Black Home with both Draco and Astoria, who doesn't look at all pleased to be here. The 3 soon enter the house and are instantly greeted by Remus, who quickly ushers them upstairs and into the family quarters. During this walk, Remus explains how Molly is very pissed that she and her family still can't enter really anywhere besides the basement, kitchen, and main entrance, or that Ron can no longer even leave the basement. Astoria looks around with a slight confusion and asks quietly, excuse me, but where are exactly and why haven't I seen any Death Eaters yet?" Remus then looks at the young girl questioningly, but before he can correct her, Draco stands in between the two and takes her hand softly. "I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to explain earlier, but we have no affiliation with the Death Eaters or Dumbledore whatsoever. Actually, none of us, but most likely Harry, Daphne, and Sirius know what the endgame is. But to put it simply, we lied to your father so we could get you away from him and help lighten your sister's worries." Astoria nods and removes her hand from his, then continues to follow behind both Remus and Narcissa. Draco sighs heavily, then follows after everyone. As the group continues to walk in silence, they all continue to think of what could have possibly happened to Daphne and Harry. As they reach the family area, they see Tonks and the twins lounging about, lazily and talking in general. The four new arrivals sit with them, and Narcissa then tells them everything that had happened. Afterwards, Tonks nods and comments on the situation they find themselves in. Alright, so Daphne wasn't taken back home by Fawkes. So now the question becomes, where is she? And is she safe? Everyone then turns and looks at Remus, who scratches his chin in deep thought. Yes, I think she is, if she isn't back at the Greengrass Manor. The others look at him with some doubt, but can only really take his word for it. Remus then looks over at the new person with them and addresses her for the first time. "Hello. Astoria, right?" Astoria nods with a trace of a blush and then says, "Hello, Professor Lupin. It's nice to see you again." Remus waves the title off and says sadly, "I'm no longer your professor, so please just call me Remus, or like the rest of the Ravengers, Moony." Astoria nods shyly, but then rebukes, "You were the best dada teacher we have had according to almost all of the student body. Also, a lot of the females had a crush on you." Remus just gapes at her, then looks away and mumbles, "Please don't tell Sirius that. That man won't ever let me live it down." The whole room then starts to laugh at that. Narcissa quickly gets the room's attention before they go off base again by saying, "Well, it also seems that Cygnus has also tried to hire some mercenaries to try and locate Daphne." Everyone's eyes widen in surprise and a little worry at this revelation, but Remus replies rather calmly, "That shouldn't be a problem if they are with who I think they are with." The rest of the group looks at him in confusion, but he simply waves it off as he says, "We have a few hours till dinner, so I suggest we continue with your mediation and searching for your cores. Astoria, you will be going with Narcissa, so she can help you with some spell work while I guess I have to start brewing more of that potion." The teens nod and sit crossed-legged to begin their meditation, while Astoria follows Narcissa. A few hours later, Creature appears and announces that dinner is ready for them. The group acknowledges the elf and start to head down to the dining room, while preparing for a shit show. As the group enters the dining room, they see that the Weasley group minus Ron already sitting down and eating their dinner. When Molly looks up and sees the new occupants of the dining room, she glares at them, then says loudly, "What are you all still doing here? This is now the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, and you're not a part of it. So leave this minute." Narcissa raises a delicate eyebrow in mock surprise, while the Weasley twin face palm at their mother complete stupidity, wondering not for the first time if their grandmother had dropped her on her head one too many times as an infant. The others completely ignore the banshee and sit down just as plates of food appear in front of them. Narcissa then responds coolly after sitting down herself, "How foolish. You seem to be mistaken. After all, I have taken over the wards and ownership of this house, after my cousin being thrown into Azkaban without any evidence. But I guess that really isn't the point. The point is, however, that I don't care what Dumbledore has to say. Cross me, and I'll toss you all out onto the streets where you all belong." Before Molly can say anything, Ortha covers her mouth and apologizes as Narcissa levels a death glare at them. Molly reluctantly sits back down and stays silent, while inwardly planning to have Dumbledore remove these Death Eaters from the house. The remainder of dinner is a quiet affair till the Weasley group starts to stand. Narcissa says, "By the way, as my cousin had told you a few days ago, you will be helping Creature, and by that I mean you will do whatever he tells you to do. If he tells me you are not pulling your weight, I will lock you in the basement with your disgusting son. Furthermore, I expect you to start paying rent. I think 100 galleons a month each seems fair." With that, she stands and starts to leave, followed by the rest of the little group. They leave the Wesleys and Hermione standing in the dining room gaping like fish. After Draco's explanation, Fred just shrugs and then says, "At first they fought it, but once Narcissa banished Dumbledore from the house permanently and then put our mother in lockdown in the basement with our baby brother. They got the message, and then the rest fell into line incredibly quick." George nods at this, then says, "The only real problem was when Bellatrix stopped by with Sirius and Neville here, tried to attack her with Hermione and our baby sister joining in." Draco actually laughs at that memory as he comments, "Yeah, I especially liked it when Aunt Bella started taunting them all, then used Granger as a human shield against your sister Bat-Bogey curse. Then got bored and stunned the other two before dropping your sister outside on the steps, then dragging Neville's limp body up to the family area." Neville blushes crimson at that and mutters, "She's not so bad. We had a heart-to-heart. I forgave her. Strange thing is she even hugged me and continually apologized while she rocked me side to side." Harry and Daphne trade grins, holding back their snickers as Harry says, "Yabella is awesome and actually a very warm and somewhat kind person. She was just put into a situation she couldn't handle by herself where she broke, unfortunately. She did help me, Daphne, with our fighting styles and our animal forms. But moving on for now. How was the training that the others put you, though?" All of them that were involved from the beginning shrug, and Draco responds, "It was incredibly brutal, but we think that we did all right, and at the very least we completed our transformations by the end of it." The couple nods, but then Harry scowls while Daphne grins smugly. "Yes, you had mentioned that. I'm honestly very disappointed in you, Draco. You really let my faith in you down, mate." Daphne lightly smacks his arm playfully, then says, "Well, I'm proud of the twins. I knew they wouldn't ever let me down." Everyone looks at the couple with varying looks of confusion, then Neville asks, "What are you two taking about?" The couple smiles at each other, then Daphne sticks her tongue out at him as she winks playfully. Harry sighs, then shakes his head in both amusement and exasperation as he answers, "It's simple really. We bet on who would achieve their Animagus form first out of these three. Winner got to cuddle with the loser Animagus. Needless to say, I lost." Understanding soon dawns on everyone's face while the twins start to snicker. They then say as one, "Actually, we weren't the first to achieve our forms. That honor goes to the lovely and incredibly talented witch, Astoria Greengrass, and her form, a white-tailed hawk." Daphne laughs joyously and hugs her little sister tightly as she gives a mock glare, causing the younger girl to blush as Daphne asks, "Why didn't you tell me you had a form? I would have invited you to come out and play with me and Harry, and then we could have brought our familiars as well." Astoria ducks her head and blushes brighter as she mumbles, "Sorry, sister, it just kinda slipped my mind. I was more happy to see that you were okay and safe." Daphne nods, then hugs your sister again, as Draco asks both Daphne and Harry, "So what happened with you two during the summer?" Harry just shrugs as Daphne then sits beside him again and answers, "Well, as Luna had said, I acquired the Mark of Gabriel, but just like Harry, I had to swear a few different magical oaths, so I can't say more than that. After that, I was mainly shown how to use this new form of magic, and was put in a similar situation as Harry to achieve my Animagus form." She then glares playfully at Harry as he nods, then kisses her cheek as he replies, "Yes, but I remember when you did. We ended up playing in that winter desert for hours and falling asleep cuddled around each other as in a cave as the warm fire crackled in front of us." Daphne blushes as she remembers that night fondly. Harry then returns his attention to the rest. "I was pretty much in the same boat as Daphne minus the Animagus transformation till Bella showed up. Well, besides the few days in that wasteland, we mainly stayed in Finland. With the exception for those 10 days that Daphne and Gabriel dragged us to Canada for the stampede in Calgary, because Gabriel and apparently Daphne here like that kind of stuff." Daphne ducks her head sheepishly as she shrugs. She then pokes his side with a teasing smile. "Don't forget the weekend in Paris when Maria had shanghaied you into modeling for that fall fashion shoot." Harry grins, then wraps his arm around her shoulders. "Ah, yes. However, I do remember there being an incredibly wide blonde temptress modeling in every one of my shots as well." Daphne blushes lightly at the comment, but also smiles in remembrance, and she sighs. "Yes, good times." Harry chuckles softly, then brings his focus back to the people around him, who all but Luna are gaping at the couples. Harry then scratches his chin. "Anyways, in a nutshell, that was out summer." Daphne then shakes her head as she says, "You forgot one of the more important things, my love." Harry tried to loosen the green and black tie around his neck, but once again Daphne turns him to face her and fixes it for the 10th time. She softly whispers in his ear, "Stop it, and calm down at East for me. Please. Harry smiles nervously at the blonde-haired beauty in front of him as he leans down to kiss her. He then silently takes in her appearance, feeling slightly intoxicated by it. Daphne, who is wearing a dark blue strapless dress with a sweetheart neckline that hugs her figure perfectly and gracefully. The skirt stops just below the knees. She looks up into Harry's eyes and smiles. She then stands on her tiptoes and kisses him lightly on the lips as she whispers, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry softly smirks at her and then returns the kiss with one of his own before holding out his arm in a silent request. Daphne then nods and wraps both hands in his offered arm. The couple silently make their way into the ballroom. As they enter, the room goes quiet as the couple heads towards the head table where Axel Cross, his wife Maria Cross, Luciferal, and Gabriel are sitting waiting for the two of them. The couple then bows and curtsies respectfully, as Axel then stands and addresses the room. "I would like to thank everyone for coming tonight. Now, this must seem strange to have a ball at this time, but please think of it as a mix of celebrations. Because not only is it this young man's birthday, but he has also asked this beautiful young woman to marry him when they become of age, and finally, with their help, the Celestial has found new evidence of the existence of the lost city Mu." Clapping is heard across the room for a few moments, as some people are quietly whispering about the possibilities for Mu when it is actually found. Axel then raises his hands and returns a quiet order to the ballroom. "Now, without further ado, let this celebration begin." This is punctuated with more clapping, and like magic, the food appears in front of everyone. The dinner was a simple 8-ounce filet mignon with herb garlic mashed potatoes and maple glazed carrots / asparagus drizzled over the beef is a rich veal jus. After the plates are cleared away, Axel stands up to address the ball one last time. "Now that all our stomachs are full, I would like to welcome everyone to dance, mingle, drink, and most importantly, have fun." The music then starts as Axel turns to his wife, asking for a dance. While some of the others take this as their cue to ask their dates to dance, others soon start to mingle and discuss many different topics of interest. Harry stands up and turns to Daphne. Never taking his eyes off her own, he gives her an elegant bow and asks, "Would my beautiful light do me the honor of this dance?" Daphne smiles at him as she delicately places her hand into his outstretched hand, then responds, "It would be my pleasure, my handsome darkness." Harry then leads her out to the floor and twirls her. He then pulls her close as the two become lost in each other's eyes and the music. Time soon loses all meaning as the couple slowly dance in each other's arms. The trance is broken after the fourth song, and Luciferal asks Daphne for a dance, while Gabriel requests Harry to dance with her. Much later that evening, as all the ball's quests begin to leave, the two Celestials and their apprentices are sitting at a table on the far end of the room discussing the plans for August. As you both know, Bella is free and is being looked after by Raphael, and hopefully will be as good enough shape to start your training in Animagus combat by the end of the week. The two teens nod, then Daphne tries to stifle a yawn. Gabriel smirks and tells the two to go home and go to bed. As the two teens leave, Harry takes Daphne's hand and kisses it while smiling and whispers, "Thank you for this night, Daph. You have made it so much more enjoyable." He then stands up just enough to crash his lips into her own soft crimson lips in a passionate kiss, not caring who might be watching. Flashback end. All three girls give a heartfelt sigh and then excitedly ask Daphne to see the ring. While the guys start mocking playful coups at the two, they soon stop at the dark glares from both Daphne and Harry, while Daphne happily shows the three girls the ring that is hidden with a very powerful disillusionment charm and notice me, not charm. Tracy and Andustoria squeal in excitement and the thought of being able to plan a wedding in the near future. While the guys congratulate Harry, Neville and Draco are the first to pay him on the back while Blaze just shakes his hand. Luna remains quiet, not knowing any of them for very long, but is soon brought into the girls' conversation. For the rest of the afternoon, the group stays in the library till dinner, talking and quietly planning what they're going to do next. And there you have it. Please review or PM me with any questions you have, but to answer some of the few that I will mostly get. Daphne's familiar will be revealed in the next chapter, as well as the long-awaited confrontation between Harry and Umbridge. I have put a hint at what the in-game plan is somewhere in this chapter, and lastly, what Harry and Daphne call each other in the flashback has some significance to their familiars, so take a guess. Chapter 23. So here it is. I honestly can't believe that it has already been a year, and I'm shocked at how well received this story has been. When I first started this, I wanted to just do a Hafni pairing because I like it, And 'cause there weren't all that many of them, so that you from the bottom of my heart for making this so much fun to write. I hope you enjoy this chapter, as many people I'm sure have been waiting for, as Harry faces off versus Umbridge, and I hope that you like my take on it. Without further ado, enjoy. Chapter 23. Dinner was a simple affair, with Harry and Daphne bringing Luna over to the Slytherin table. At first, she was hesitant about it until Daphne takes her hand and lightly squeezes it while giving her a reassuring smile. Luna soon returns the smile and nods her head. Just as they sit down, one of the older snakes looks to be about to say something, but the ice-cold glare that promises intense suffering from Daphne shuts him up. Astoria then lightly nudges Luna's shoulder and grins at her new friend smugly. "See, told you that the snake pit wasn't so bad." Luna shrugs, but nods her head before she retorts with, "To be fair, we have two guardian angels watching us." Astoria nods at this as well, the replies cheerfully, "Yep, an angel sister for me, and a demon big brother for you." Astoria then flinches as a pea lightly hits her cheek. She looks around to see that Harry giving her a mock glare. Please don't put him in the same category as them. After all, he is the stories depict him as the father of demons, and so very much more. Harry then grins at Luna and asks rather innocently, "You don't think I'm a demon, right?" For her part, Luna covers her mouth to stifle a few giggles and quickly shakes her head side to side. Harry then shoots Astoria a smug look that shouts, "Told you so," before he goes back to eating dinner. Astoria leans in and softly whispers for only Luna to hear, "Did you notice how he didn't deny the older brother part of the comment?" This time, Luna actually bows her to refocus on her dinner and to hide the soft blush growing on her cheeks. It is later that evening when Harry had to leave the Slytherin common room for his detention with Professor Umbridge. He then grins savagely at the thoughts of what may happen tonight. He soon reaches her office and knocks on the door continually until Umbridge answers, already looking annoyed at being kept waiting and the constant knocking. "You're 10 minutes late. Maybe I should give you another week of detention." Harry just shrugs as he pushes past her and coolly responds, "I got lost, not like you people give out maps, and I've only been here 2 days." "Dumbass." Umbridge looks surprised at his response, but refrains from saying anything as she decides his detention will have the insolent boy learn his place. She then walks around her desk and sits in front of him. Before she can say anything, though, Harry asks, "So what will I be doing for detention, Professor?" Umbridge gives him one of her sickly sweet smiles as she responds, "Why, my dear child, you will be doing lines." She then reaches into her desk and pulls out a red feather quill and hands it to him. Harry raises an eyebrow at the quill, but leans over to take it from her with his right hand. As Harry takes the quill, he lightly scrapes Umbridge, drawing almost a minuscule amount of blood, and mutters something under his breath that Umbridge fails to hear. Umbridge continues to look at him with her smile still in place as Harry takes a small breath before asking, "What do you want me to write, and how many times?" If possible, Umbridge's smile become even more sickening. "How about, 'I will respect me betters'? And just until the message sinks in should be fine." Harry's eye twitches, but he starts to write on the parchment he was given. He writes it a few times before Umbridge's right hand twitches. However, she ignores it and continues to write on a separate piece of parchment. It only takes Harry writing, "I will respect my better" 2 more times before Umbridge looks at her right hand, and what she sees causes her eyes to widen, because carved into it is, "I will respect my betters." Her head snaps up, but before she can grab her wand, Harry flicks his wrist and hisses in Parseltongue, "Incarcerus." As soon as the incantation leaves his lips, thick black wire wraps and binds the pink professor to her chair. Harry then stands up, his mask of aloofness drops, and a feral smirk stretches his lips. He then leans forward. "I hope the message is beginning to sink in, cause the next time I find out you used this thing on anyone else, I'll have you crucified, then left to rot naked in the middle of Diagon Alley with a different message carved across your entire body." Harry then waves his hand, silencing the toad. Then he stabs the red quill through the piece of parchment, which cause a hole to be permanently carved into Umbridge's hand. After this, Harry turns on his heel and walks out the door, leaving the wannabe professor trapped to her chair, bleeding from her hand, and the hole seems to be going deeper and deeper and silenced. The next morning came quickly. Daphne is the first to awake this time, and looks down to see her boyfriend tightly hugging her waist while his head is nestled in her breasts, a content smile playing on his lips. She grins to herself, then transforms into Umbra. She lightly pounces on him, then starts with licking his entire face, This elicits a soft groan of displeasure at being woken up. Umbra then moves back a bit and starts to dig her nose and paws underneath him while cutely whining. Harry growls in annoyance before he rolls over and quickly wraps the playful hellhound in the blankets, and then kisses her nose before getting up and going to the washroom. As soon as Harry enters the in-suit, Umbra transforms back into Daphne and starts madly giggling to herself. Once she gets control of her giggle, she rolls out of bed, then starts to look through her bag to make sure everything is in there for the first day of classes. As the couple sits at the Ravenclaw table in front of Luna, they greet her a good morning and start to eat while ignoring everyone staring at them in shock. Luna then tells Harry to thank his familiar for getting all her stuff back and even protecting it from the Nargles. Both Harry and Daphne grin at the girl, then Harry says loudly for the table to hear, "No problem, Luna." Though Canadam says that the next person who tries might lose an eye or two. The whole table pales at that, since they all saw what had happened to the two fifth-years that tried to take her stuff and called her loony late last night. Needless to say, the entire Ravenclaw table gained a very healthy fear of the demonic-looking crow that had been perched on Luna's shoulder that night. Just as the couple finishes breakfast, Snape comes and stands behind the two and says, "Mississippi Greengrass, Mr. Potter, your schedules for the year. Also, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence after class today. The password in Ice Mice." Harry raises a brow, then takes his schedule from Snape. He quickly schemes through it, then responds absently, "It's Leafy, Professor, and not to be rude, but the hell is this? I didn't even put deviation on my choice selection." Snape stares at him coldly, but responds smoothly, "Yes, the headmaster thought it was a typo, and you meant to put it as your first choice." Daphne snorts disdainfully at this and says coldly, "Why would he want to take that fraud of a class? After all, only the lazy or incompetent simpletons take that class." Snape gives her a small glance with only a very small hint of a smirk on his lips. He then turned back to look at Harry. "Be that as it may, it is the class you have been given." Harry stares at him unblinkingly for a moment before he shrugs. Thinking he won that argument, Snape turns and leaves while his robes billow behind him. Daphne turns to face Harry, shocked that he had caved so easily to Snape. Only she sees his light smirks and rebellion shining in his eyes. Harry then leans in and whispers in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll be skipping that class and attending ancient runes with you." Daphne grins and pecks his lips. Just then the male owls fly in and drop off letters and the Daily Prophet. An owl then drops in between the couple. They see the scarlet envelope that then comes alive. Ha dash! Before the howler can even utter a single syllable, it bursts into black and emerald flames. The whole hall gasps at the display of wandless magic, except for 4 Slytherins and a Ravenclaw. Harry then stands up with Daphne at his side. The two walk over to the Gryffindor table, where the target of his current annoyance is shoveling food into his mouth like a pig from a farm with no sign of stopping. Ron looks up just in time to feel a hand push his face into his plate of half-eaten food. "Hello, Ronald. I'll be quick about this, since holding up this illusion for so many people is quite tiring. The next time your mother tries to send me a howler, I'll send her one of your body parts. I'll start with a finger, and well, I hope you get the idea. Are we clear?" Ron growls, but the pressure of Harry's grip keeps him in place. Harry then releases him and starts to walk away. Ron quickly stands up, not noticing the black and purple rose petals fade out of existence. He then pulls out his wand, but before he can even utter a spell, his wand is ripped out of his hand and into the waiting hand of Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Weasley, that is enough. That will be 25 points from Gryffindor and a week's of detention with Mr. Filch for attempting to attack an unarmed student." Ron turns as red as his hair and points at Harry and shouts, "He attacked me first, but I guess no one cares since he is famous." Professor McGonagall looks surprised at the boy's outburst, but responds coldly, "That will be another 15 points for yelling at a teacher and falsely accusing a fellow student. Mr. Leafy and Mississippi Greengrass simply came to say good morning to their friends. Which reminds me, 10 points to each of you for disregarding the house rivalries and making friends in all houses." Harry nods his head, then smiles kindly to the Transfiguration Professor. "Thank you, Professor. By the way, Padfoot and Mooney say hi." Professor McGonagall sharply nods, but a ghost of a smile is seen by him for just a moment before she walks back to the head table. Neville soon stands up and walks with Harry and Daphne to meet up with the other Slytherins and Luna. They say goodbye to the 2 fourth-years while Daphne reminds her sister to behave, or at least not get caught. Astoria grins innocently before taking Luna's arm in her own and walking down a different corridor since the fourth-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws have the same class first. Daphne simply shakes her head and sighs out. She's going to be a bad influence on the poor girl. Harry just snickers at this, then responds, "Maybe, but I have a feeling your sister will help Luna break out of her shell." Daphne and the other three Slytherins shiver at the possible damage those two may cause. Harry then takes hold of her left hand with his right and interlocks their fingers together. "Well, come on, I have absolutely no clue where I'm going." Draco just shakes his head as he walks in front of the couple, while Tracy and Blaise walk behind them, snickers at this. Later that evening, in Harry's honest opinion, by the end of the day, he was very bored. He then looks at Daphne with glazed eyes and groans out, "So many things make sense now." Daphne looks from the book she is reading to her boyfriend and asks curiously, "What do you mean, Harry?" Harry simply rests his head on the desk and looks into Daphne's eyes as he responds, skipping the fact that Snape doesn't even teach anything. There is the fact that the whole curriculum is abysmal, even though there are 2 proper masters here. Your ministry is bloody moronic and seems to have gutted the school to the bare minimum. Hell, I feel confident that 3 third-year girls from Intermagnum and a dog could take over. Daphne raises an elegant brow at Harry's rant, then huffs in exasperation before she pats him on the head in comfort and coos mockingly, "Oh, you poor thing, you must be so bored." Harry sighs before he stands up, then turns to hold out a hand to help Daphne up. "Well, guess we should go find the dungeon bat." Daphne nods as she takes Harry's hand, then heads out of the empty classroom. They head down a few corridors, then through a secret passageway. A few minutes later, the two reach Professor Snape's office door. Before Daphne can knock, Snape calls for the two to enter. As they enter the office, Snape stands from behind his desk and walks over to both teens and silently tells them to follow him. The walk to the headmaster's office is a quiet one, with the only sound being the three's echoing footsteps. As they reach the gargoyle statue, Snape says the password, and the three walk up the stairs. Snape then knocks on the door and quietly says to the couple, "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything." Harry and Daphne look confused, but before they can ask him what he means, a muffled enter is heard. Dumbledore looks a little surprised that Daphne is here, but before he can dismiss her for the moment, she interrupts him with a cold and aloof voice. "I'm here to make sure nothing happens. After all, you have already proven yourself untrustworthy when it comes to us." Dumbledore looks momentarily surprised, but then give her a warm, grandfatherly smile and replies, "Of course, Mississippi Greengrass, I wish to speak with you as well, although I thought you might have rather done it in private." Daphne raises an eyebrow at that, but follows beside Harry, who looks at the two chairs and absently puts a hand on each of the two chairs. Dumbledore's eyes widen at seeing what Harry has done right in front of him. Dumbledore witnesses something that should have been impossible as both chairs break down in a ball of light, then reform into a majestic throne of black with tints of emerald green and sapphire blue. On the top of the chair sits a crown the color of rich blood. He easily recognizes the light of alchemy, but can't understand how a boy of just 15 did it, and without any seals or anything. Harry then sits regally in the chair and is soon followed by Daphne sitting across his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck while his arms snake around her waist. Both teens look smugly at the headmaster till Harry speaks up. "So what's up, headmaster? Ready to finally retire and let someone more qualified take over?" Dumbledore snaps out of his stupor and folds his hands on top of his desk and smiles. "Not at all, my boy. Besides, I don't think there's anyone more qualified than me to run this school. No, I asked to see you because I heard that you attacked a teacher last night." Harry shows no sign of emotion as he responds, "I never attacked her, I simply used an ancient curse reversal technique. Not my fault the bitch tried to make me use a blood quill." Dumbledore's eyes twinkle at the thought of this kind of magic and asks with eagerness, "Really? Could you show me?" Harry tilts his head, letting his bangs cover one of his eyes as he looks Dumbledore in the eye, almost daring him to use legomancy, and responds with no emotion. "No." Dumbledore's expression drops as he then gives a disappointed sigh and shakes his head. "And why not, my boy? It could save many lives in the future." Harry continues to look him in the eye without any outward expression and responds coolly, "Because it is a secret passed down between master and apprentice." The old man's eyes widen at those words as it dawns on him that Sirius was never Harry's guardian, but someone else. But before he can respond, Harry interrupts him. "If that is all, headmaster, we have some studying that still needs to be done, and it is almost time for dinner. Dumbledore stares at the young man for a moment before he asks with seriousness, "Where did you go during the summer?" "You were supposed to stay at your relatives for the summer, my boy." Harry's expression then turns into a glare as he stares at the old man and says coldly, "As you may have figured out from my last statement, you have no say in what I do during the summer, headmaster, so kindly drop it. Now I'm going to say this once, I'm not ever and never will I ever be your boy, so do show me some respect." Dumbledore just shakes his head in disappointment, but then turns look at Daphne. "Mississippi Greengrass, I'm sorry to tell you, but your father has decided to pull you out of Hogwarts." Daphne's eyes widen for a brief moment before she starts giggling as Harry chuckles lightly. Dumbledore looks at the two in confusion and asks, "I'm not sure I understand the humor in this." Through his chuckle, Harry responds, "You're lying. You aren't sorry in even the slightest. Besides, her father has no say in her life since she is no longer a Greengrass and has been emancipated and apprenticed to an S-class since almost the beginning of summer. I'm sure that you know the laws regarding this type of apprenticeship." The old man looks startled, but it is Umbridge that walks over to the couple and reaches out to grab Daphne's arm. Before she can grab her, a pure gold flame blocks and burns her left hand that you could smell cooked flesh. Dumbledore's eyes widen as he sees something that shocks him to the very core as he whispers, "Fox." The phoenix, now perched on Daphne's shoulder, glares at Umbridge, who is cradling her burnt hand to her chest. It then trills angrily at her. Daphne gently coos at the phoenix as she scratches the midnight purple with gold-tipped plumage. She then looks at Umbridge and says coldly, "He says if you try to touch me again, he will flash flame you into the heart of Siberia during a blizzard. Also, if you try that again, even if he doesn't, I'm sure my mistress wouldn't mind putting your head on a pike for attempting to kidnap her apprentice." Umbridge pales and moves back quickly, realizing that no one could protect her from the death penalty for kidnapping an S-class apprentice. While Dumbledore reaches out to Fawkes and asks horrified, "What have you done to him?" The two shrug and Daphne simply replies cheerfully, "I simply offered him a chance to bear witness to something that the Phoenixes have been waiting for several millennia. So he became my familiar. It's as simple as that." The two teens then stand up and make their way out of the headmaster's office. As the two walk to the Great Hall for dinner, Daphne kisses the phoenix on the beak as the two stroke his plumage. Daphne then coos softly at her familiar, "You're such a good boy, coming to your mistress's defense. I think you deserve a reward for that, don't you?" The phoenix sings happily as the sapphire gem in the shape of a dragon's eye with a black slit inside that is around his neck jingles lightly. He then flashes and away in flames once again, waiting for his mistress's call. Harry then looks at Daphne, giving her a quick peck on the lips and grins. "Well, that was fun. You up for dinner, love?" Daphne nods and grabs Harry's hand to quickly head over to the Great Hall to enjoy a well-deserved dinner with their friends. And there it is, chapter 23. I hope you all enjoyed it. And this is now marking the beginning. From now this point further, the story will be getting darker and the M rating will be starting to show. So please review or message me what you thought or any questions you may have. Now, because alchemy was never really touched in Harry Potter, yes, I'm using Full Metal Alchemist as a baseline plus what I have researched online. The next thing, the reverse curse requires the person's DNA to work, so no, he can't block the 3 unforgivables, unless he has that and time to say the small chant. Until next time, and thank you for all your support during this last year. I honestly don't think I could have gotten this far without it. Chapter 24. So Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and because I like you all, I'm giving you 2 chapters today. So please sit back and enjoy. Chapter 24. Nott is staring at the blazing fire in the Slytherin common room whilst deep in thought. Why hasn't father sent me back a reply about Greengrass and what to do about that jumped-up half-blood yet? As Nott stares into the flames, 2 seventh years sit on either side of him and get his attention back on the real world. "So, little snake, have you learned your lesson to stay away from our Ice Queen?" Nott glares at the blonde 7th year and angrily hisses out, "She is my betrothed, and I'll touch her however I want, and whenever I damn well please, so off." Both 7th years smirks at the boy. The one with spiky brown hair replies in a sing-song type voice mockingly, "Really? 'Cause that's not what I heard." Nott snaps his head to the other older Slytherin and glares coldly as he says in a high-pitched voice, "Then what you heard is wrong." The brunette Slytherin smirks condescendingly at the little boy in front of him. "Oh really? From what I heard, Daphne is no longer a Greengrass idiot, who I'm guessing you begged and cried to Daddy to get you a contract for, because you don't have the stones to actually ask her out yourself." Nott whips his wand out and points in at him, threatening, But before he can say anything, the other Slytherin grabs him in a choke hold as he whispers dangerously, "You sure are stupid. Didn't anyone teach you to always watch you back?" The Slytherin in front of Nott then cracks his knuckles as he gets ready to pound the little twit into the ground. "I do believe that you need to be taught a good lesson of learning you place. Little bitch." He then leans in and whispers menacingly, "The Ice Queen is ours, and after we sample her taste we will be handing her over to our Dark Lord, so that he can have her as well, and then rip out of the information that she has from her cute little head." During this exchange, none of them notice the crow sitting on the edge of the fireplace as it narrows its eyes at the three as it fades into the shadows. Dinner had been a very simple affair for the couple, as the two had simply brushed off their friend's questions and curiosity, with the simple explanation of a simple misunderstanding. Afterwards, they both wander off by themselves. As they enter the second-floor girls' washroom, Harry turns to face Daphne, who looks both confused and intrigued as she asks, "So Harry, why exactly did you bring me in here? 'Cause I can think of a few better and more comfortable places for us to snog or for you to ravish me." The last bit she says in a sultry whisper against his ear as she gives it a quick nip. Harry actually blushes as many different ideas begin to form in his head of all the fun they could have. Harry quickly shakes his head to try and banish those thoughts, and to keep his resolve to show the girl the hidden chamber under the school. He then responds with a somewhat even voice, "No, I want to show you something. But before I do, you have to promise me that you won't get mad and try to hex me into oblivion." Daphne silently contemplates this as she looks at him expectantly before she nods in acceptance, but crosses her fingers behind her back. Harry then turns to face one of the sinks and hisses in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink then moves aside as the pipe under enlarges. Daphne gives a small shriek as she turns to Harry in shock, but she quickly gets over it and waves her hands somewhat frantically, then points at the sink and says loudly, "What the hell is that?" Harry just chuckles as he hisses again, "Stairs." As a set of stairs from the pipe, he looks at Daphne seriously. "This, my love, is the Chamber of Secrets, and I need you to stay put once we get down there." Daphne huffs at being told what to do but agrees anyways because of the seriousness in her boyfriend's tone. Harry smiles as he takes her hand and leads them both down into the unknown. As they reach the bottom steps, the first thing Daphne notices is all of the animal bones that are laying around on the stone floors. She looks at Harry with curiosity, but he simply walks past all of them unconcerned. A few minutes of walking later, they come to a giant stone doorway, and Harry tells her to stay put as he hisses once again, and the doors open. Harry walks through the entrance and calls out in Parseltongue, "Mammon, wake up. I have returned just like I promised, and we have a guest, so no eating her." Soon after, a giant snake slithers out of the stone mouth of Salazar Slytherin. As the snake sees Harry, it hisses out both excitedly and happily, "I'm so glad you have returned like you said you would, master. I have been so bored since you left." Mammon then starts to nuzzle Harry's body with her giant head, causing him to start to laugh. He then calls for Daphne to come in and meet a new friend. As she enters the chamber, she gasps at the sight of a 60-foot basilisk staring at her boyfriend with big round eyes, almost like a bloody puppy begging for some kind of treat. After the initial shock has worn off, she puts her hands onto her hips while blowing a loose strand of blonde hair out of her face and says in a dangerously sweet tone that is Harry stiffen, "Harry, love, why is there a giant 60-foot basilisk cuddling up to you like a bloody dog?" Harry then makes the mistake of catching her glowing blue eyes and gulps as he takes a step back and tries to quickly explain, "Well, you see, Mammon here. Well, she was a gift of sort, you can say, from the 5th Luciferal to Salazar, and Draco, you see, sent me a message, and, well, when you all were in your second year. The letter had said that something was attacking at your school, and Master Luciferal realized instantly what it was and sent me to deal with the problem. Very quietly I did. Well, it turns out that old Tommy boy had turned his diary into a Horcrux, so I took it from Weaselette when she came down here and I fed the thing to Mammon here because Luciferal created her. So she naturally listens to them over any snake speakers." Daphne doesn't move from her position at all, but her glare drops several degrees as she stares at the two coldly, causing both the young man and the 1,000-year-old snake to flinch as Mammon hisses softly, "She reminds me a lot of Father's wife." Harry looks at the snakes in the corner of his eye, never wanting to take them off Daphne, as he scratches his cheek in embarrassment as he hisses back, "Well, yeah, I will be the 4th Luciferal to fall in love with Gabriel." The snake nods, then slowly slithers towards Daphne. Its tongue flicks at her as it takes in her smell. Daphne freezes as one of the most dangerous creatures in the world licks her. This then causes Mammon to give what sounds like a snake's laughter as it moves around her. Daphne keeps the beast in her vision at all time, unsure of what to do, then looks pleading to Harry to call the snake back. Harry chuckles softly as he hisses to Mammon. Mammon, stop teasing the poor girl. Mammon looks at Harry and nods, but then turns her giant head to give Daphne a snake-type kiss, then slithers back to Harry's side and does the same to him. Harry scratches her scales as he waves Daphne over to do the same as he continues. Anyways, I had brought you down here because I thought we could use this room to train privately with our other magic, since this chamber should in theory block a form of detection. Daphne nods, then a wicked smirk stretches her lips as she waves her hand, and 4 ice spears form, then launch at Harry, who rolls out of the way only for Umbra to swipe at him. Harry barely dodges the attack, but quickly wraps the Hellhound in a ball of shadows, as blades of pure light shimmer into existence in midair around the ball before they pierce it. Harry grins at the balls of ice and snow that is surrounding the girl. His eyes then widen as the entire thing explodes outward, sending shrapnel of ice and snow everywhere. Harry finds that he isn't quick enough as some of the ice cuts him. His instincts then scream at him to drop to the ground, and not a moment later does Daphne slash at his original position with a blade of ice. Daphne grins down at him and lashes out with swift and vicious kick to his head, but he pushes it away and transforms. As he changes, he pounces on the girl, who then falls to the hard floor willingly and uses his extra momentum to push him over her, using her legs as a springboard. The kitsune looks rather surprised when it gets back to its feet, only to see Daphne sticking her tongue out at him while winking. She then transforms as well. The two beasts circle each other for a few moments, watching the other carefully for any openings. Umbra soon growls with impenitent and rushes the 5-tailed kitsune, only to notice the black and dark purple rose petals too late. She begins to fall into a never-ending darkness. As she falls, she watches as cities and people slaughter and destroy each other. Before the illusion can get any worse, Umbra bites at her paw hard enough to draw blood, causing the illusion to start to shatter. Umbra then uses the shattered illusion's distraction to her advantage and pounces at her prey. The two beasts crash to the floor with Umbra sitting on top of Tails. She then dips her head and wraps her mouth around Tails' neck, signaling her victory. Once Tails reluctantly accepts his lose, he transforms back, just as Umbra lifts her head skyward and howls loudly. Harry Mock scowls as he tries to push her off him while saying, "Yeah, you win this round. Now can you get off me?" Umbra looks back down at the boy that she is currently sitting on, then licks him from his chin to the top of his head. She then lays down on his chest and simply stares into his eyes before transforming back into Daphne, who makes no move of wanting to leave her current position, completely content in listening to Harry's very strong heartbeat. She sighs softly and starts to draw soft circles and other shapes on his chest with her right hand, just as Harry runs his hands through her blonde and black hair. He watches as the lingering traces of blue from using Gabriel's power leaves her hair. The two lay in companionable silence for an unknown amount of time, but soon they realize that they should probably return to the surface. The next couple months were relatively quiet compared to the first few days of school, with both Harry and Daphne being bored in class, while being the first to achieve any task given to them by their teachers, much to one bushy-haired girl's absolute displeasure. They also trained by themselves in the Chamber of Secrets, and with their finds in a room that could change into almost anything. This room had been found by Draco when he and Astoria had been out, wandering the halls late one night. Only a few really noteworthy things had taken place in the last 3.5 months. A few days after Harry had taken Daphne down to the Chamber of Secrets, Molly Weasley had stormed into the Great Hall during lunch while glaring daggers at Harry and Daphne. As the woman walks up to him to start yelling, Harry and Daphne simply stand up, then brush right past her. None had heard their whispered spells, and as they pass the woman, her hair and skin becomes deathly white, and her clothes turn into an ugly, tattered wedding dress. She looked just like a banshee. It had taken the whole staff the rest of the day to just unsilence the woman, but they couldn't change her appearance back. On Halloween was the Ravengers' first school-wide prank, with the Gryffindors having their hair turned into live snakes, while Ron Weasley was also given spider legs. He had ended up soiling himself and fainting. The Slytherins were given lions' tails and ears, while some of them could only meow like a kitten. Both Daphne, Astoria, and Tracy had a great time teasing their respective boyfriends, while Harry, Draco, and Blaze had silently agreed that felines were awesome and that this must be done again. The Ravenclaws would start to randomly quote their favorite books throughout the day. Luna had made it into a game with the other Ravengers and would bet on who would be the next one to quote a passage from a book. The Hufflepuffs had a blast with theirs as their hair would turn into one of the four houses' colors randomly throughout the day. Once again, Luna started making bets with her friends, but soon all of the students, and even some of the teachers had joined in. All of the teachers except for Dumbledore, who couldn't reverse any of this at all. Snape, who looked disgusted at his Slytherins sporting cat ears and tails all day, and Umbridge, who had been turned into a half-toad thing and was eating the flies that were flying around her head, looked rather amused. Even McGonagall had a half-smile, although she was somewhat on the fence of impressed at the amount of transfiguration and annoyed that the Murator's legacy was returning. In mid-November, Umbridge had started to recruit students to her side project of the Inquisitorial Squad that she hoped to fully start up in the new year. She had approaches both Draco and Daphne separately to work for her in hopes of them abandoning Harry. She had asked if they aren't tired of living in the shadow of a half-blood, and that she would make it worth their while. Draco had agreed so that he could spy on the Toad while giving her and her little organization misinformation and keep them off the Ravengers' backs. Daphne had simply flicked her hair while saying condescendingly, "A half-breed Toad is just as bad, wouldn't you say?" She had then walked away without so much as a second glance. The last thing that had happened was 2 days ago when 3 boys from Slytherin had stunned Daphne and taken her to a far out-of-the-way classroom. Needless to say, when Harry had found out, he had shown all his friends that when it comes to Daphne, there is no boundaries that he won't cross. Even opening the gates of purgatory and sending a legion of all forms of magical creatures to find her. He had later explained to his friends that was him simply cracking open the gates just barely, and that most of those beasts had been mere shades of their true power, which is why he could easily give them the order to find Daphne. There is also the unfortunate side effect of almost draining him with that simple crack. He had found her only 10 minutes after he had sent Purgatory after her. When he reached the classroom, he saw her sitting in a throne of ice, petting a shade of some kinda canine pup, looking both bored and annoyed. Her captors had been frozen from their shoulder below. Harry looked at the 3 prisoners. A wicked idea crossed his mind, and his grin was both dark and savage. He then places his hand on the lead boy's head as a mark over his heart starts to glow a sinister red and black through his cloths as he says, "Jowsit Nookit." The blonde boy's head lolls back and his 2 friends pale at the unknown spell. Harry then repeats this on them as well, then says darkly, "All right, my cute little puppets, these are your orders." Asterisk flashback end. Asterisk. Harry grins while thinking of his 3 linchpin puppets and what they will soon do. He chuckles darkly as he returns to the real world and continues to walk down the halls towards the Slytherin common room to prepare to leave for the Yule break tomorrow. Ginny Weasley then moves in front of him, blocking his path. He looks at the girl in annoyance, then confusion as she holds out a box of cookies, saying innocently, "Merry Christmas, Harry." Thinking almost nothing of it, he takes a cookies and bites into it as he swallows. His eyes widen and drops to the ground, coughing and hacking. Ginny kneels at his side while brushing some hair out of his face and rubbing his cheek and says softly, "It's okay, Harry, soon the whore's love potion will be purged from your system, and then you can ask for a resorting to be in Gryffindor, and we can be happy together." Harry starts to breath heavily as Ginny smiles happily. However, her smile soon drops and turns into absolute horror as Harry's head snaps up to reveal a pair of malicious glowing purple eyes with a sinister and radiant glowing red slit that promises only blood. His hand then lashes out faster than humanly possible. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Till next time, Merry Christmas. Chapter 25. Here's the second chapter of my double release for this story. Please enjoy. It's a little more lighthearted. And be warned, my first attempt at a lime scene is halfway through, so let me know how I did with that. Enjoy. Chapter 25. The professors of Hogwarts are running down the different halls of the large castle, fear and concern swimming in all their eyes. The reason is simply because Hogwarts has started to go crazy as the ambient magic is starting to lash out. Luckily, no one has gotten hurt yet, but it's only a matter of time now. It is both Professor Snape and the Headmaster Dumbledore that reach the source of all this chaos and disaster. What they see before them, simply put, feels wrong in all senses of the word. As Hadrian Leafy is holding Ginny Weasley by her throat in the air, the two then hear a dark and powerful voice from Hadrian. "I suppose you need to be thanked. Because of our foolish little potion, our magic has been unbalanced in trying to purge it from our system. So how do you think I should kill you? Ginny pales even further, and not because of the lack of oxygen. It is then that the professors finally get a hold of themselves as Dumbledore calls out, "Harry, my boy, stop this at once. Let go of young Miss Weasley." Hadrian briefly glances at the old man, but scoffs at him as he says, "Sorry, Harry is unavailable at the moment, but if you leave a message at the beep, he will get back to you." Dumbledore pales as he asks an age-old question that he fears the answer to. "Then who are you?" Hadrian's lips pull into a dark smirk as his eyes glow maliciously. We don't really have a name after all, we are a mixture, but I suppose if you need a name, call me Nala." His focus then returns to the struggling girl that is in his hold as he ever so slowly begins to tighten his grip on her throat. Without warning, Dumbledore waves his wand and attacks the black-haired youth while saying, "You can change your name all you want, Tom, but you can't fool me." At the sudden attack, Nala raises his hand and brushes it aside like "Ti is nothing," then sends it right back. Tom, you mean that little morsel that we devoured all those years ago from our scar?" Dumbledore's eyes widen just as Daphne reaches where she feels the unrestrained power of Luciferal. She gasps at Harry's transformation. His hair has grown the waist length and is beginning to weave together into a dragon's tail. His skin is becoming paler, while his muscles look to be hardening, and the start of 4 pitch-black wings of pure energy are slowly forming on his back. Daphne then notices the red-haired girl in his grip and glares, realizing that she may be the source of the mark's protective takeover. The girl slowly breathes in and allows some of her own mark to release. This gains the attention of everyone, but she ignores them and keeps total focus on Harry. She then calls with a winter chill and commanding voice, "Luciferal, restrain you powers, or your vessel will explode." Moo tilts his head as he looks at Daphne, while the scent of his mate surrounds the room. He smirks as he releases the girl by throwing her at Dumbledore. He then breathes in deeply as he absorbs some of the excess energy as he releases the rest in a wave of magic as he says, "Sleep and remember this all as a dream of foreboding fear." The wave knocks 3 of the 4 other magicals and haul out. Daphne watches in awe as the strange harmony of black and white energy surround Harry and the dissipates. As the last of the powerful magic disappears, Daphne walks over to him and smiles as she leans up and kisses him on the lips before saying, "That's a good angel. Now tell me what happened that had you and Tails come out together." Hadrian rubs his thumb around Daphne's cheek as he replies, "The little red-headed girl gave us a love potion inside a cookie. Whether she knew or not is irrelevant. I tried to fight it and then began to purge it. Moo then took over because of Tails being a magical animagus will protect itself, and my mark's protective abilities juiced him up." Daphne nods, having thought that as a possibility. She then looks over at the little Weasley with a hint of a snarl, and her features takes on a more sinister look because of Umbra's influence. She then looks up at Harry and kisses him as the two leave before the other 3 wake up and start to ask questions. As they enter the Slytherin common room, Hadrian's hair had returned to its normal length and spiked back, and the wings had completely vanished when he returned to himself. The couple ignores their friend's looks and enters their private rooms where Hadrian collapses on the bed as he breathes in heavily. "The potion is almost out of my system, but I am completely drained. Remind me to next time not take anything from crazy-ass fangirls." Daphne snorts as she brushes his hair with one of her hands. "Well, it will just be us and our closest family this Yule at Potter Manor." Harry nods as he smirks. "Yes, although I'm more looking forward to the next Wisingment session that will be much more interesting. In the end, it will be a hell of a show and the beginning of the real games." Daphne smiles as she leans down to whisper in his ear, "Have I told you how much I love how you and your magic make my body and soul feel?" Harry quickly rolls onto his back and pulls Daphne into his body. He then leans up and crashes his lips on Daphne's. She gasps into the kiss, and the boy takes advantage of this and dips his tongue into her open mouth. He then brushes his tongue along hers. Daphne moans loudly as Harry runs his hands down her sides till they reach the hem of her skirt. Harry then breaks the kiss and asks softly as Ron brushes his hand across her cheek softly and comfortingly, "Daphne, I want to try something, and if you don't like it, tell me and I'll stop. I don't want to make you uncomfortable." Daphne bites her lips as she thinks. She then looks into Harry's emerald green eyes and sees nothing but love and warmth. She then gives a silent nod. Harry doesn't know what to say as his breath catches a look of absolute trust shining in Daphne's deep blue eyes. He then undoes her robes. One of his hands slowly run up her stomach as he slowly moves her white shirt up with it. Daphne arches her back and helps Harry remove her shirt. Harry then bears witness to the silk red bra covering her breasts and kisses down her neck, nipping at the skin. Every so often his other arm then wraps around the girl's waist, bring her closer to him, while his other hand hesitates for a moment before unsnapping the clip in the back. Daphne then sits up while straddling his waist as she takes off her bra. Harry's eyes widen as he stares up at this goddess in mortal flesh. He sits up and kisses one of Daphne's nipples as he then sucks at it while rubbing the other between his thumb and index, causing Daphne to moan as she tangles her fingers into his hair. Harry soon releases her breasts and helps untangles her fingers from his hair before he flips them so Daphne is underneath him. Harry smiles at her as she blushes, but gives him a soft smile as well. He then lays butterfly kisses down her body before he reaches her skirt. Daphne arches her hips as Harry slowly pulls her skirt and panties off of her. Daphne tilts her back on the bed as Harry's hot breath tickles her inner thigh, causing her to shiver. Harry moved to look up at her, silently asking for permission to continue, and can't help but stare at how beautiful she is. Daphne once again blushes and starts to run her thighs together to alleviate some of the heat she feels as she once again nods. Harry silently nods as he returns to his position between her legs and gives her a slow kiss on her inner thigh and softly lick just below her most intimate spot, causing her to moan loudly. Harry can't help but feel his mouth twitch. Daphne then releases a soft noise in both surprise and pleasure, while instinctively clamping her legs closed around Harry's head when he placed a lingering kiss on her moist folds. Using his hands, he gently priced them apart while keeping her legs on his shoulders. He lowered his mouth, and she moaned again when he placed a slow lick on her grip in his hair tightening. He lapped at her folds softly. She moved her hips lightly, moaning when he took her clit into his mouth before swirling his tongue around in a circle, then slid his tongue inside. Daphne couldn't describe what she was feeling as he gently rubbed her clit with his thumb, twisting his tongue inside her. She's never felt anything so good in her life, and she squirmed, her most intimate spot tingling. She can feel something unfamiliar building somewhere deep inside her, and he can feel her whole body tense in preparation for her orgasm. When she pours her juices into his mouth, he can't hold back the grin, his ego boosting at the sound of his name, leaving her lips with a cry of ecstasy. After Daphne's orgasm, Harry moves back up and presses his lips to hers to soft, gentle kiss. Daphne soon returns from her bliss as she feels Harry's lips on her and return it sleepily, causing Harry to chuckle as he whispers to her, "I love you, Daphne, now sleep, and in the morning we can go back home for a few weeks." Daphne nods tiredly as she cuddles into Harry's chest and mumbles, "Love you too, Harry, good night." Both teens soon close their eyes and let sleep wash over them. The next morning had relatively easy as the two skipped breakfast and dodged all of the professors for the morning until they could head to the train station. Luna had been the first to find both Harry and Daphne cuddled with each other in an empty compartment, and soon after that Neville, Blaze, and Tracy had found them as well. The six had talked most of the train ride, telling each other what their plans for the holidays are and how much fun they will have. As the train pulls into the station and they all stand, Luna moves to the couple and gives them both a hug while wishing them a safe and Merry Christmas. The two smile as they return the hug, wishing the same to the younger girl. As they exit the train, a big black dog bounds up to them. It then jumps up and, putting his paws on Harry's chest, he gives the boy's face a good lick before doing the same to Daphne. The two laugh at the dog's antics as they see Remus waking over to them with Gabriel beside him. The two smile at the kids and give them a hug each as well. Just before they can leave, Daphne sees her sister with Draco and quickly goes and gives her a hug and wishes her a safe trip and to be good. Afterwards, the two adult user everyone off the platform, then apparate them to the rebuilt Potter Manor. As soon as they reach their destination, Sirius tightly hugs his godson, then his future goddaughter-in-law. As they enter the manor and into the kitchen, they see Luciferal and Bellatrix sitting at the table. After the pleasantries are finished, and they talk about how the first term if Hogwarts had gone, Daphne and Harry had excused themselves to go turn in early for the night. Sirius had joked that they were acting like an old married couple, only to get a double stinging hex for the two. The next morning, everyone in the house had been awoken by the high-pitched scream of Sirius Black. As all the occupants go to his room to see what happened, their mouths hang open before they all burst into laughter. as they see Sirius Black with a hot pink mohawk and a tattoo on his chest saying dog in heat. Sirius Black glares at the two teens as he points at them accusingly. "You did this, didn't you? And pup, I swear to God this better come off and out, or so help me Merlin, there will be hell to pay." He then slams his bedroom door shut as they hear the shower going. The other continue to snicker throughout breakfast. It is not until lunch that Sirius finally comes down. His hair is still wet, signaling he just got out of the shower with only little results in washing the dye out. He glares at the two and promises a vendetta will be had. Later that evening, Harry and Daphne go on a walk through the gardens in the fresh snow that had fallen. It had been very enjoyable, and the couple had fooled around by having a small snowball fight started by Daphne, then wrestled in the snow as Umbra and Tails. Sirius did end up getting his revenge. As the couple had come on the steps, a large pile of snow had been dropped on them, covering the two from head to toe. They had laughed at each other as Harry leaned in to steal a kiss from the love of his life. Once they entered the house, they had gone upstairs to change into something a little warmer before going back downstairs to sit in front of the fireplace. They spent the rest of the night cuddled up to each other reading. Just as the adults are about to go to bed, Gabriel witnesses and gets a picture of the two sleeping with Daphne's head resting on his shoulder and his softie on top of hers, their wand hands clasped together. On the 24th, they had decided to split up, boy and girls, and went Christmas shopping in Muggle London as to not gain any attention of any magicals. The trip had been mostly successful, except for the guy dressed as Santa who had tried to touch Gabriel's, but they had found him in a dumpster later with no memory of who he was. That night, the adults had left the couple to drink and talk and play some games. Late that night, they had walked past the sitting room and saw the two simply dancing to the soft Christmas music playing from the radio. They were completely content and in their own little world in each other's arms. Above all else, it was Sirius and Remus that were smiling the biggest at the two, thinking about how so very proud both James and Lily would be if they could see this. The next morning, as everyone sits around a decorated Christmas tree, they hand each other their gifts. Sirius had gotten a stuffed chew toy from Harry and a collar that had Padfoot stitched into it. The room had laughed at those gifts, as Remus gave him a book called The Godfather. Bella had given him a charmed picture she had taken of him and James in dresses from a prank gone wrong. He had thanked her wholeheartedly for it. Remus and Bella had mainly gotten different book, plus some new clothes, while his own collar had said Mooney, hers said Simba. The two had laughed after Harry explained who Simba was to the Pure Bloods, while saying they were going to see it along with some other movies. They had then thanked everyone for such nice gifts. Luciferal and Gabriel had been given mainly sweets books and some jewelry. For Gabriel, they had been a little surprised to have gotten anything, but were very gracious. For Daphne, Sirius had gotten her a collar as well with Umbra and a little fox head charm to go with the charm bracelet Remus had given he. Gabriel and Luciferal had gone together and gotten her a very elegant emerald and silver ballroom dress. Harry's gift, those had stolen her breath as he helps put on a necklace that has been a part of his mom's family for generations. She had also gotten lots of different candy. Harry hadn't gotten a collar like the rest, but very nice comb that had "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder" engraved into it. They had then explained that the couple could use it on each other, as they had heard from their friend that both Harry and Daphne enjoy sleeping with the other in their animal form once in a while. The couple had laughed, then shared a quick kiss, saying that it was a very thoughtful gift. Harry had also gotten from Luciferal and Gabriel a book that had been written by Morgana Lafay. Harry had hugged them both and thanked them. From Daphne, she had given him a simply enchanted lotus flower made of her magic's ice. After they had given and received all their gifts, they had a nice brunch before they had gone and saw an afternoon movie. The Pure Bloods had been enraptured by the movie and had loved the whole experience. Dinner was a little more extravagant, even if it was just them, but luckily they had decided to forsake the regular ministerial ball and simply stayed home with some of the ones they loved, knowing that this would probably be the most peaceful time till Voldemort was dead and they could return home. I hoped you enjoyed these 2 chapters and that I did okay on my first slime scene, so have a safe holidays and until next year. Chapter 26. Sorry for it to take so long to update, but I have been rather busy, and the time I could scrap by to write I either had writer's block or issues in not liking how parts of this chapter had gone, so I ended up rewriting it like 4 or 5 times. Hopefully everyone likes this chapter. Also, I have a story challenge for anyone who is interested. It will be at the bottom of this chapter. Remember to please review. It helps me try and push out more chapters, so enjoy the chapter. Chapter 26. A couple days after Christmas, Hay and Daphne both receive a letter summoning them to the next Wisengamot assembly. The two teens sigh in annoyance as Sirius starts laughing at them until Gabriel hits him in the back of the head. Sirius looks over his shoulder and pouts at her, as she simply rolls her eyes at the mutt. She then walks to the young couple and looks over her apprentice's shoulder at the letter. Gabriel nods as she places a hand on Daphne's shoulder and smiles as she addresses the two teens. Well, this should be interesting, and it now gives you two a reason to be there. Don't worry, both myself and Lucy will be right beside you the entire time. The two teens, although used to how Gabriel addresses her husband, still snicker at this before nodding, looking unworried in the least. The two then excuse themselves and then stand before heading outside to have a warm-up run before their first Mooney run later that evening. Gabriel sighs as the two disappear and rubs the bridge of her nose. The British ministry is completely incompetent. What with no real explanation, just a letter that is more like demanding them to show. She then smirks devilishly as she muses to herself, I suppose this will be rather interesting. I can guess why they want to see Hadrian, although why they are so rudely demanding my apprentice's presence is beyond me. Sirius smirks from where he is reading a small and ancient-looking black book with no title. I can take a wild guess. From what I have heard in the grapevine, it seems that the little ankle-bitters of the Dark Mook want to try and force the issue of Daphne's apprenticeship. Their reasoning is because you're not British, you have no business teaching someone of a higher breed, and that her father still has control over her. Funny enough, what they don't seem to understand is all people with the rank of S-class can take whoever they want as an apprentice and are given full custody rights, which means they are seen by magic and all legal authority as their guardian and parent, making all forms of contracts and obligations to their old family, whether before or after the beginning of the apprenticeship, invalid. Gabriel nods as she thinks about what Sirius had said, then snorts in an unladylike fashion as her voice begins to drip in so much cold venom. So what you're saying is that most of the British purebloods are morons. Sirius shrugs, but then says, unconcerned by the blue-haired women's growing ire. Well, for the most part, but also it may be that Greengrass probably isn't thinking and wants his daughter back under his thumb so that he can break her and rise even higher in Voldy's ranks. Gabriel scoffs at this before walking out the doors. But before the doors closes, she says more to herself than anyone else. The little bitch can try. Sirius' smirk grows into a sadistic grin before he returns to his current reading. Oh yes, I can't wait till the next Wisengamot assembly. I'll have to ask to see the memory of it. Since Dumbledore will be so distracted, I'll be able to finish the required objectives to Operation Hunter without him being able to stop it. Outside, the young couple are simply walking on the path of the small forest of the Potter's main property. They remain silent, simply enjoying the warmth and closeness of each other. Daphne looks up at her boyfriend, her eyes shining with untold amounts of love. When Harry notices this in the corner of his eye and smiles softly as he leans down to kiss her forehead as he says teasingly, "Like what you see?" Daphne smiles coyly as she pulls him down for a searing kiss that causes both their toes to curl, then whispers breathlessly, "More than you know, lover." As the two slowly part, Harry grins, as he then softly presses his forehead to hers. "You ready for tomorrow?" Daphne nods her head slightly as she calmly replies, "I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow." She then pecks his cheek and smiles coyly as she says with an innocent tone, "I wonder what that bastard will say when he finally learns that I'm head over heels in love with the great boy who lived and the apprentice to a real living Ice Queen." Harry smirks as he presses his lips to the top of her head as he runs his hands through her gold and black hair. "Guess we will find out soon. Now come on, let's go back inside, you look a little cold." As to prove his point, he places both hands on her rosy cheeks and kisses her softly to warm her a little more. Daphne smiles as licks her lips, then pushes him away before transforming into Umbra and running towards the mansion. Tails is quickly catching up behind her, but then dodges out of the way as a treadle of powdered snow comes at him. He growls in frustration at the happy barks that oddly sound like laughing coming from Umbra. The kitsune then smirks as it grows in size as 4 more tails emerge. Now the size of a pony. Tails takes off with even more speed. Just as Umbra reaches the house and transforms back to open the door in victory, Tails, having shrunk just as he pounces, now the size of a large dog, tackles the girl. The two roll into the hallway as Tails pins Daphne on her back, looking especially proud. Daphne rolls her eyes, but then starts giggling uncontrollably as all four of the kitsune's tails start to mercilessly tickle her. The adults who had rushed in at the loud noises watch this all happen in amusement until Daphne finally squirms free, then gives an indigent huff. She then, with as much dignity and grace of a pure-blood princess, makes her way upstairs to their bedroom, ignoring the adults' laughter. The adults' laughter finally gets Tails' attention, and before the rest can even react, the kitsune pounces at Sirius. Whether by instinct or sheer dumb luck, Sirius manages to avoid the attack and turns into Padfoot. The two animals circle each other before the older Animagus turns on a dime and takes off upstairs, Tails quickly on his heel. As they reach the third floor, Padfoot feints left then goes right, causing the kitsune to lose his footing and crashes into the small coffee table. The vase of flowers on top falling over and landing on his head, causing a yelp of pain, and Tails rubbing his paws on his head for a moment, softly whining before standing up and shaking his head. He then hears snickering from Padfoot and growls before chasing him again. The two childish animals continue to chase each other up another floor till Padfoot is then cut off by the regal and beautiful Hellhound. The Grim tries to stop, but because of the speed his forward momentum carries him, and causes the Grim to do a somersault. Dazed Sirius changes back. While shaking his head, he looks to see Umbra walk past him, and the two teens then circle each other as they brush up against the other. Tails then nuzzles Umbra's neck in an apology before turning towards their room while brushing his four tails across his snout in a light tease. Daphne then transforms back, sitting on the soft carpet floor wearing a dark blue sweater that hugs her form comfortably and a pair of black pajama pants. She simply smirks as Tails turns back into Harry before seeing Sirius stand in front of her, offering to help her up. Daphne's smile is both innocent and cute as she looks at her boyfriend's godfather, who, just like Luciferal, is becoming a real father figure in her life. She takes his hand as he helps her up, and without thinking she hugs him tightly, thanking him for all that he has done in her life. Although momentarily taken back, Sirius returns her hug, as he also softly tells her it was no trouble and that he is proud of her. Much later that evening, Sirius, Bella, Daphne, and Harry are outside waiting for Remus to arrive for their first run altogether. Sirius smiles as he looks around him in fond remembrance. Daphne then looks over towards the mansion and smiles while saying softly, "He's here." The others then turn to look where she is. Sirius grins even larger as he moves over to his best friend and brother in all but blood as he says joyfully, "You're late, Mooney. So how was meeting and spending the holidays with your girlfriend's parents?" Remus glares at the man-child that is his friend while the others try to hold back their laughter. He then sighs loudly. "Ignoring the fact that I'm almost old enough to be her father, I think it went fine. At the very least, Andromeda seems to approve. Ted at first looked like he wanted to shoot me." Bella then cackles at that while the others still try in vain to hold in their amusement, till Sirius wraps him in a hug while exclaiming, "You know, I've always wanted a male cousin that I could goof off with. After all I got were females and a stuffy little brother. So welcome to the family, Mooney." The rest then burst into hysterics at how uncomfortable Remus looks and the glare Bella is giving Sirius. Remus then pushes Sirius off him and looks into the sky to see the full moon in all its splendor coming from the heavy cloud cover. The others glance up then transform. Padfoot shakes his body and barks happily as Umbra and Tails sit and watches Remus transforms while a Black Panther circles them, all not used to all the new smells and animals in the area. As Mooney finishes transforming, he looks around and growls at the most perceived dangers to itself, the kitsune and hellhound. He slowly moves closer and sniffs the air and begins to relax as it realizes that they aren't a threat to him. The kitsune grins as it nudges the hellhound. The two then take off into the forest. The werewolf looks confused till Padfoot barks to get its attention till the panther jumps over the Grim, smacking him in the head with her tail. The Grim growls as he starts to chase her. Mooney follows right after him. As the sun begins to rise, the pack of animals move towards the manor. Padfoot looks like a drowned mess after being pushed into the river by Tails, while the hellhound and kitsune look almost pure white, having been covered by snow from a tree that Mooney had rolled into after being tripped by the panther. Just as they reach the house, Remus transforms back, just as Gabriel drops a blanket around him. He smiles and thanks as she winks, then moves in front of the other tired animals blocking the entrance. "Not so fast. Those eaves don't need you to muddy up the floor, they just finished cleaning. Then with a wave of her hand, the four animals are no longer wet, covered in snow, or muddy. The animals nod their thanks as Umbra and Tails move to the den and snuggle in front of the roaring fire as the panther curls into a ball on a couch, while Padfoot uses the chair. Remus chuckles as he gives a small pet to each in silent thanks before sleeping on the other couch. The group had ended up sleeping till that evening before they could revert back, and afterwards they slowly went to their rooms and fell back asleep. The next morning everyone was up early for the Wisengamot meeting. They had been let in surprisingly easily, and as they moved to the observers area, Gabriel said quietly as she hugged the two teens, "We are right here for you too, so don't worry." The two nod as they all sit and watch the byplay of magical Britain politics. The ones that have not lived here for the last 14 years, or all their lives, snicker at how puffed up and arrogant most of them seem to be. As the assembly begins to close, Dumbledore is about to call for Hadrian, so he can get the boy back, but Cygnus Greengrass then stands. "I demand this body annual my oldest daughters to that outsider Mudblood, and that she is charged for kidnapping of the heiress of a noble family, as well as her and the not heir to be wed today." He then turns to sneer at Gabriel as he says in condensation, "If not, I challenge her a wizard's duel for besmirching the noble house of Greengrass." Gabriel stands up without any concern and walks down the stairs while she softly giggles to herself the entire time, as the whole room feels an eerie chill in the air. As Gabriel stands in front of the room, she says in a sickly sweet voice, "Very well, child. I have no problems giving you a well-deserved spanking, so tell me, what are the terms?" Cygnus sneers as he walks down. Then as he stands in front of her, "I win, I get my daughter back, and you as my bitch, and it's to the death." With that, he silently conjures 15 daggers and launches them at her. Gabriel looks unimpressed as a wall of ice forms in front of her, blocking them all. As the wall falls, Cygnus launches a volley of different spells, curses, and hexes at the young woman, each one dodged as if it was no effort at all. She continues to giggle as Cygnus becomes more frustrated. He then fires the killing curse at her, but to his and all of the Death Eaters in the assembly's horror, she bats it back at him. Cygnus rolls out of the way only for Gabriel to be standing before him. She holds out her hand as 4 spears of ice form from her fingertips that then pierce his shoulders and upper thighs. As the ice pierces his body, ice begins to slowly crawl down, covering his body. Cygnus looks up in pure terror when his whole body is frozen as she continues that hauntingly innocent giggling as from her middle finger, a 5th spear of ice slowly drills into the man's forehead. With the rest of the Wizenment, they all watch as this unknown woman so easily dispatches one of their lords. But from the marked Death Eaters, it is fear they feel for one of their Dark Lord's most trusted inner circle members was dealt with like he was Muggle child. Everyone's eyes then widen as this woman walks right past the frozen form of Cygnus Greengrass, who then shatters into dust that then melts just as quickly. During this last distraction, Hadrian twitches his finger as the 3 students who tried to harm Daphne stand. 2 of them then call out loud, "For the returned Dark Lord and our pure world." One of them uses the killing curse on Fudge, while a clear-looking curse slams into the Lord Not's chest. Everyone's eyes widen as the clear curse passes right through him, but with a dark brown splotch on it. The boy who had fired the curse then begins to crumble like dirt. Not then stands and tries to fire a spell at his attacker, but nothing at all happens. His eyes widen as he can't feel any of his magic. The alarms then go off that a Muggle is in the ministry. As this all is happening, no one notices as the last boy slips to the side of Dumbledore and silently enchants a bracelet before using a switching spell around the air of his left ankle. As he completes the spell, his wand disintegrates from the power of the enchantment, while his wand arm rapidly decays. The Wisengamot becomes pandemonium as Hadrian and his group leave with no one noticing, while the Aurors and everyone tries to figure out what had just happened. Once the group returns, Bella and Sirius take the teens to train in fighting and tracking in their animagus forms and human together. The 2 adults nod in approval as they watch the 2 teens fight. To them, it almost seems like they are dancing. Bella then calls them to stop and come over, which they do without question when they transform back. Sirius nods his approval as he says, "Very good, you two. I believe we can begin the next level of your training." The 2 tilt their heads in curiosity, so Bella decides to elaborate. "You will be sparing with us for the next week before you return to Hogwarts." This is how the last week of their Christmas vacation had gone. The Daily Prophet had called the last Wisengamot meeting a tragedy. The only survivor of the three boys had confirmed Voldemort's return and even revealed that you must willing take the Dark Lord's mark. The Ministry, now under Amelia Bones, had called for a man hunt of all Death Eaters, especially the one that claimed Imperius last time. It had then gone on to say that a concerned citizen that is to remain unknown has put a bounty out. 1,000 G for any marked Death Eaters, 5,000 G for any of Voldemort's inner circle, and 20,000 G for the clown Voldemort himself, dead or alive. To collect, they have to bring the body to Gringotts for the goblins to confirm. Needless to say, since that article, at first all the Death Eaters had sneered at it, and on New Year's a group of 20 Death Eaters had attacked Diagon Ally. None of them returned to report in, and the next day the front page had a picture displaying the corpses of all 20, their marks on display for all to see. Voldemort, for his part, couldn't believe what had been happening. His return was brought out to light much too early. 2 of his inner circle had taken out at the Wisengamot. One of them had been turned into a Muggle. Bella had gone MIA. The Lestrange brothers were killed in their cells, and during his assault on Azkaban something had gone very wrong. There were no Dementors to convince to join him, and the guards had fired to kill. He had lost half of the potential followers and a few already marked Death Eaters before they could escape. Now there was a bloody bounty on all their heads, and because of the incompetence of some, a pile of 20 dead Death Eaters. Voldemort grits his teeth as he shouts to the skies, "Whoever caused this all to happen? It was going perfectly." He then turns and glares at some of his kneeling followers, and he shouts out, "I want you to find out who caused all this and bring them to me. Do I make myself clear?" The Death Eaters bow, then make haste before their master can punish them. With Dumbledore, he sighs in disappointment at the article and the loss of life that should have been allowed to redeem itself and join the light side. He had also just returned from the minister's office, where he witnessed Dolores Umbridge unconscious and being dragged out in cuff. When he had asked Amelia about it, she had told him that it was none of his concern. He had then told her to retract the bounties, and she had laughed at him before saying rather harshly, "Dumbledore, I had no say in this, and even if I did, I would have still allowed it. Now I neither asked for or need your opinion, Albus. You will find that I'm nothing like my corrupt predecessor. These Death Eaters have made a mockery of our system. They are nothing but diseased vermin and need to be eradicated." Dumbledore heaves a disappointed sigh as he stands and eaves to plans on how to stop the needless killing. Snape had also confirmed that the bracelet that had been on his ankle had a very powerful decaying curse that neither could stop, just simply slow down, but either way he only had at the very most a year before it reached his heart. Now what am I going to do? I have 2 days before the new term starts, and the data professor is locked away in a maximum security cell in the Ministry. Unlike Dumbledore or Voldemort, the past week had flown by for Harry and Daphne. The two had enjoyed much of it, training and spending the evenings either out in the Muggle world or in the Potter Manor, curled next to each other reading. A few times they had been caught in a heavy make-out session where they wouldn't hear the end of the teasing from the adults. Daphne herself had never felt so free with her father's death, as well as the Death Theodore not SR. She also found it hilarious when Gabriel had taken her back to the Ministry and adopted both her and her sister. The poor official must have heard about the blue-haired woman as she looked petrified in fear. Daphne was soon pulled back from her musings and into reality as Harry starts to suck on her pulse point while she starts rubbing her inner thighs together. The beautiful blonde moans softly and arches her back, pushing her body even closer to his. She then feels the hint of a smirk before he lifts his head to admire the new love bite that begins to form. Harry then feels a tug on his hair as Daphne crashes her lips to his. Already she can tell that both their lips are starting to bruise, but doesn't care as she runs her tongue on his bottom lip, requesting entrance that Harry readily gives. Just the simple taste of the beautiful woman's tongue is almost enough for him to lose himself to his instincts. But when he feels her hand start to trail down his chest before reaching the growing bulge, has the young man groaning into her mouth. As the young woman smirks in pride, she begins to rub the covered hard member of her love, while grinding on his leg to help elevate some of the growing heat. They both moan into the kiss, while Harry starts to rub one of her covered breasts, inwardly cursing how many layers the girls at Hogwarts have to wear. As the couple lose themselves further to their growing passion, a silvery eagle owl flies through the door, ignoring all the wards that they had placed, and the annoyed voice of Draco Malfoy calls from it, "Oh, you two, where the hell are you?" Harry moves his head to look at the bloody bird as Daphne kisses and nips at his neck, he growls. "I'll kill that little weasel when I see him." Daphne giggles before pulling him back into a searing kiss that is once again interrupted by the grinding halt of train. This time the both of them growl in frustration. As Harry looks out the window, he sees a man in black robes and silver mask fly past on a broom. Both their eyes flash as they stand. Daphne looks up into Harry's eyes, then moves onto her tiptoes to place one soft kiss on his lips as she whispers softly, "Stay safe and come back to me." Harry nods as Daphne then closes her eye in concentration. Her magical aura flares to life and lets it build, then calls out, "Benicio and Mari." As she finishes the spell like a raging sea, all of the bathrooms on the train begin to flood. Harry smirks as he watches before being swallowed by the shadows and disappearing. And so here is the latest chapter. Hope it was worth the wait. Now the two spells that had been used in the Wisengamot assembly are powerful, but as you read have massive and lethal drawbacks, so Harry can't use them himself and gets his puppets to use them. Unfortunately, they also need a lot of power which Harry needed to supply, and it took him a couple weeks since the incident at Hogwarts for him to channel the power needed into his two puppets. Next, the best way to think of Gabriel's laugh during her fight is if you have seen Tenjo Tengeai's laugh when she first uses the dragon's eye. Alright, here we go. First off, my challenge to whoever want to try their hand at it. Plot: a Harry Potter with a Shaman King twist. Basically, Harry is the older twin brother of the Potter family, but his soul has existed since the beginning of the Potter family, roughly 1,600 years, and aims to be the world's king through a worldwide tournament of many different forms of magical abilities.
E xamanis, magic, arcane, necromancy elemental, etc.
That is held every 1,000 years. Harry's personality needs to be more like how Sakura, that he sees the Muggles as an infestation that is killing the planet, but he has a very playful attitude toward everything. But when he actually takes a fight seriously, absolutely dangerous. This doesn't mean he is evil. He has just seen more of the atrocities the world has done in the course of history and is more jaded and realistic. While Harry has a high degree of knowledge of all form of magic, his main area of expertise lies in shamanism. His spirit is for you to decide. However, it can't be a god. However, the spirit of fire, like how uses or a well-known figure such as Gilgamesh, is allowed. Also note, he is only allowed at maximum 2 spirits. Harry also sees Dumbledore and Voldemort's war as unimportant, as he sees them both as petulant children. Harry also must take on no more than 12 students that firmly believe in his ideals, and their wish is to help Harry achieve his goal of acquiring the world's throne. The pairing I would like to see for this is Daphne/Harry, with Daphne being his best and most prized student. As for Lily and James, they are to survive because Harry's spirit is finally able to reform and destroys Voldemort's body as he enters the house because it feels the harmful intention to his partner. For obvious reasons, he doesn't recruit certain people such as Draco, Hermione, and Ron. Lastly, his younger brother, your choice in name, wishes to find his older brother and try to stop him from his chosen path, even if it means he has to defeat him. Besides these things, you have free reign, so have fun with it.